the more
Chat, hello.
team is gonna win. Of course, like strats and everything is super important, but
having
a good mentality and playing round by round is the most important thing, I would say.
How do you control that when things go wrong? Because you guys,
I put my camera here, but when the game starts, I'll probably have to move it.
Overtimes too when it comes to
remind me.
So, what do you say to one of your players when they get maybe over emotional?
I think that's the hard part of being a
hello everyone. Hello.
Trying to manage the emotional side. But I'm always saying to them, okay, guys, this is part of competing. Because sometimes you win things you shouldn't win, and sometimes you lose things you shouldn't win. You shouldn't lose, you know.
Mini for Paperex, yeah. I think he's been helping them for the last
game by game. We know we were unlucky in some situations, and we know
3
we were
weeks.
lucky.
He started helping them for playoffs, basically. There's a chance he might have helped them before. I'm not sure.
The luck is on our side.
How do you look at your team right now when it comes to your biggest win condition? What is one thing that is going to carry KC through this lower bracket?
I think our team really has strong individualities.
Map_me with the tier 1. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
The condition we have to win is try to understand when these individualities can be individual on a team, you know, like when we can have, like, we love to say X factors, because there's some random factors, like, for example, so you get to
that guy loves work, unlike some. That's crazy.
Elite, just having this insane moments.
No wonder I was on the train. I think I started the train before he was on, to be fair.
That would be for us.
But he was
at the same time understanding the
he was pretty early
moments,
with it.
You know?
You as well.
Mini was so into the train and he started working for them.
Yeah. Of course, like I'm carrying these young people. I'm carrying them, okay? I'm trying.
Like he was actually shoveling the coal in.
And last question, of course, when it comes to a bracket stage, it's very different, right, from the league, because in the league you have a whole week, you know who you're playing. Here is more like day by day. Do you prefer this system?
Oh yes.
Do you thrive in this?
Yes, 100%. I think when there's too much time, people can get kind of like a sense of how to play against you. But in these rush moments, I think IGLs have more experience and they can call on the fly. They have a greater.
This is interesting because honestly, with how K-Corp are playing, it does look like his way that he views the game isn't maybe the best for like the week by week games instead of like a lower bracket run.
Sadak is one of those people that you look to.
That's interesting that he prefers that.
I think you've addressed a lot, so let's just break it down. I'll start with the advantage of being at a bracket stage where him and Angel can just call on the fly and the prep kind of isn't as important. Do you two agree with that? You think that's going to be
big time series or hello, mate?
I think absolutely.
Hello.
I think I love in that interview how
see this. Is this them on the train? I think I've seen this already.
Players have responsibility, but he has a responsibility in himself. He knows the advantage of him as a leader, like his IGL ability is in those like mid rounds and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
I
that
saw this already.
Is. And to put that on your back in this moment is a good thing. Like they don't have time to prepare in the way that they would usually.
No, absolutely. I think actually historically you think back to Sadak on Loud and some of like the biggest moments we've seen on the international stage with like lower bracket runs and hard fought out series.
Do I believe in the K-Corp train? Nah, not a chance.
But actually,
I just don't think they're playing the right comps at the moment.
And things get a little weird and it comes down
with a Teo nerf, sure. Like stage 2, I'm in.
Yeah, it's Sadak.
Right now,
there's a reason why we're so hyped about him. But having seen NAVI,
I don't think they're set for a run with how
Angel is also very
easy it is to counter a harbor.
Who has the edge here? Who's gonna have more of a read? Who's gonna be able to bring all of the things that you two have just spoken about? Who do you think?
I think also then it's a bit of an advantage. You come in obviously to this feeling as if the prep's not as big a factor, but to be able to sit back and watch
right now I'm
series,
out. Yeah, pretty much.
Gotta feel like KC.
Like I'm honestly I'm in for it
with the upper hand
in about 2 months.
That little bit of warm up.
Right now, I don't think K-Corp.
With those VODs,
definitely, they can get a couple of wins.
But also, I think that Sadak in general,
it'd have to be 3 in a row, right?
In that whole interview, like I believed everything he was saying. Like, he has that charisma.
He's got conviction, yeah.
Like Angel, we've seen a bit of personality growth this year, but I don't know if it's that level where like I'm convinced.
Did NRG get a coach yet? Bro, they're just gonna use Bonka. If they're picking up an old Oxygen member, it's gonna be Bonka coming back. They never got rid of him from their contract as well.
That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, I think. So some of the things we've talked about with Navi this year is and I don't want to say Angel, like solely on Angel, but his inability to kind of get everybody on the same page and kind of moving in a new direction together has been one of the biggest concerns for Navi. I think when you then look at Sadak, don't really have a comparable concern.
Well, we have seen the promises, we've seen the potential, but we've also seen the stumbles. Today, for KC and NAVI, there will be no second chances. It's time to see who shows up.
Did I predict between Liquid and Fnatic? I have Liquid in my pick'ems.
Let's welcome the teams onto
It should be close though. Maps are interesting. They all like the same maps. Yo, you want to come on? Yeah, we can come on. Let me get the call set. Yo, you can't promise to be... You can't be too depressed though when they get knocked out. They're winning 2-0? Oh boy. I'm not sure you have the right... I mean, honestly, I like the positivity. Let me... Okay, we're on push to talk, that's good. I mean, we're on voice activation even.
What do you mean they're not winning 2-0? This is so free!
This is free, bro. They're gonna lose Icebox.
They're not losing Icebox.
They're losing Icebox.
They're not losing Icebox.
As far as I'm concerned, they're a map down already.
Today is all about survival. It is a very, very long road if either of these teams want to make it to their first.
See the Paper X tweet? Yeah, dude, we got a double shout out. Alex shouted us out in the interview afterwards.
Which means that this is going to be a very
when he started talking about Mini as well.
What do you make of the ban so far?
Everyone got a shout out.
KC, I expected them to ban Fracture here.
K-Corp pick Icebox? That's madness. He left that for FUT map.
Yeah.
They've already messed up the map for you.
Like NAVI might be happy that this has happened. Stop NAVI from kind of pulling themselves a little bit.
They banned Lotus.
Yeah, I think Icebox and Split, not necessarily.
Okay, maybe it's not a 2-0. I take that back. Well, it might be 2-0 the other way.
For me, hangs over map 3.
Yeah, dude, I think you're
kind of
cooked.
unknown territory.
Wait, what is this?
And it annoys me that it
Dude,
is,
I think picking Icebox is kind of crazy. They could have got the FUT map, but...
Yeah, I backed Angel.
They could have gotten it from NAVI as well. They could have picked
They might have picked it fast. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Kexi Val, thank you so much as well, dudes.
I think Angel would prefer.
I was predicting 2-0 on the assumption that NAVI wants to pick Icebox and KC are going to pick either Pearl or Lotus, whatever is open for their map, and then you have a quick 2-0. But if we're drafting like this, then it's a bit harder.
Yeah, I think you're done, mate.
But
we'll see. Let's still go Martin.
They're going to change their comp.
That's true.
It's NAVI.
Do you think NAVI changed their comp?
changes their comp every week.
But they won.
Yeah, but so they all still change their comp when they win. They do this all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll change their Icebox comp. Their Icebox comp is
especially
solid.
after yesterday, you know,
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, who knows what they've been talking
I wonder
about
what they'll do on Split and
overnight
Ascent if we
and
get
what
there.
they have
That's
going
something
into
that
this.
we say about NAVI. Well, actually, even on the other side of the stage today, a team that's bought into the harbour so heavily throughout stage 1, or at least initially this year.
Okay, everyone seems to be in good spirits at least.
The ones to pull something out.
Who did I actually have in my pick'ems? I'm pretty sure I had NAVI winning this.
It does disrupt, I guess, the little prep time.
Wait, I had NAVI beating BBL, right?
They obviously didn't know
that's where we went wrong. But I had BBL beating K-Corp. I would have had NAVI over K-Corp.
The NAVI game. And speaking of that, I believe Zaysh has shaved his hair off, so he's donning the bald buff coming into this.
You said he looked like me earlier.
Zaysh looks tired. I mean, coaches are just tired at this point.
I think it's the stress. He's probably started. The hair started before he just committed, I think.
No, I reckon
KC
it's
effect. It's taken a while for
The KC effect is
I reckon they
crazy.
need the buff. I think he's kind of like, I would dedicate my entire life to this, so to make sure we get through today. It is going to be a very, very important game, of course. But let's talk about this Icebox. Why are KC so good here?
Why are they so good?
Yeah.
I think Martin on the Omen specifically has been farming every single time he plays it, to be honest. Yeah,
this has been a conversation topic again, with teams kind of flexing onto it, allowing duelists to really kind of play around.
Has Martin been
of, seeing the Omen on
the better Omen, or has Koala been the better Omen for this?
It's going to be Aves, actually.
That's the question.
So still going to see Martin.
I would say, I mean,
we were talking about this.
We've only seen one of Koala,
really
right?
depends who's playing the Omen. I think Martin's one of the.
I think that's a mistake. I think that's the same.
Oh, is it the same? Oh, maybe. Anyway, regardless, but Martin, I think, has been one of the good examples to say. You kind of give him some freedom to play it how he sees fit, and he's really found comfort there.
I mean, this should be a banger. They're both good at this map.
Right now. I think there are ways to deal with it, but
no duelist? I mean, it's Icebox, man. You don't really need a duelist. The most common use for a dash is just to get across to yellow anyway.
Favorite Casey.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic series. So we need some fantastic casters to take us through this. Hazza and Cairo, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sue and the desk. It's a rematch from both of these teams' kickoff campaigns, but this time it's for elimination. NAVI trying to chase the shadow of their former selves,
this one.
Whereas Casey looking to break that narrative of those early playoff struggles. Yeah, 100%, and I think as well.
Definitely streaming these games, man. I have no idea. Is he not he's not cloned himself yet, or he's missing out?
So whether they can get that revenge,
gotta get on board that technology, man.
It's going to be something entirely to look at. But as for
probably sleeping.
Teams have been impressing, right, with this composition. No duelist. I'm excited to see what both teams bring forward in this map. Double controller on both sides, but we start in Casey's backyard. Icebox, the map where they picked up from last time, of course. The context of that previous defeat to Liquid is...
You know what's funny about this? This is like the two biggest KO, not haters, but non-believers. Sorry, Teo. And they've both started using Teo now. Like, it took them a while, but they both finally discommitted. Take up with the worst pistol record. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Dude, that's nuts. That was a sick play.
Stuck in enemy lanes. He has a way to disengage here. There are still smokes blocking the path.
Dude, that's kind of funny. They changed up their
I've never seen them do this.
But they did something different. So when KCORP played Liquid, they did something similar for their bonus where he TP'd to the floor, and I think it's like a little play on that. And when they hear it, they think he's gonna be on the floor, but actually he's window.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Happy to overheat a little bit there, closing on a milestone amount of kills.
Yeah, they love using the defense or the attack smoke to do stuff like that. Des, hello mate. We were flaming you earlier. Thank you for the 29 months.
Spot Ruxic just yet, but as the snake bite flies over back of yellow and the turret takes contact, Sadak might just swing this solo. Same time though, you've still got
Million death view way off me.
Avez having those salvos.
What else would I be doing? That's true.
Ready to swing on now. KC will get the first round of this series. Such a strong start for KC to pick up on. They finished out on the attack side last time when they were playing Liquid on this map. You can already see Sadak keeping everyone in check. As you say, this is a balancing act in every sense for both of these teams. Stability has been hard to come upon. In terms of this opener, yeah, Martin's just TP'd into the edge of his own smoke.
He went through the edge of the smoke.
He actually gets in front.
Pretty sure his legs would be showing, but I guess it's angle waste.
Aware of the possibilities, right? Like,
maybe it just leaves enough room. Either way, that was a lovely pistol from them. Yeah, you deserve to win the pistol when you got someone like this. Full eco, they're allowed 2 deaths, and it's a 5-person duel on defense with a flash. Oh god, it's actually the G2 trap play. No way. Dude, this is sick. This is the G2 trap play where they go close, they put the smoke up, they flash, and then as your smoke's going down, you can't really see the flash because the animation bug. I say animation bug, it's just the fact it takes a while for it to go down. Yeah, this is straight out of the G2 playbook, this one.
Is that paranoia to re-engage?
Yeah, I mean, it's the classic KC play, correct? Like,
oh, dude, they actually get ecoed so many times, don't they?
So many times.
Straight up gunfights. Finally, that smoke comes up.
The EDG of EMEA.
I don't completely know about that one from Koala Noob because it doesn't maybe allow Sugetsu to get in this gap of his own smoke, and there you go, hero isolated. Paranoia
bro should never be winning that. Oh my god, are they gonna win this? There's no way.
Oh my god.
Funneling bullets back into the magazine, getting out of dodge.
Dude, he's still got regen armor as well. He's on for it.
Also got that regen shield, so we'll have some
chat, who is this? Who is the person that didn't get that first kill? Dude, they're gonna be kicking themselves.
I think that was Hero.
Do you want me to stream to you, by the way, so you're on the same... I can do this so you're on the same...
It's just the extra speed to get to getting right in there.
Did it with Pansy, worked out pretty well.
Ruxic, the reprisal from Rafters.
It was Hero? Oh boy.
versus Viper.
I saw him.
I don't know if he was spotted there or not, but Ruxic feels confident on this re-entry to site. Toxins go up and he starts to work on the diffuse behind
That's real scary.
So closing in.
That's insanely scary.
It's just a stick.
Holy dude, how has he won that? He's actually saved them.
No, that first shot on hero was incredible.
I mean, it's fast, yeah, it is fast. You're still going to be gutted if your hero should be favored there all the time. It's like a 90-10 duel.
And I want to bring this back to yesterday, right? How many times did we see NAVI get themselves into a position and then allow
VCT
to just clutch it up, sociable?
You said one clutch.
No. I'm sure that's not the last we were going to hear from Zeish there on the reaction. Exactly, right into the next round. Martin back in mid. Double TP.
Double TP over the...
Look at KC.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
They've identified where Martin is, and
it's still lovely trades on this as well. It's a big game for Elite. There's some rumors out that they were looking at people to replace him. So I think this is a big game for him. He honestly just doesn't perform on the Vice. So
yeah, I was about to say, you mentioned this before, that if he's on Cypher or on KJ, he looks fine, but the moment you put him on Vice, it's like...
Yeah, he just has a rough game. His Vice stats aren't great. I still like this play though. TP, normally there's an alarm bot or a turret here, so you're just doing pathing that isn't going to get you spotted by that, so they maybe don't know you're in the corner.
NAVI playing with borrowed time.
Either way, give him like a solid little crossfire. Dude, Sagetsu is playing great.
Is on the fire.
Lovely pistol, lovely bonus from KCOP. Looking like a liquid game or something. That's what they're known for.
With the bonus round, it just gets better.
Oh, I wouldn't say it's a liquid game given the second round.
That's true.
That wasn't very liquid-like.
Yeah.
Through the orange position, and then Sadak buying so much more time. That's always been something he's been accredited to heavily as a caller, the ability to just change up the pacing on a dime. It's that mid hit there that you see. Again, Martin
wanted to buy a hero gun? Okay, changed it up. It's gonna go Bulldog, no armor.
The duelist, the de facto one on the other side, Koala Noob, of course.
I like this though. They do their normal smoke over towards here to block vision, but he actually like pushes through it, so he has a pretty good timing here. Can kind of lock them in. They can fall past the stack over towards it. This is another round where they might get eco'd.
And they were also just looking towards mid
ball passing, just waiting for that pop. Then they can salvo. Everyone's gonna have their guns out.
Sustain.
There's a lot of sheriffs here.
While it does have the
it's a shame. Dude, if they had calmed this a little bit, they might have been able to smoke him out and him to cross there.
A quick click of the shot.
I think based on map movements, NAVI has a very good read for KC on this map. Like they're reacting perfectly on.
Struggle to see him getting too much.
Yeah, I mean the risks that they, I mean if you look at the ecos, I guess they've kind of just stacked the right side every time.
Yeah, but this round, like Ruxic has a perfect read into the default, right? It's just a smoke without anything behind it, and he just takes the space, and half the map instantly is clear. They know exactly where it's
yeah, they might be pushing sometimes as well.
And also the mid rounding, something which is going to come up a lot during this series.
You'd be excited for KCOP if they made Toronto a new meta. I'm excited for KCOP once Teo's gone, yeah. Because they obviously they aren't good with Agent.
You mentioned it before the map started. They're positioned really well for stage 2. Their permaban is running away, Teo is getting nerfed to the ground.
And then all they need is a harbor buff.
But even without the harbor buff, they're already in a much better spot.
Yeah.
He never played FPX.
The harbor buff would just make it that they win
each other in those brackets.
Dude, if he committed to that, it's a kill. Omen ult to the back of Snowman with the flash. My goodness, Martin's got his own flash out. Yeah, it's the FPX smoke. Dude, this is chaos, man. Nice shot.
Oh, Naves with one more. The extra details, the pit dropped in. Xiao still ahead of this and can interrupt. That's exactly what he does, and as the pit drops,
he can't be doing that. And the Viper's the planter as well. That's criminal.
I swear it's a double mistake. When you Viper before the bomb is down.
Yeah, but also the Viper shouldn't be planting.
Yeah, that's also true. At the same time, and now Elite has to try and find a safe space for this spike. Another one of the differences in the comp is that plant security.
Ooh, okay, the wraparound back over towards B, I like that.
No Sage, no Gecko, nothing of the sort. You're forced to try and take that extra
Never
space.
the fade back. I mean, it was a similar
for them to go for the switch up again
similar
in this
ult
fast
strat
speed
to
play.
also early, you're not wrong.
But as it now falls down to just Elite.
I mean, every Omen ult is pretty much in this area.
That BBL ship for most of last year, now on KC, and it's moments like this where you want to see something big.
I will say Navi should have won this round very cleanly, but for some reason, I don't know, maybe the comms were too chaotic.
I mean, I think the double pinch was good from it.
At least one of the Navi players.
Like, there were 2 people that were just getting pinched on top side.
Yeah, but the alarm bot
Yeah, it's just that
time to react, or the comms were too chaotic.
They're at the angle though as soon as the alarm bot goes off. Dude, I tell you what though, I feel like K-CORP will be alright with this. 4 people that have to rebuy.
Great way to break the ice. Navi needed that. Don't know where that one's off to, but good to know that we're still on Icebox and not thinking about split just yet. That the KC momentum can be stopped. In terms of what Navi did well, just winning a couple of these key duels, and this is brilliant play from
that's how it went down. Yeah, it's bad.
Roster.
Also, the alarm bot needs to be further in the
It's just due to his
Viper.
consistency at the top level, consistently being able to play regardless of the
Jaws, thank you so much. Who do I have for these?
Just to give you a little statistic, Kaza, one for the
So I would have Navi, but I had BBL winning this, so I don't think that one counts, Jaws. And then I have Vitality for next game. But I also have no idea what Vitality we're going to see. Okay, this is a big important round just purely because 1, 2, 3, 4 can't buy next. Looking at the money for K-CORP, they're sitting good. Got Killjoy ult, probably want to see it on this round. These ults, probably want to see both of them, although Omen ult's like situational. This is interesting. Possum, bottom of the tube, shoots it, so if they do hear the shots, they might think that they're a little bit further behind than they actually are.
Towards Kitchen, actually. Oh, a little
Dude,
loose
what
on
was
the trigger
that?
finger there.
Have KC been playing this like mid-default versus VL? Because I haven't seen this in the previous games.
Not sure.
Killjoy ultimate
Dude, that looked so
do
weird.
well to clear out that A side, and that's where the spike is.
It's a warning shot, yeah, I'm about to peek you.
He's still a bit timid here.
The ball play from Rucksack.
Suppression on Rucksack. He'll be unperturbed by the
Yeah.
situation, but walks into danger.
Not what you want to see.
Dude,
that pretty much there is a ping nerf as well, by the way, right? Because normally his teammates or him could ping this out and he could just spam it. This time he actually wants vision of it.
KC find themselves a little pocket of domain to work within, but remember, it was only Martin that was seeing
that was actually a very
double luck.
indirect Viper nerf, right? Because you can't do like the Yoru inside the Viper ult, and you just...
Yeah, you can't do much. You have to do the like spam me with the Yoru stuff.
Yeah.
The game just got so much better with the ping nerf, to be honest.
Yeah, that is
try and make things a little more difficult for the attack to try and digest. It does get the spike to
Yeah, Wingman actually got half there.
Brings us back to reality.
It's like salvos on his head.
Angel dealt with. Last player sat in spawn. It's Shao and Alves.
Okay, nicely done. Force them down to around 2k each.
Clinical is the words that I would use, and I think right now Sadak is completely outcalling Angel.
I wouldn't get half there, no, mate. I'm tanking that. I'm tanking the salvos. I agree with you.
And that's time and time again.
YouTube question: do they asking if I reach out again? Of course they are.
Found themselves a player or 2 down. So we're immediately going to see
VINCERE, I'm sorry.
From the Frenchman.
I was too busy eating.
His countryman's organisation. But both of these
you had the rough game in there.
Dude,
you had Mini on there and you didn't do any of the games for them not making Berlin.
Import of Sadak, of course, now up against a regional veteran in the form of Angel.
Dude, someone's got to eat the chicken and rice, come on. Jonan with the tier 1, thank you so much for the 35 months. Thank you.
To be fair, it's not like Mini has lost a lot
had a good setup, but
there's not a lot to be said about this.
Dude, Mini, I don't know what this is about. Mini's lost loads. I don't know where this is coming from.
Like in terms of eliminations or what? Not really, no.
Elimination games? Wait, he didn't make Berlin. That's one.
As well, like the other thing about KC, and I love that you speak about the conditioning aspect.
Is that it? I think that's it, to be honest.
The one round
exactly.
I mean, that's the same as me, though, but I haven't seen anyone glaze at me about that.
KC just sent
What's going on there?
And they were slow to respond to that.
Yeah, but...
So...
And he had Leo Darker on Boaster.
I would really like them to try and push the limits here, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, you had Scream.
Honestly, yeah. Scream taxes on me. You're right.
Kills in VCT EMEA.
You had Scream and the Endeavor, no?
Partnerships began, but great to see.
I mean, the guy that doesn't play the game anymore.
Well, okay, he did back then.
Become one of the most feared players coming into this playoff stage, it must be said. He has had a good start to this map.
You farmed many? Yeah, that's good. Someone had to. You think 100 wingmans would win against one gorilla? Mate, I would win against 100 wingmen. It doesn't matter about the gorilla. And I can't 1v1 a gorilla.
Koala actually jumped back. Again, KC, like they'll manage to avoid this mid play that Navi have set up as well. And I think that's exactly what you're doing in this round if you're KC, because you know of the threats that lie on this Navi side. As we said many a time, Eco's not something that you're consistently looking at them potentially being able to post, but one off of a lockdown, a Thrash, Hero Shao, and Angel
Fast Flood? Why do I feel like they want to use their ult into this?
There are 5 Navi players on the other side of Spawn.
Oh, they do, man. You guys full eco.
Yeah, they've sent it back in and they've able to get one, but at the same time, Zugetsu has completely cleared up. I don't think a shorty will work at that range. KC's rifles certainly do, and I think they're moving through this with ease at this point. The only thing is, time is getting low. And
they had some combo with like a Viper Molly and whatnot, right? Was that
yeah, but dude, this is, like, why are we doing it on an eco?
15 seconds less time.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd do it in a 5v5.
I feel like some of these teams, man. I don't know what's going on in the VOD review this year, but some of these teams need to be like, why the hell are we doing a set plan with our ult on this round? We have no guns.
You had it was like a stun contact for an orbital strike. The fact they're so willing to invest.
Eco ults, bro, it's been non-stop this year, and like sometimes they're okay, and sometimes it makes sense. But stuff like this, it's like, sure, man, it's gonna tap the spike and get out of there.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I just feel as if Navi.
Okay, this is where Navi starts working though, when Koala starts getting the op. That is definitely the big win condition. Problem is, I would say that the Omen is good against this comp just because of the vision block we get to see.
Have a couple here to retake back into the A side is the weaker of the two, and there is only Ruxic here. I'm also just looking at Sarak's null command because one of the unique interactions with there being the KO in play is that KC do have a natural counter to this double layering of smokes, and sure, the first line of that defense will go down, the toxic screen removed. The question is, with the knife coming back up and all of this extra util in post, is how do KC want to try and play it? It looks like Martin wants to go
they're
on the
absolutely
offensive.
wrecking him.
1,000 and counting as he adds yet another. Still those big ults for Navi to work with though. KC need to be careful with those coming back in.
Yeah, they gotta retake. Oh boy, 4v5. Just gonna be tail to cancel this.
And fight in towards screens. It's brilliant. Armageddon goes in. You've got a fragment there as well.
Oh, I like the positioning of the tail though.
Using the tools they had
Yeah, he does it so floods and hits heaven. That's nice, dude. And the only space they can be in is over towards here, and you see him on the minimap and spam.
Their usage of this map is actually so good, and they refuse to play it as any other map. Like, it's not like they're bad with it. Clearly, their ideas are good.
I think they were just like when I look at KCORP here, I think they were just a little obsessed with the whole, the Sky Harbor thing they used to do. They just thought, well, the Vice is the new Sky. That's it. They just tunnel visioned a little bit.
And it's also the thing I told you about last time we talked, where like Salak had this idea that this is countering breach. He was like expecting all the breach.
Yeah. I mean, I think sometimes you have a bad read on the meta.
Lots of thought being put into this. Another gun round coming up.
Problem is that sometimes costs you like the whole year.
Been able to hang on to a lot of those weapons, including the.
I mean, it happened with NRG as well. I think that's the worry though. Like, if you look, the thing is, you got to have someone in your team that's like good at that. Like looking at an agent, going, "This is busted." Like you had to look at Teo and think it was busted.
Though with NRG is like really worrying that they're not even admitting that they're wrong. Because like the more recent interviews and whatnot with them are like, yeah, we still think they are bad.
Wait, really? I thought they started playing and just accepted it.
I believe there was like an FNS thingy where he said, yeah, I still don't think KO is that good.
Surely not.
Maybe it changed towards the playoffs. I'm pretty sure it was before the playoffs, but like with a couple of games already played.
The interview was after kickoff. Okay, well, it's a relatively far away. They started using it, so I think they wouldn't think it's...
Yeah, if they started using it,
I see you've already bypassed this. Sadak gutting out the site itself, just making sure he has the space for the spike plant. All over from Koala. Navi pretty quick
on
in
this
how
one.
they're looking
Problem
to
with
retake.
Navi again is like two big rounds. They now go into this with an ult, but they would like the tail or the killjoy would have been lovely into these rounds.
Even has the salvos. This is
They
going
can
to be
use
really
Fischl, aren't
hard for Navi to get through. It's a kill already though from Angel. That softens things up massively. Martin missing, not a player yet.
Dude, Wingman just gets sent into everything. There was salvos and a KO nade. That's sick. Just send Wingman in.
But Angel is just sticking this.
They have 4 agents with some
Nicely done, though. Managed to get that defuse.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, that's actually me on Gecko. Just looking at how much utils on the spike and being like, yeah, go on, mate. Get in there.
And a very much needed one at this stage in the half.
What did that little guy do to you, huh?
Jeez, it's annoying, man. Stony, thank you so much. Stony WH with the prime. Thank you. I appreciate that.
But on top of that, there was further players to come through later in the post plan. And there was so much utility that KC could work with. Rather than taking the jewels, I know Navi tried to go and look for them. But just use that utility.
Okay, gonna get 2 in a row because it's a similar thing where they win 1 and it's like 2 of them are gonna get insta reset. It's not as bad as before. Instant drone to set up the op, and we have a 3-person draw for Rucksack. He did pretty good. He got unlucky to not get another.
It's only Rucksack walking down long. At the same time though, right? You get rid of the tail. That's clearing utility gone, and not only that, post-plant utility as well. That could be a really big pick when we look at the post-plant for KC.
Yeah. No Viper. No wall on it.
Yeah, but they do have the armor.
Clearing out this pocket.
So it's not like they don't have
Seems like both sides grouping up on A. KC already giving away their steps. The alarm bot contact hit. It's Hero off-site. They've still got the Thrash and a lot of those key pieces from the previous round. Should be pretty strong.
Dude, K-Corp could literally just do the Sentinels game plan that they used against G2. This perma smoke here. Can't really get past it.
They are immediately on the site. Shao picking up his first. Angel right by his side. Looking like another successful retake.
Hold up.
That's unless Sugetsu can do something to stop this.
That's so good. Scouting mission again, to be honest. Okay, 2 in a row. 2 in a row. Maybe they can get a good half here.
Continues to show signs of life. Yeah, and I think as well, KC at the minute, maybe letting a chance slip to really extend their lead. I mean, 7-4, 7-5.
He really should have done it there. I don't know how to do it.
That's why we're going to see Eng and Zeish introduce themselves into this match for the first time. Nice, boys! It's KC timeout.
It's timeout. I mean, it's just going to be about their after plans more than anything else. That's it. They're probably going to take some space now instead. You'll see.
This comp already is very on brand with the type of Valorant that Sadak has been pushing for a long time when you look back towards his stint on Loud.
I think they'll just do like deeper smokes and you might see the Omen just TP deeper. I think will they take Snowman if it's on B. I think Paperwork's going to beat teams like Heretic, Sen and G2. I think it's map dependent, yeah. I think they're like good enough now that on their day they can take down teams. The thing is you can never count the individuals out. This is like the thing with that team. Like the individuals are so good, now they've kind of actually shown the discipline and play situations fundamentally like right, then they become scary.
Allowing KC to actually get the kind of setup that they want, and when this chaos does break out, it doesn't feel like
it just took them a while to actually.
It
took them a while to actually show that they can do it. The good signs were there pretty early on. And you can tell that they were learning.
It took many for it to happen.
KC well ahead.
I think the main thing there is like, I think something probably got the most value out of him because his Yoru changed when Mini was on. Because I can't remember what it was. Do you remember when we watched that Pearl game and it was something on Yoru? And he just only played it like a jet. I don't know, it might have been like 4th game in, 3rd game in. Third group. Like we never really saw that again.
Very quick, we all know that, but it's also a part of the map that he can watch and allow Navi to gain information through that. There's 3 for Navi on A, and Casey are walking straight into this.
So this is the smoke that I was talking about. The smoke's super strong against no duelists. This is what Sentinels are trying to do. Just make like this a heavy choke point because you've got no duelist. What, an Omen's meant to like TP into the open past it. I think it's a good idea from Navi. I honestly think it's going to work better if KCOP decides to do it with this comp. You have to kind of commit with the Gecko flash.
It just feels like wherever Navi try and
feels like KCOP are a little bit better sticking together. Like every single time I'm watching them, they feel like some kind of trade coming in. I still think that Navi can do the same, but
up until this point, but it starts well.
Ooh, damn, nice movement. Oh, quiet drop as well. That was legit. That was nice movement. That was some nice movement. Makes the jump to top of side silent as well, and then drops down silent also. Like, it was so decisive from him. That was sick.
I can understand the first strike. You don't know where Hero's coming from. This is forgivable. Martin, though.
Dude, Martin has no idea.
A little confused, yeah.
And then the last, it's just so easily given to Hero. It's incredibly frustrating for Zaj.
It's just like, not again, man. Come on, dude.
Another massive clutch, as he has been dependable in those situations so far for Navi. Certainly not the first 1v3 I've seen him pull off this stage. And it won't be the last either. Towards B we go.
Okay, insta drone out towards A though, and they don't.
Pain point for Navi.
My guy's just running straight up tube, by the way. Dueling.
Exactly, and I'm glad you raise it because it's
He's been the thing with this team. Doesn't look like Sagetsu. I'm not saying they win and lose on him playing how he plays, but very risky.
I feel like with KC it's been a lot of like individuals dragging them across the line. You know, they're like good enough as a team to get every map close, but then they kind of need somebody to be playing insane.
Yeah, but they haven't really had that too much. It's just Martin or Sugetsu.
Yeah, it's mostly Martin or Sugetsu. Aves had like one really insane map.
They've got the luck on here as well. Damn, they got 8. That's pretty good. Oh. Nah, they're still so fine.
Remove him from the situation. Looking at that post-plant utility, KC don't have all too much. They want to fight this on the front foot with a thrash. Oh, into the smoke could be huge. How many does it get? Absolutely nothing. It's Martin with 3. And so KC do come up drops before the end of the opening 12. Yeah,
I still think it's doable. But last time they played it, didn't they take out? I swear Koala just popped off on defense.
Looking to manipulate it in their own way, and they know exactly what Navi's setup is and how to counteract it. An unbeaten streak so far for them here on Icebox. Does it continue? Find out after the break.
Queen.
Icebox is where the duelists turn into Omen. I mean, yeah, the duelist duties kind of get spread over between the Omen and the Wingman, really. Like, honestly, Wingman does get baited like mad. You just send it in to try and plant, and then you can just trade it as they're like focusing on stopping the plant. But yeah, there's definitely some good pathing you can do with the Omen as well. All you really have to do with the duelist is TP over towards back of yellow. It's like the only thing these days which you really need a duelist for. I would say top of yellow as well, but you can do that as an Omen. Some stuff over towards back of A, but a lot of the time you're just pushing through the choke together anyway.
Paula is also kind of used to not playing the duelist on this map. This can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he played Sage on MAT.
I thought he used to play the Omen on MAT. Yeah.
I mean, like even before like Gecko and stuff, because they had the comp with the Gecko later, and he was Omen there, And I think before he was playing Sage.
Oh, maybe. He's on plant duties.
I think so.
He was definitely on the Omen for a long time, because I remember watching. They had some nice stuff on this map. They had some good pistols back in the day.
Welcome back.
Definitely in the last year
finishing
of
the half
NAVI,
with a flourish. 8 rounds is what they'll take.
He also played Omen for them
side.
on Lotus. That I remember for
NAVI
sure.
back on Icebox, where we'd seen strong signs from that Vitality game, but again, it does still feel like a bit of a red herring. The back and forth of wins and losses, they need to get off this roundabout, otherwise it's going to be an early exit.
Yeah, I think for me, NAVI, the last time that they played this
Raid boss? No raid boss.
They actually impressed me a lot with some of their call-ins, some of their ideas of how they wanted to approach this.
I guess they played with Angel.
We'll see exactly how that continues. As they move on towards the attack.
Oh, it's a long time to stick together.
Feel like the big brother
Pi Pirates,
in this
FPX,
Navi.
Navi.
They understand how the comp is being played out and how to counteract what Navi want to do.
Last pistol on the defense. KC did a very good job at highlighting the flank, being super proactive on this defender's side, and already Hero's completely isolated under belt, but calling for backup. There's a brawl going down, and KC draw first blood.
You see, it's a brawl. It's more like a beatdown.
Oh boy.
Flash is perfect, though.
Oh
It's in
man.
Navi's favor.
It was like, it was pretty good
escape,
until it wasn't, and it was a
Sliggy to do.
lovely flash from
Just
Koala once he realized
moving
numbers were
towards
here.
B, though, and KC have a bit of a notification.
Yeah, I feel like
through
Sadak kind of
Elite's
messed
alarm
up there,
bot.
man. He thought he was fully out.
Complete information void on A right now. Navi
Huey Dewey with the tier 1. Thank you for the 4
moving
months,
up on
mate. Thank you for that.
Steps soon to be heard by Elite. His utility helping dictate the pace of the flow through mid as Sugetsu has bought a rotation.
Lazy Crazy in the YouTube
Sliggy
chat. Thank you for
soon
sending
to
that,
go
dude.
down and the spam's not landing. Molly
Look
to
at
deny
Wingman
the
just
wing
tank
flag.
that.
Nah, he's got
Respect.
Yeah, just about.
it. No problem for the wee man.
Martin still has that paranoia, though. That's the other thing to consider moving into this. And well, as for Navi, the utility is looking pretty barren. It's all about these gunfights, and Navi continue to win them through this round. Martin, though, still up and alive, and you know just how good he can be. More damage being dealt, although Sugetsu now having to clutch up another 1 versus 3.
No,
Both
boy.
players are low. This is doable. Shao lucky to escape here.
Nah,
And well, just with that, Navi
Dude, when they
will
were
get
both
that
close
pistol
here, I was
round.
like, ah, he actually has it.
Yeah.
Navi winning
There
every
was a chance
single
there.
pistol round yesterday against the team which led it
on pistols
statistically BBL.
Yeah, like to see it.
Still going out in straight sets from that matchup in the upper bracket. So I'm looking now at can they build on from this. It was a nice 2v1 at the end for old time's sake from former teammates against Sugetsu.
That's why I'm not fighting, boys.
Happy to take a back seat.
And he's doing well, considering we saw that statistic yesterday about how he's improved his first death rate.
Not only that, helping support
He's
the younger
improved
members
his
on the team.
fast death
Sure, Hero
rate.
had his rookie year last year, but even there,
Dude, yesterday was a shocker from him.
Looks like
Oh my
walking
goodness,
into the
okay,
wall
well,
is never gonna
insta
get
speed
all
up.
of them. So just backtrack, yeah, the
Kind
calls
of.
there. Hero asking for the support.
Like the slowest
knowing that
reaction from
KC
this.
do
They
like to
still
get
don't
very
know about
active.
1.
This time though, it's a full rotation
Didn't
over
feel
towards A.
very
4 players to
decisive.
greet Navi, but that spike
I wonder if he, like took them a while to see all the question marks on the minimap. Maybe they like overlapped. I don't know.
Well, the response from Navi is to immediately hit A.
Hello?
KC, though, very quick on the mark.
Oh.
The timing nearly works out for KARMINE CORP, but at the same time, Navi have dealt with every duel that's come their way.
There's not really much to fall back upon here if you're KC either. It's
Well, they get a full
well-played
buy for
round
this
from
as well,
Navi
so
as far as they're
it's gonna be a
concerned.
5v buy.
And I think at this point, all the Sadak right now has been like, look guys, we're not going to win these duels, we're not going to win the post plan, so let's deny them the ultimate orbs, and I think it's the right call here.
Absolutely. Next sort of checkbox up on my list, my little Navi list right now, I think is how they're going to approach this bonus. As you see Hero on his pistol, get one more on the way back out.
Any other teams run the train for? Nah, I think every other team is like... I don't think there's any other team that people are like underestimating at the moment. I think everyone else's views on every team is like pretty fair for where they are.
A couple of times yesterday on their bonuses, they were like
Apex is like the only team that's getting like heavily underestimated. And maybe
in
EG.
terms of the money here, I mean, it looks
Vitality? Vitality might be getting underestimated. Maybe that's the best shout.
Yeah, mean,
but dude,
happy,
I need to see them.
On track right now, and with this being
I need to see them show something decent today.
Because KC are massively going to
Liquid, mate. Most people think Liquid's second best in EMEA.
Second or third, right? Like it's the top 3 of Fnatic, Heretics, DL. Not exactly in that order.
KC's side and
BBL. Problem with BBL is I've consistently. I've got to a thing now where I just have to predict that Yampi's not going to do it, so that he does it. I can't break that. Dude, imagine he gets out of here. That's crazy.
He's a magician.
Dude, that.
It's had like it's a trade on the back of it.
That Kabi's way deeper than he thought.
That's crazy.
But NAVI back into that situation felt like they were so separated at times. We do see it in these moments where there's slight lapses in concentration.
I tell you what.
They had 2 players reclearing.
This one's doable.
Hero belt. This is the frustrating part about NAVI. Is like
this one's really doable.
In a position to build that momentum, start to move forward in the rounds, and just letting it slip. Just when you think it's the light at the end of the tunnel, the oncoming traffic heads in your direction.
Because he's going to feel like he has to get kills, so he's going to go close. He can't play no more after plant.
Another Turkish player to take on the 1 versus 3. Make that a 1 versus 4. Martin is still
okay. He can't win. Oh, no, okay, he can win. It's back on the menu.
And it needs to be clean, right? The unfortunate thing is that drone has identified exactly where he is, so he's not going to have much of a chance here.
Okay, it's unlucky, man. Almost. I wanted him to like go forwards earlier, but the problem is I can see the minimap and he can't. Like he has to think that someone's like relatively close to him.
It's something that's happened a couple of times now, which is frustrating to look at, but in terms of what KC did well here, just reading the situation, this is just ridiculous from Martin.
Dude, they both whiff so heavy here.
So unfortunate from the spray at the same time.
Jesus, looking like me and you, mate, having a 1v1.
He's not, bro.
You're overestimating me if you think that's how I look.
Wait, you reckon less than that?
Yeah. Still though, ability to come back into this.
Damn, dude.
I can send you a clip between maps, actually. I've played VALORANT.
Oh, honestly, if it's worse than that, I don't think I want to see it, man. I've seen enough of Bacon play. If it's anything like that, Jesus.
As you say, it's the age all going on. Dizzy in. Players blinded in that AoE. So as it drops, Xiao's able to recover. And NAVI gets so much space early round. Look at Ruxic walking up tube. Close to the turret. I mean, could call for a smoke to come and support him from Koala. Still not spotted though. While he sits around in this position.
I hear the drone early. That's a shame. He shouldn't be shooting that. Because now they know that there's someone cheap.
Backup is now arriving.
This is the thing that people don't really. Okay, well they're just.
At least the base is here to try and cut off any rotations, but that's massive from the top.
So what should be happening here? No, but let's actually talk about this a little bit.
Yeah.
So
I mean, the ball is in Navi's court. They're just going to
you got the drone, right? They can only see around it. Perimeter around it, you can only hear it as well from like relatively close. So if you're here shooting it and it's here, this person's too far away to be able to see it and to be able to hear it. So you know that this person here, you know that someone's close to tell you to shoot it. As soon as you shoot it as well, and also you're trying to shoot it before it's trying to clear tube. Like, you know that someone's going over the top to shoot it, so they don't give information, so that otherwise you wouldn't protect it so heavy.
Yeah, there's no reason to shoot that drone ever if you don't have some sort of
but then they didn't put one-on-one together. They're treating it like a normal drone. They're treating it like a server drone that can see everything.
With his teammate, his leader Sadak, as he moves through B long, but NAVI have moved forward. They've changed the goalposts, and now KC have got a really tough problem here. Martin trying to use a smoke to get on and
yeah, that cost him. The best example is like A long, right? Where someone from A long, we've seen it recently, someone from A long deep tries to shoot and someone's in the cubby once they're re-clearing. And it's like, this guy can't hear it or see it anyway, so you know that someone's close to get the information.
Performance is a word which we brought up quite a few times.
It is a weird off angle though for the jump spot, but he still should be expecting it. In my opinion, you don't need to get information here when he's doing it. You know it's that thing.
To bring them to previous M80 levels, if it's Koala or all the rest, just having the comfort of someone like Hero on this Killjoy or Cypher, which he prefers to the Vice he was playing.
Sugetsu needs to be careful here.
The early stage.
He's heard the Gecko, but he doesn't know there's another.
He's solo.
Just down, dude.
I think he's seen that
yeah,
one
I guess he saw something.
Too many times before.
Maybe
Martin does isolate the lurk, and with that, KC
yeah, either that or he just knows it's a thing. He didn't make a sound.
There's a little bit more support on the B side of the map this time as well, though, and
dude,
the plant is yet to go through.
This would be a devastating one for KCOP to lose.
From KARMINE to get clears into position to flood retake is
So
absolutely
nothing to
massive
stop
for
this.
him,
Sadak.
Sadak is only on a pistol.
And that Ghost can't do enough to deny, but the rest of KC played in.
Oh, there's a stun for back yellow.
And Elite from up top, dropping in the stun. Koala gets
He
his
stuns knowing that he's about to eat an Omen Flash.
But the playing field is skewed in favor of NAVI.
Martin, big flash.
The back of yellow positioning is so constricted, and that's where KC have a vice grip. Can Angel do any better?
Got salvos, mate.
Oh, he has salvos.
The salvos are up, and the time is ticking on down. Even more onto Elite. 6 points of health. One bullet. We're doing
no way.
Time?
But it's Martin
yeah, he's fine,
again, and with time on his side, he can
that was
take
close.
KARMINE
17 HP in the end.
Double
was so scary.
There's one bullet, yeah.
Big ground for KARMINE to win out. NAVI, when you think that they've found ourselves a way into the B site, a way to get within touching distance of their opponents, just goes the other way. And now you start to look at the economy, you start to look at how the rest of this looks. NAVI need to be careful because if they lose this, it could be a massive swing round. The good thing for them is they have plenty of ultimates to use.
Yeah, let's have a look at it. Oh, dude, this is. He's not wrong. It's a big rounds. 1, 2, 3.
How they choose to use
1, 2, 3, 4. I like this though. Instant Omen ult, and in the past they have Omen ulted and actually like stuck it, so they have to go clear all of these areas. Just creating question marks around the map.
Down comes in.
KO nade goes in, but the salvos hit. KO nade looks good.
To break it.
Yeah, nice.
That's brilliant.
Fantastic.
Yeah, they don't get any space with that.
NAVI are left stumped, scratching their heads. How do we get into this site?
Okay, third ult now.
Gonna have to use the thrash to
They're gonna take the orb for Teo.
Oh boy, dude, they should definitely do the G2 pathing on this.
So it's gonna come down to these gunfights.
And now Martin's on
dude, if Ivy's in chat, he's not gonna be impressed with these Gecko ults.
Here for contact. KC are perfectly in place, and NAVI feel like they're out of options. Shower saving grace though.
That's
he is in chat.
He is in chat. He is in chat, yeah. He's furious. Oh, dude, here we go. He's got to do so much. His teammate is so far away.
To bail Martin out. He could use his ultimate to escape, but wants to stick around.
30 seconds.
Dude, look at the time he's buying.
Look for his next duel, his next fight, and doesn't realise Sugetsu was close.
Unlucky. He did a good job. There's not much else you can do than that.
Yeah,
but it's Sugetsu again. It's Angel on the other side. Molly at his feet. But supported by Ruxic now, and this one should not be winnable, but Sugetsu's already done a boatload of damage. Cross-held solo by Hero, drops back.
He's the miracle maker, he's the man you want to depend upon here. And with the Viper's pit down, that's the biggest obstacle that he needs to try and get by.
He's looking elsewhere.
I mean, yeah, it's worth it though. Like, it's definitely worth it.
He's the one.
Dude, this gets close now. This gets really, really close.
Within touching distance. Just 2 rounds now separating the teams.
Yeah, I was speaking about the economy, right, and how expensive this round would be for NAVI if they lost it, but they put everything towards the middle of the felt. Only one ultimate was kept into the next round. That was Angels, and that was only because it never came up.
It's crazy how in so many of these rounds it looks like KC are so well set up defensively.
I just call everyone dude Ivy.
Falls apart.
If that's
there was an
I don't
extra
want to take offense from it.
Yeah, at the same time, it was expensive for KC. They're down
okay,
to
knife
Sheriffs,
goes in.
Now that's where
it's
we
one. That's it. Force them down to an eco.
Get close to their opponents now.
We got.
They're in that eco cycle of defense. It makes it so much
coming
harder.
out next round. You would imagine.
And this is just another opportunity to tighten up that scoreline a little bit more. You take a step back and look at the veto. In terms of these maps, you go on to split, but I don't think last time out was a fair representation of what KC can do there. Last 3 series, they haven't banned it. It's been floated, and then Ascent.
Like this from Navi, does everyone chilling for 40 seconds, want to see if they go aggro? Does he get out of there?
Drone to follow up and make sure that there's no one else hiding.
Hey, the knife's kind of good, but it doesn't give him too much information.
Here, though, is that
like, they actually only saw Gecko, Flash, Omen. They only saw 3. It's still quite a lot.
It's rounds like this that we've mentioned time and time again that just don't
the Icebox, yeah, I don't mind that. Icebox is fun when there's new comps, and like the Omen comp isn't used that much. It's still like pretty fun to watch. 4-person stack back of sight.
That's the question, right? Show's done well, so have Navi. It's starting to become a
stampede. There goes the 4-person stack.
And it'll send
this is what I was saying about the. I was saying in the PaperX game as well, right? Even when you have like a 4-person stack over towards site, like you've done everything good, there hasn't been like much map control, and you just kind of you're gambling and you gamble right. It feels like you never get rewarded on this map.
Yeah, that's why it's shit.
You can just have like a 5-person stack on A and just lose all the time. I know they don't have the guns here, but
granted, this is an eco, yeah, but this can happen on any round.
Round-winning ultimates. But nice to see.
Okay, big buy rounds. No timeout for this one, and it's a similar thing where they have to eco if they lose it. Lot of light armors. No, okay. Dude, I thought they were going to start bringing out an op, but
maybe versus double smokes they don't want to.
How he counters elites.
Yeah, yeah, might be that.
Hopping on defense, right? The Omen has
there goes A.
Koala finding Sugetsu and open up an A.
Chat, did Zagetsu have ult before this?
He just needs to hold on to
before
this
this
space
death?
towards screens. You've got so many strong ults to combine and cut back through.
I'm not sure either.
Absolutely no reason to overplay your hand, and he's done a brilliant job at just managing this space, which KC now backfill.
And not as bad as I thought.
KC know about the late luck coming through kitchen from Rooksy.
Shot. Wait, that's actually an absolute shot. Dude, they put Tailwall into this on defense as well. Oh boy, K-Corp.
2 kills picked up from him. Martin forced to just bail from the
and
situation.
they got no money again. Dude, they gotta have a timeout. They get in, just run down on A.
I was expecting it after the 4th round.
Yeah. You're gonna see him start like pushing on mid or because it's like they've tried to go aggro A, they've tried to defend A. Like the only real option left is to just push behind. That's it. That's all you got. And if that fails, I don't know, you're just done.
They showed a really nice Tail ult play like early on, like at the start of this stage, and they've never used it again, and it would be perfect for
the aggro one.
I don't think you should feel too desperate in using all.
The problem is once you've shown it, people know about it.
I think it's a good time out for Ing to try and refocus the French side.
Exactly, and it's another test of depth in terms of the strat book, what they want to pull out on the defender's side. It feels like, you know, at times on Icebox, it is a little bit reactive.
But at the same time, it kind of just feels like a classic Icebox, where sometimes you have those games where you just go A and you win every round.
You just win everything, yeah, you got no answers. It does happen. Because I guarantee they're talking about pushing behind now, you'll see it in the next 2 rounds. So we've seen more weird ults this year than normal. Honestly, I kind of agree with you. It's been a really weird year for ult usage.
I feel like that's a result of like EG back then showing people how good you can be if you just coordinate your roles, and people trying to do it and just not being very good at it, you know?
It's just normally the round that they're doing it on. I think it's also down to like, people were pretty bad with tail ults at the beginning apart from like 2 teams.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And I think the tail ult, once you get it wrong, looks like really bad as well, maybe.
Yeah, the question is, can they take it over the line on Icebox?
We ever play Val? I played a couple of TDMs recently. That was kind of fun. Yeah, right?
How did you right amount of times that we never
saw I given up, man.
No way.
Yeah, I gave up. We got to... Is it Emerald? We got to Emerald 3, and then it went back to Emerald 4, and I was like, do you know what? Yeah, I can't do the grind games anymore, man.
Yeah.
Too old.
Too old for the grind. Pretty much, yeah.
KC eco.
Maybe we try again in the off season.
I feel like when we fly stats like that, you just know.
No, in the off season you're playing VALORANT 5 stacks with your mods.
The off season stacks, man. Apparently I'm playing every game.
On the defender's side is within striking distance of this.
Of course. At the same time, though.
Oh, there you go.
You're going to be streaming more in the offseason than during the season.
Jesus, really?
You've also got to be careful. Martin's hero rifle. That eco round could really go out of control.
Especially they go for a 2-3 lag.
This is also where KC want to
Dude,
play.
imagine losing this duel. Dude, Martin could have won this round.
Should have been doing more. That would have given KC a huge opportunity. But Navi
one Paperboy with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the Prime usage, man. Good to see you,
Not
dude.
the same way that Navi had thrown them at some of their ecos. KC building towards something bigger in the next. But while all this is happening, I mean, look, you've got 2 more to build towards here on Angel and Hero. Yeah.
What do you think? How many more hours do you watch them play Valorant? God, I dread to think, man.
Could easily just go and duel instead. No, calls it quits. Would
10
rather
times
keep
maybe?
that rifle into the next round.
Maybe not that extreme.
Cash is pretty tight here. He'll go to 11, Navi.
I mean, it depends. You basically didn't play the game when you were talking, right?
The crunch time in this map.
No. Well,
like
first year I
it's
did, just because I wanted to see everything, how it worked, what was broken.
It was a decent start from
Then I
KC,
kind of
but
stopped.
even with players in place, not quite doing enough. Has he got Sadok fan in the audience?
Is that Sadok on his first team?
Yeah, that it is.
Obrigado.
Young
That's
Sadok.
what a
Navi
pull.
now with a lead. Can KC rely on their captain yet again to bail them out of a bad situation? Something has to change.
Back by track running for Paper X, not any other team. There's no good team for it yet. Everyone's, again, no one's being underestimated as much as Paper X. I had to jump onto it.
From Paladins.
From Paladins, okay.
Not even from Val.
Okay, they go for the... Dude, this is so funny. They do the K-Corp double TP against them. It's a good omen flash hit, double back of sight here. Oh, they don't know about the Viper.
Still worried
Wait.
about catching a player potentially being deposited there.
Wait.
That was Hero, and he's gone.
Dude, he missed his window.
This is huge, and the spike is still not down.
Chance to deny that. Molly doing well. I mean, at the same time, trying to stall out using the Thrash, but the Viper's has bought a little space in which to work with.
This is chaos, man. Look at Angel go.
Angel trying to reposition towards Snowman, decides against it.
From this
Guys,
position, you can still sit outside the
kind of okay.
if you're KC. It doesn't really.
That was nice, dude. Dude, that's a strong throw from Angel. All the way top yellow.
Pretty here. So just
No, he's funny. He honestly didn't think he was sticking. Dude, that's an easy 1v2.
Martin very nearly.
That was the most ranked round
the
I've seen in a
slate
while.
entirely. 24 kills now for him.
Martin having good impact on this.
We will be going to the very limits of
So
regulation.
as it's a we were talking about him early on, and then he kind of went quiet since then.
He's been a little bit quiet, yeah. I mean, he's been quiet on defense. He's been getting wrecked on defense, actually, I'd go far and say. That shot's a good example.
Why you would pull off the angle after the spam, right?
What do you think?
What's blind?
Communication maybe.
What's the
but at the same time, the point I was making is
wait,
like
they might do that overlay hand.
Because you get a pick, not realizing it's not the diffuser. I feel as if Navi just not paying attention to the smaller details.
Yeah, and in rounds like that too, where you could take number 12, get map point on your opponent's pick in this elimination series.
Remember mini segment on stream where he was explaining something to do regarding macro? Yeah, it's just explaining like soft side, weak sides in terms of some teams fighting when they should be playing retake or leaving the site. Is pretty much what he was talking about.
With the look in towards international events at the end of the year.
I mean, it applies for this map. It applies for every map. It probably soft side, weak side. Sorry, it's hard side. So like strong and weak, basically. It applies on this a lot. Teams often should be playing retake on A, but then just fight on A, and there's not enough people fighting on A. But this map also plays so different to every other map that. Okay.
Not too far off some of their own.
Dude, K-Corp are gonna win this one. You gotta see this KO come out. That buy for next round if they lose this is not pretty.
Martin's the only one really backing that up.
Martin has been unrelenting in his aggression, and I think at times Navi have struggled to contain it. You can see 2 players sat underneath Bell outside of A right now, as the rest of the pack is just cleaning up on B long, and keeping
20
the attention
seconds.
of KC, holding it.
Question mark created over towards B. Smoke to then create pressure that they've gone back of yellow. Question mark, instantly cleared from the drone, and then big rotate over towards A once they saw no one.
To that extent, KC are not fully
I'm surprised the rotate's not bigger at the moment.
The knife goes into mid, that's a little bit of extra info, and now Sadak seems
this is what we said would work really well though. Double smoke here. I think that if they actually had the Viper smoke here as well, they could hold this real strong. Sentinel's G2 is best example of this we've seen for like a while.
To open this up, but that's very quickly
especially against a Gecko, no duelist, like you have to make the Gecko commit with the flash.
It's Elite that actually gets the kill, not Martin as he tried to play
it's a great Omen flash. Oh my goodness, Martin.
NAVI would want, and the rifles denying the players that they would want. 2 to the good now. NAVI still trying to play slow, and as they do, they just get completely cut down. Spike goes cold, does the round.
It's getting kind of close.
10 seconds? Nah, they're fine, right?
Be within a chance, and with 10 seconds left, you would think it's going to be
Martin's Omen flash here was the best timing ever.
That was incredible.
It was so good. 2 wanted to push through the Omen smoke, and then they both hit the flash.
Okay, flash immediately to follow it as well for extra delay.
It's a number of times now where we've seen them get into position but fail to execute from that game plan. So this does feel very gratifying from their perspective to win the duels. Hero keeps it close, but still too far out of his wheelhouse.
Relax, guys. Everyone relax, please, okay?
And I think that's the big thing, talking about emotions. Relax and
Dude,
that's what Sue was asking.
25 to 17.
How easy is it to control the emotions of your team?
Yeah, Gecko flash makes a lot of sense. If he gets shot, he can still pick it up. Yeah, little hero op of a backup gun as well.
They do it again here. In terms of info, it's the first 20 seconds already lost to the clock. I like that Molly lineup to try and get rid of the turret. It's gone. That mid control now lost for KC. A big question mark, but Sadak has the cross.
Sadak's looking at this Molly like, what?
Walks through, just doesn't know about kitchen though.
Why?
NAVI are yet to really involve themselves here. They're still with this 2-player pairing, both of the lurks. Still in a 1-bot. Brooksik and Hero starting to show themselves in Sui's direction. He's backed all the way up. Still playing from yellow, but 2 players dragged over, and now A is open for the taking.
Okay, that was nice. They keep trying to clear the question mark over towards B all the time.
Not fully committed to this. They're spread.
Dude, where's the spike going? Oh, dude, the spike at one point there wanted to go all the way back, and then Angel said, no, we're hitting this site. So I guess we're using tail ult to get the plant. Yeah, tail ult goes in to get the plant. Do they want to fast flood with a 3? Yeah, Molly's good, man.
Such a small lane to actually play into, so that fragment's already done
Omen flash, fast floods. No, no one wanted to flood with it. Dude, they gotta respect this.
A little bit of delay for the attack.
No way to break it.
Absolute chaos as utility goes traded. So quickly keeping tabs, NAVI have little left for themselves. Angel's salvos is about as good as it gets. There's still flashes and stuns on KC's side to come back through. Shao finding himself another pocket, much to work, and NAVI supporting him in his endeavours. 2 players left, make that just the one.
How's he alive?
Of KC,
I mean, the smokes were nice though. The smokes gave him so much freedom. I mean, it's a close Icebox, dude.
Yeah.
It can go either way.
I mean, KC had players in position. It was a tug of war, and that rope was.
We really watch all the regions. We try to. We definitely don't get to watch enough of China just because it overlaps with Pacific. And sometimes I want to go gym. But we at least do all of Pacific, all of Americas and the EMEA.
Game in stage 1. Util sent both ways. NAVI not left with all too much, but Shao's positioning late is what wins it for them. But that's not the first time he's done that. No, found himself a little pocket, the smokes to support that, and KC just swing it dry. They had already used a little bit of utility trying to come in early. The lockdown denied that. So on to the attack.
I mean, it's going to be about who wins the fence rounds, right?
Half from them to kick things off, but NAVI respond in kind. A little bit of pressure put on early towards this right-hand side. Spike posturing in the direction. It's classic KARMINE core. You're expecting them to go quiet and then re-hit in the latter stages of the round.
We're just chilling for a bit. Take A control. Cut sound like they might have gone back, ready to pop into any of these positions. No way! Wait, how's that bullet hit him? That was not meant for that guy.
That was not meant for him.
That was not meant for him. Okay, let's see what the retake's like. They might be able to fast flood. Flash over the top, stun came in, Molly goes in as well, no one pushing. They still have the Omen flash to flood. Yeah, there goes the Omen flash, now they commit.
Here it comes. There's back in, Martin, KC. One player to the good, still
big duel.
Down, but don't necessarily need it. Winning out the deathmatch here, and then
double swing
denies Hero his utility, so he has to depend upon his rifle, in which he has been hitting his shots.
Oh, this is crazy doable.
A similar position in which from before,
they're still going to think the one's over towards side, right? Unless he heard the rope.
Hero's heard the drop in as well, and Sadak, as
yeah, he might have heard him drop then.
Needs to get to trade off of him.
That's one flash in which he could set his Viper up.
Dude, his movement's so nice. That was the high HP. Oh man, Sadak, dude, what a flash that was.
And now, NAVI need to defend.
Dude, Hero's got some nice rope movements.
The Sadak self-flash as the skipper has sent them onto another map point. I mean, in terms of the opening engagement, it was good. KC doing enough to dissuade that quick flood, and Sadak really turning it on when needed, even getting the null command there to just...
It's okay, I carry you in overtime, guys. Papa's online.
He was saying earlier that he had the youngsters now to just put him in the backpack, but he's the one in these big moments, these killer moments, that is showing up and showing out for KC as they go into a timeout and look towards him and the coach slot for answers.
Well, yeah, this is where Angel gets an ace now.
The last time out that KC will have.
Yeah, okay.
Hero on forward, they just
why are you making it sound like that? Like it's not possible.
Hope that they get the reads right, the plays
no, I'm
right.
not saying it. You said that. I didn't say anything. You said that.
NAVI will
yeah,
still have one
I meant
time
it.
out in overtime. That's the other thing to consider. That would be the other time that Engen's Ice get
That's
to
crazy
come back
from you.
into this one.
I didn't say anything.
That being said,
yeah, honestly, that's crazy behavior from you.
For another round.
And looking at Navi's attack here as well, it did look really strong towards the end, but my concerns still lie with how some of them felt a little
honestly,
bit
if he gets his ace here, I'm giving 5.
from players like Hero, who now sits at the
I
top of the
respect
sheet. For
one
Navi,
for each kill.
scorecard 21 kills.
There's one for each kill no matter what, right?
It
no,
might
no,
even
no,
just
only
be a pace change.
only
I've seen
if it's an
4
ace.
players at the B barrier.
Only
That
5.
smoke
I'm a
going in
student,
early.
yo.
It looked to scale
Relax.
up behind it.
Not
So
Neuler.
gets it down himself,
Chat,
pushing
5 to a
forward,
student
into
is
the
like
smoke
500
last
to
time.
someone
That
that's
was
working.
Easily countered by
That's
Angel.
what I'm saying.
This pace extremely slow, waiting for that execute to happen, and KC have read into this.
It's a completely rehearsed execution. The mosh pit landing backside, but Sugetsu
Wait.
following it up from
Wait,
close.
he got none?
Koala with a quick trade, but Sadak's still alive.
Dude, look at the
Looking to carry
HPs
rest of
though.
his team through OT, but it's Aves that finds the next kill. And one by one, Navi drop the
Dude, that spike
on the other
is-
side of the screen.
In Narnia.
Koala up top, but Aves knows it and nails the shot. Such a big kill.
And how do you even get this spike back? It's
Damn, that was
really
nice
hard,
timing
but
from
that
him.
Timing's insane.
Individual play from Ruxic, more coming up. A lead there, and now Hero once more.
It is the clutcher though. Dude, this was
Can he
so
find a
fast
way
from
to do it
K-Corp.
yet again? The 19-year-old
Very nice from
Bulls.
K-Corp. Stuck
It's
together on
elite
this
to
one. Dude, this was a close map.
14 to
Close,
12.
map.
And in
Great
overtime,
win, though.
KC have Icebox.
They do have Icebox, it's their own pick as well. So the next one off split, we look towards NAVI to bounce back.
Yeah, it might be a long
But
one
that
this one.
was perhaps
This
a
one.
little bit more labelled than it needed to be. We'll see if the next map is the same after this break.
That was good entertainment though. For an Icebox?
Yeah, dude, I like that one on this map. It's nice.
I'm cooking them,
Yeah.
bro. I'm cooking
Makes
them.
the map way more fun.
I rate this stupid guy like my bro.
What is this guy on Gecko doing? Why he picking? Guys, chill out. Don't get overexcited, please, guys. Don't scream and shit, okay? Let's stay focused.
No, listen to Papa.
He doesn't like the screaming. He's one of the calm players. Dude, it's so weird how like you get teams that like either want to be hyped up or you get teams hyped up.
You either get a FUT or you get an energy.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Some people wanna. Some people like have to get hyped up to actually do good.
Yeah.
And others don't like want too much adrenaline in them, to be honest. They end up just holding their mouse weird or shaking or something.
And then there's also the weird type of the people who want hype, but then they get too hyped, and it just goes horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Boostia.
Damn, dude, what the hell? Yeah,
No, but you know what I mean, right? Like,
no,
you know what I mean, right? Like he gets a crazy round, and then he just does crazy stuff for the rest of the map. You know exactly what I mean.
Oh my goodness, that was a timeout, chat. What do you think? I have to take that model for you for a little bit.
I don't even say it's a bad thing.
Okay, let me spam some ads. Get the VOD up. And work out how long Fio's getting banned for.
Also have a...
Hey, chat, I'll be back in a little bit, right?
Who's winning EVO Japan for Strive? Who's in... Let me look at the bracket. Where's Strive? Mate, there are still 16 polls. How am I supposed to know? Who's in here? Wait, Daru is playing? Okay, that's a contender. Tiger Pop is playing. Dito is there? Yeah, that's looking rough, bro. I know it started today. I was hoping there's already a top 8.
You done it? Yeah.
Yo, any meowers in chat?
There you go. Nuts.
Bro, Koala thinks he's me. He's not, bro.
What an exciting way to kick off the lower bracket here at playoffs in VCT EMEA. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mini and Hypok once again. This matchup, very interesting one. Head-to-head on Omen, on Icebox. You don't see it very often, but do you guys agree with Martin there? You know, Koala didn't do his best Martin cosplay?
I mean, I think Martin is the best Omen Icebox player we have in EMEA, so I would agree with him, but Koala wasn't bad, but I think Martin was just different gravy.
Yeah, I don't think this was heavily one-sided, but I think I mean, you look at the first half, well, even just kicking off with the pistol round, how active Martin was, particularly towards mid, which seems to be something that KC have built a game plan around on Icebox. And even in the rounds where, you know, they weren't there, it was Sugetsu to kind of pick up that slack. So, yeah, for me, Martin takes the head.
Yeah, I know it was a long time ago, but those early rounds, the momentum that Martin gave them,
I mean,
with the pistol round, and then
based on what I'm looking in polls right now, like,
and
it should be Tiger Pop or Daru, right?
Fair play to Martin.
Yeah, and the 35 clutches also helped, I think. He was always diffusing, always
there is Tirara as well, there is Dito as well.
The stats are doing...
Oh, there's a couple good players here.
More one-sided than that.
I think it's doing Koala a little bit dirty, because he did win some huge rounds to take them to OT in the end.
Wait, isn't...
Martin had 270 ACS. So
isn't Fab a potential? Surely Fab is favored if he's playing bot.
Yeah, I think Koala to me is the op agent player, and when their defense was so lackluster.
Could I have winning upper bracket? Well, in VALORANT you mean?
To do
like
what
in
Koala
EMEA?
does best, which is cool.
Yeah, I asked you guys this while we were watching the game, but this is the best opera in the EMEA.
Oh, yeah, I don't actually think there's much of a discussion. We were saying as well, there's not many other crutches right now, but Koala consistently picking it up and looking pretty deadly.
Yeah, when you said it, I was a
bit
bit
surprised. The whole bracket or
thank
just
you for
the
it,
next games?
I agree. I think he's the best.
Are they relying on it a little bit too much, do you think? Because when he doesn't
JDCR
have the
joined
op,
RQ?
it does look a little bit more shaky.
I don't know how you don't rely, like if they're good with it.
But you know what I mean? But you want to have more than one thing that you can rely on. What are the other things?
I agree, yeah, absolutely. But if they're not so good at the other thing, then they just have to lean into
I
it.
think heretics.
Yeah, I think bigger picture-wise, we're probably.
So I'm assuming they're gonna beat BPL and then they're beating.
Yeah, I mean, if they've got the opportunity to,
probably TL.
Tap into it whenever they can.
Well, I tell you what, though, Sui is going to be very happy about taking on map 1. You know, last time they played against each other, Sui. Little bit emotional, you know, some gestures on stage, which I am all for. But he also has some very, very big rounds. You guys mentioned the early couple of rounds we saw from KC right out the gate. He was in the middle of all of that.
Yeah, he was. And I think as well, whenever you see Sugetsu even being vocal about anything, you know that it's kind of, there's a little fuel to the fire, right?
Wait.
So,
a lot of good players went for Street Fighter 6. Yo, this tournament's about to go crazy.
Asking more of, or wanting to see more of, because he's one of those players that kind of he can stand on his own 2 feet. It's, you know, we always see him in these individual scenarios.
JDCR is actually in RQ. That's sick.
We haven't seen much of that.
It's gonna be
on the attack side. I think it's a very good VOD for any Viper lurker to watch.
Oh my god, K-Wiz is winning.
When to go for those lurks and when not to, and when to group up. He didn't have like, you know, a Martin level performance, but the maturity was there. His decision making was good.
Team game, you know, team game. But let's talk about the next map. Because if NAVI do not win on Split, their season will be over. They will be missing out on the second Masters next of the year. And after the group stage they've had, you know, taking out
I'm not watching
the way, this will be a bit of a shock, right, Hypok, for them to go out this early.
I wouldn't say shock.
First team to be eliminated.
But, well, cool. That's a scheduling issue. Yeah, I don't see it as. It wouldn't be a big shock, to be honest. I think honestly, coming in today, it would have been a bigger shock to see NAVI come out and comfortably, you know, clear KC in the opening elimination game. I think to come back to the veto, this is where it kind of feels like we might actually see map 3. I mean, we talk about the dreading week 5 KC loss to Liquid, but again, how much stock do we really take from the loss to Liquid?
What the hell?
But
depends who you ask.
Yeah, well, yeah, but reps wise, I mean, NAVI coming in for me, tongue in cheek here, but I'm saying favourites for map 2. To be honest with you.
I agree. I think that maybe I should have hit it more before the game. That I think it is a clear favourite KC Icebox, and then. Yeah. You know, NAVI did a good job to get it that close, and I think this one's a clear favourite for NAVI. You know, 13-0ing a team isn't the easiest thing to do.
No, regardless of who,
Yeah, no, if we unmod Lexi, I'm pretty sure this entire stream just like
since that 13-0.
explodes.
But I guess I asked you this question about Icebox with KC, so I'm just going to throw it back. Not like that. Throw it back in terms of the question. What makes NAVI so strong on Split?
Their awkward defense is a problem for teams that don't have a good read on it. They have the double smokes and the Vice, and it's not a very common
I think Liquid are winning Toronto.
So that it's a very defense-sided comp.
For legal reasons,
around it. I think
I will say
did a great job of understanding the weaknesses of the comp.
Have you seen Feather Fury finals? No, but I need to watch them.
KC,
they were too early.
Whether they've done that homework coming in, expecting them.
Yeah, I think this one leans heavily in the prep region for KC. Again, I think coming into playoffs, it's that's something we top of show today. We said is almost a benefit for KC to come in, have the ability to obviously watch an extra game, but also really look at likely scenarios, who we're going to be playing game 1 coming out. I think this is probably the matchup you would feel KC are going to be anticipating, so they should come in here. If it's available in the veto, we're going to see it, then actually let's scrap the Liquid performance, erase that from our memories, and actually come in today with something that feels like you can have a set game plan to approach.
Yeah, and I just want to gas up Hero a little bit because the one, I guess, shining star of NAVI so far.
The diamond in the rough.
Yeah, the one player that's just been consistent in every situation, no matter what.
Did he prioritize Fatal Fury over KOF?
13-0, I mean, he got 22 kills in 13 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was the reason they managed a 13-0 GS.
Yes, I was talking about Sagetsu's looks, but Hero, to me, like, even when I coached him, he has a very good understanding of the timings and like when to do it. And I think Split is a perfect map, especially on that
Why'd
attack.
you kick him, then?
I wasn't in the
I sound
team.
Balkan, I'm Polish, close enough.
No, you were there.
Oh, welcome back
After
to the game.
champs. You were there.
Bro, you keep throwing me under the bus for these changes. I left the team and they made their changes.
Would you have kept Hero if you stayed on Fnatic?
Honestly,
yeah.
I don't think so. No.
Oh, why not?
Why not? He's so good.
His lurking is very good. I said his lurking is very good. I think there's other aspects in his game that would need to be well rounded out. I think in the context of NAVI, he's clearly their best player right now. I think that he's phenomenal for this team. My standards for the game are to go to internationals and win. So it's a little bit.
You'd make a great politician. That's all I'll say.
I don't think so. I think he'd be making rubbish.
With an answer like that,
I didn't even grill him. I barely grilled him.
I could have just said I would have kept him. That would have been the politician.
Would have been the safe bet, right?
Yeah.
That would be more politician-esque, just to lie. You know, I feel like that would have been better.
What do you think Derek did wrong today? Nothing. They played perfect Valorant.
But
nothing you can do, man.
Hero being their best player right now.
Pannap, thank you so much with the 10 gifted. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you.
Not the best player. This has to be
Thank you for doing the 10. Chat, you know what to do? Just get that or the slug spam going. Thank you for that, mate. Anyone that got gifted, please at Pannap. Say thank you. Double P at the beginning.
There seems to be a little lack
thank you
of
so much, dude.
direction or want unified direction, because it feels like some rounds you watch and Angel and Shao are playing for NAVI 2 years ago.
We're playing Split
and
now.
then you've got 3 other people in the lobby that are
good or
like,
bad?
okay, well, we want to just...
Well,
your 2-0 might happen.
Back at stage 1, thank God
Casey
NAVI
played
have
Split versus TL only, so it's not like there's a lot of tape on them. And losing to TL on Split is not like the worst thing.
I mean, everyone's done that at the moment.
What feels like a cohesive team working towards the same objective. Be a game plan,
track by track, of course, dude. Thank you. Thank you for the 10 gifted, dude. Thank you.
Wait, they played Teo on that map as well. Maybe it's winnable.
But the role change
Yeah, dude, they finally got on board with the Teo.
Convincing,
and it's like, at this point, I'm asking myself, is this to do with the fact he's not playing
Casey versus TL wasn't even
the
close
solo
though.
role?
Yeah.
Or is it just
not wrong.
Time has passed a little bit and Shao isn't...
Well, the Split wasn't close.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select and see what Shao's going to go with here.
Yeah,
Having no changes on the side of NAVI. Why would they? They look so good.
Yeah, exactly. I think that
Wait, they got rid of Teo for Fate.
On the KC side, changing up to the...
And they got a Viper in.
And they got a Viper for Cypher?
Yeah, Martin and Avers. Avers has played Raze on a couple of maps for KC, or at least the Ascent, I believe.
I mean, the double Jolis is okay.
I quite like this change from KC.
It kind of works.
Yeah, I do like this as well. And actually, when you talk about the switch up as well,
this is actually really hard for Vice to deal with.
I feel like the
gap closers and the double duelist.
Yeah, you can get 3 people that can go partially util. The problem is like not that much to set up the Yoru. Like I feel like the Yoru's just setting it in, dying, and getting traded. We'll see.
Wants to make it about Fnatic. Let's send it back
the
to
Raze Yoru
your
overall
and
could
see
be
if
good.
NAVI can take us to a map 3.
And then you technically could time it with like an
map
Omen
3
flash
that
and
we've
TP in
been
as well.
waiting for so many times.
They're just going to spam the remember that old Fnatic kit where they TP to the back with the flash over towards 7.
Yeah. Partnership era. A 3-year wait since 2022. Finally ticked off on. With a flawless defensive half, though, they start on the attack here.
If I asked you to unmod me, would you? Sounds like a lot of work.
Pick too much away from.
Yeah,
I think like the desk got it spawned.
I mean, I can do if you want, Lexi.
That is a clear NAVI favourite moving towards this. Obviously, you can't take much away from the Team Liquid game, so
this is
I'm
the second
excited
time
to see
ever
what movements KC have made since that rescheduled match.
Yeah, like all time.
And what they have to like bring forward here, right?
We're fine for now, okay. Honestly, I would prefer to take it away from Bacon than you.
What does that prep look like?
That's the option.
Version of KC.
Yo, chat, vote. 10 seconds to vote.
Okay, we got K-Corp on defense, Navi on attack. Dude, raid boss. Rock sick raid boss. K-Corp, 1 map away from staying alive, I guess. 1 map away from not going last. Not being
away from looking out
holding on towards mid, and with all that utility,
yeah,
Sadak is trying to stick around here.
something in which to work with. The Haunt doesn't get much in terms of information, but Navi have at least got a very open plan.
Yeah, it's sort of off towards the screen side, and so that's where they're going to go. Navi funneling players towards the defensive half. They've traded places because it's
Ooh, I like this though. Dude, this is a nice afterplant from Navi. Ooh, it's nice though, but still they got their wraparound towards Heaven. They still got a good plant for Heaven. Kind of all comes down to Elite's duel.
Towards the A site you look. You've got to think about Elite deposited towards Heaven to just catch out a late lock, but Navi are stopping KC and there's tracks.
That was nice. Yeah, I like this from Navi though. One here. 2 push over towards spawn, and then 2 on site to like pretty much tell them when to turn this corner. As soon as they take contact, then they can start enabling. That's good.
Because as we mentioned previously, they only needed to win that last time. It was a mid push they went for. 5 players.
They just had so much space.
Thing here, but it's A, and I love the plant spot. I love the awareness to be looking for Elite in Heaven.
It's like pretty much.
Yeah. And
not exactly, but kind of generalizing. Every site in this game has like 4 key areas in terms of control.
Yeah.
For post-spawn or for retakes. If you control more than 2, then you're very likely to win.
Yeah, if you have good reactions, pretty much.
Yeah.
Find a couple of those rifles and pick them up and
okay, 2 people that what the hell? 2 people that can go down on this one.
Like badgers in a hole. RV pest control looking elsewhere. Oh, or are they?
Don't think so, mate. I think this is going to be beat.
And you could only hope. You could only hope.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to dodge the sack on this.
Still, Navi, on a lot of these rounds, and as we said before, building towards that bonus, it's about keeping things clean. They have struggled massively from these positions so far. It has been a real dampener on what otherwise we're talking about a team which can have an upswing in form. You know, it was the 13-0 on this map against GX, which made you think, oh, okay, Navi are really back from decider to decider.
Sheriff into this,
against
so
Apex, that series,
I feel like he searches in the other 4 hide, maybe.
Reset. Back to Vitality, BBL, reset again.
Who should be hunting here? Koala, I guess, in an ideal world, switch guns, but if you look at everyone where they're positioned, they don't really have the opportunity to trade guns unless they're meeting up now to do it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Koala's allowed to hunt.
I always feel disappointed, right, in terms of what the heights that they actually reach.
He's about to walk.
It's always one step too far for them.
And look, this elimination game important to just show that they can endure those trials and tribulations as KC have moved that train of players into the corner. Against the Pistols, they are going to win a couple of fights back.
They get double orbs each, it's not too bad.
Current buy, those purchases which they will be able to keep as all of KC go down. It's 3 rifles retained into the bonus.
And this is where we look at Navi, right? Because this is a few times now on the bonus round where they've come in with a fantastic buy, but they've never been able to back up the promise of that, right? Something similar to what we're talking
Michael
about
Lynch in the YouTube chat. Just woke up and saw the train is going to Toronto. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the YouTube donation, man. Thanks for that.
Not necessarily the first map.
220 as well, chat. Everyone like that in YouTube. Thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Split their selection.
Yeah, kind of crazy.
Train from Korea on the attack. Toronto.
It's a long train, but I think it's doable. The bridge would. I mean, yeah, we got a lot of workers.
Maybe actually the play used to go like down through Antarctica and through South America, so you have 2 small bridges rather than 1 big one. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, and especially when you come first seeds, you got that extra 2 weeks to make it.
Yeah, and you can pick up more people on the way for the train.
Okay. Yeah, now we're honestly, I like this.
The last 2 on Navi, Angel and Ruxic. Try and fight back into this. Ruxic in towards the back lines.
We made the train, but FNS took the glory. Oh my goodness, dude! FNS is the reason the Divide plays well, though. You got to give him that. And honestly, FNS needed a win, man. So don't tell him. Why is there? Why you got the all? Why have you done that?
Look, you did that.
Wait, it was a perfectly normal comment until you gave that all.
It's just a distraction.
Yeah, he's baiting for Ruxic to come into spot, although Sadak has identified what they were looking for, and now Angel left all on his own.
To be fair, FNS did it himself.
Very quickly crumbled.
It's actually
like sand, it falls through the hands of Navi. Nice mid-jaw from KC. They read the situation.
Yeah, that's a clean first buy, dude. It's a big statement from KCORP as well in this one to hold over towards the middle of this many people.
And so that's how they get on the board. I would love to know if we could get a statistic.
FNS, nah, he's been a PaperX fan for ages.
We see NAVI come in with a full buy and
I'm telling you, he's the reason the Devi ends up getting like 3 KD.
Towards the rifle round in the next KC with a brilliant read.
To be fair, every time FNS is on Watchparty duty, they play really well.
On the A side
yeah.
for defense, NAVI have all 5
it's not by chance.
Nope.
Science, I think.
Again, but he goes down at the hands of Koala.
Dude, Sadak has to do a lot here.
It's going to drop in for damage, but nothing more. Satchel away. Sustain on the NAVI side, and it looks like they just want to dive straight in to this push as well. Alves to receive them. The wall is a little
nice. They know there's 3 here though.
Around.
This is an easy pivot over towards heaven, but how do they actually get past the smoking? Well, at the moment it's down. They might have missed their window. Yeah, they did. I kind of like this from NAVI. They got so long here. They know that there's 3. I do. Yeah, I do like this. What? Why?
Whoa!
What happened? Did FNS just take us out?
DDoS?
Yeah, dude, he's got way too much power. We can't be bad mouthing him anymore.
I'm quite sure if it got trapped
steals
or not.
your viewers, steals your memes,
yeah.
steals your internet.
Steals everything.
Yeah, he's not even gone for it. I mean, has the TP if he really wants.
Okay, this is interesting as well. He hears the running. He's going to think they're rotating. One person goes out. Wait, there's no way they sent him like this to bait this. That's nuts. They're calling him back as well. It's literally for that in case they push middle. That's crazy. This is why Angel's unbelievable, man. That's a nuts call.
Don't really have money to go hunting either for these
last that's a nuts call.
And I think the defense will be happy to try and save them out.
Do they really know that they like push into these positions in reaction? I guess from the round before, maybe. That's a crazy one in a 2v5.
I don't recognize them doing that versus TL, and
so round number
don't
4
remember. And also with the comps to June,
that NAVI will remain in front.
Your anti, right?
So
that
just hunting for some exits, but it's Hero.
Yeah, I guess so. Or it's just
his job and stood the test.
Or it's just where can we hear you from? It's literally on the bottom mid. That's nuts, man.
But plays much like an initiator in the way that you have to be very acute with your utility usage. That Arc Rose is fantastic for mid rounding. And you know, you look back at Hero's history on former teams. I remember
insane if he meant it. I'm pretty sure he meant it, man. I'm looking at the minimap. There's nothing else to gain from that.
When he was on the Phoenix,
there is no way that was like an accident.
On the duelist with
everyone else cutting sound as well.
You know, KO was not something that he felt comfortable with in his agent pool, right? In terms of how you look to try and be very specific with where that utility is invested.
Go IGL.
But I have to say, I'm very impressed.
I feel like he never gets mentioned in GOAT IGL.
With how he's been
Angel?
It's always
like
I made sure when we're having that top 5 IGL conversation, I made shout him out.
But I feel like everybody just defaults to like FNS Sadak poster these days.
I think FNS and Angel are very close.
Yeah, I would actually.
Because they basically achieved the same things. I would say that maybe Angel's been a little bit more consistent during other metas. Chat, don't type age-wise.
This is such a strong position for Martin because he can immediately send himself
I can't say
over
anything these
towards
days.
the A site. Things going out on the A
Angel
side
definitely has the argument of
NAVI
like consistency, because energy and FNS have been a little bit like up and down.
The final few seconds of the timer, and the answer is no.
I guess Angel is just here for longer in terms of taking time out from like FNS took time out. Angel never did.
That is true.
Seen the fast trigger discipline works well, but
free side as well.
And it's Hero the Sentinel that's gone.
Yeah, I'm gonna just respect this ult. It's good after plant positions again.
Towards screens.
Yeah, again we have control of what
first player gone.
Yeah, solid ramp control.
But they don't have the space. I mean, you do still have Angel coming late ramp with this open plant, but there's no tower player. Yeah. Casey are quick onto the site to try and take the fight.
Oh no, wait, dude, that kill took so long in heaven. Wait, it didn't go down? I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Angel got the kill, right? What happened there?
What happened? Do we think that's our teammate?
NAVI
Wait, that was nuts. It looked like it was just a random spray over towards heaven. Both of them just missing.
I need to see that from a different view.
I mean, one of them's smoking, so I can't be mad at him.
Yeah.
And the other can't get through the smoke, so he doesn't probably see him, I guess.
Walking back through, I would love to see that from another
now.
POV.
Yeah,
Jules won as far as...
Dude, I can't believe Roxic survived all of that. He was so low HP during it. That was nuts. Mother Bard, by the way, thank you for the bits yesterday, man. I didn't see them until after the stream. I appreciate you, Mother Bard.
Saying you're putting Mako in there after Mako has been IGLing for like a little over a year?
Who?
Mako.
Mako? I mean, Mako's...
Nah,
that's mental.
Mitch is a massive fan. They group up through market. Just starting to investigate.
My guy doesn't even want to IGL anymore.
Have put player numbers here multiple times. This is one of the first where they show us a more passive
DRX IGL was stacked.
Yeah, and at the same time, Martin's getting a load of information. Just
he was IGL for like 6 months as well, Mako. That's it. He said no.
Fill that space in heaven.
Oh yeah,
that's the only thing to worry about for KC. Martin, though, with a chance to maybe take that main space if it did come through mid, but instead, this is looking like a B split.
I'm Steve the Private Brother. Go to bed.
I can feel that something's in the water from Tower.
Okay, he didn't spot the other on site though, but there was a trail, so maybe.
Making the cross, connecting with
it. It's a nice hit. Dude, Navi look nice on this map at the moment.
Don't
want to call it early, but it kind of looks like we're going Ascent.
Just feel like they have players in the right
I'm
position.
glad you said that there. The curse is in effect.
Dude, the cast doesn't happen anymore.
That shuts it all
down.
Yeah.
Just because you have a train does not mean the curse doesn't exist.
How can you believe? That's what I'm saying. How can you believe in the cast once the train happens? That should have been the ultimate.
The train is only DRX labels.
And looking at the players
here, no other team is on the train. No other team is immune to your curse.
Didn't break their heavy shields, so still have all of their armor. Don't need to pay for a single upgrade,
stacks?
and that's absolutely huge.
Yeah, I mean that's a bit better.
Okay, but
I still think stacks is probably my 6th.
I wouldn't put stacks in there just because I remember DRX back then, as good as they were on set stuff and like early round playmaking, and they had really good flowcharts. I think once you got into rounds that were very chaotic and substandard, that's when they were faltering, and part of that was on
to get excited about from the defense so far, but that's where the ults start to come up.
Mid-round.
That's that much more important.
And you can't mid-rounds. That's crazy.
No, I'm not saying it's like a mid-round. I'm saying when you know how some rounds just go completely mental, right?
Yeah, but mate, the calling can't help much there. That's like shot calling. That's anyone. That's up for grabs who wants to make the call.
That's also true.
Also, you know, just even the mid info as well. Like
NATUS? I mean, NATUS has really good potential to be up there. This way too early.
Control of that area of the map. I find it all the more intriguing that neither of these teams are running the breach or the tempo, right? The premium refreshable utility that you have, those signatures to take that space. So, an opportunity to try and exploit.
Angel, 1,000 kills.
It's another 1,000-kill landmark hit. And it's Angel.
I feel like that would be more.
Himself there, right?
I don't want to flame him too much, but surely that's more. Is that only from franchising?
That's probably
looks as if they're going to be able to get this A site for pretty much free as they set Koala move up. Sadak though, trying to find a little spot in which he
can only partnership. Okay. I was going to say, man. I felt like he would have hit that 2 years ago.
It's just Sadak looking like him from elbow, crunch in from.
It's crazy how you're older than Pistolo kills in franchising.
That NAVI just know all too well.
Say that again?
No, I don't want to.
No, okay.
Elite into the retake, gets his first 1v1 and takes Angel out of play.
Well, that Viper pit is still up, so if NAVI lose control of the spike, could get a little bit worrying. You still have the Astra util up, 4 stars on show.
Right. I was gonna wonder, is he gonna ult just to try vision block?
Viper's pit drop.
They're gonna tap this early because of the after suck.
Thinking about it. Gravity well, the expected response, still no stun, still no challenge. NAVI should be looking to take this on.
Okay, here we go, big stick.
Just means that they can buy themselves the clock as much as possible.
Nicely done from Shao. Maybe a little bit desperate, but I get the ult. I think I've seen way worse ults than this, to be honest. I think against an Astra, you're probably not winning it, but I'm not. I think with how some of the ults have been going, especially on Icebox, I'm not that mad at this. thought.
I don't know what happens. A bit of chaos, and I was worried for Navi moving towards Heaven. But Shao does well to get rid of that. Now for the next one, we're back to another swing round. KC, well, if they lose
Shao a
this,
master
back
winner?
to
Yeah,
equal.
for sure.
They've got the
Copenhagen,
showstopper to use,
2022.
Feels like such a telegraphed play though, Cairo. So Casey wait a moment before they pull the trigger. And
dude, the timing of the flash double satchel was pretty good here.
Wait, both races did crazy.
I almost got out. Not straight. K-Corp need to start getting rounds, man. Like if they have to eco again, I just think they're so done. So many rounds on defense. I know they have double duelist, but
yeah, but even double duelist getting like so wrecked here is not.
Casey playing the mid round nicely though.
I think double duelist you expect like I don't know, a 7-5
walk back down mid and have a look in. Hero's wall is missing from sewers, and with this information,
what do I think about Vice? Is it good for the game? We might get a little bit annoyed at Vice. Once Teo's out, we'll see. Having, especially if double Sentinel takes over, it might get a little bit annoying. But I think Vice is okay. I still think it's really strong. I probably like needs a slight nerf. I wouldn't do it yet. Especially they just nerfed it. Dude, they hit so fast.
Right behind as the spike looks to drop in, it's the player instead. Angel another up against Elite. First bit of damage goes his way. Still has utility. The captain to clutch it. And then around he goes to the corner, the spike plant tapped,
dude, Angel had to commit there. He went for an extra sidestep.
Back on the map.
Yeah, there's a difference between commit and no commit.
At the same time though, Navi don't think about this flank whatsoever.
Yeah, dude, the flash double, the flash satchel ult was pretty cool.
With how long they took, surely you think to the
back
of your head.
They can do that on attack and like really overwhelm you.
Where the players come from.
We'll see if they'll be able to.
Brilliant individual moments from both Ruxic and Aves on either side of the server.
Okay, though, it's a close round. It's that whole thing. Win one, lose the next. Can't buy the next.
Two in a row.
To their side.
2 in a row to make this go.
What have I got for tomorrow? I said Liquid. I still have Liquid. I think it should go third map, though. I don't really know what the map picks are gonna be. Nice shot. Damn, look how calm he is. Yeah, I mean, he was talking about being calm earlier. That was incredibly calm. Dude, people that have calm aim on Guardians, there's nothing more satisfying. I think Guardian's crazy underrated as well.
But Elite remains ahead of the curve, and that's where Angel will fail to clear him.
That was cool though, TP away, and then you think that he's only solo middle. He's pretty much in the same position where they TP'd away.
From one another, and you're asking for heroics again to win a round for Navi. These are the players to do it, though. 2 to fight Ruxic. Nearly gets a second. It's just the one that he settles for,
though. Does no one else use the Zelsis mid orb lineup?
On the A side.
Which one does he use? The one where he bounces it off the wall? That's the Angel lineup. This one?
Should really be expecting this.
Angel's been doing that one for years. That's the most common one, to be honest. I think that's the one he uses.
Heroes trying to look for something to work with. You have to be in these situations. Does have both thorns.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about a tank?
It gets to it. It's another situation, a clutch of which he is so capable. But will he be up to the task here to
does it often? Yeah, no, it's the most common one. We had a punish for it when we played against FPX. We stunned, satcheled, and then I want to say we got the kill.
It took him a long time to have his first death.
That was the way that we punished the default ones.
You've also got to consider Sadak has the Nightfall, which he will use, so Hero loses a lot of health. Decayed and decides to go for an ultimate.
Wow, man, we're going for it.
Okay.
Okay. Oh my God! What the hell is that, dude? We're kind of questioning why he's using the ult, but that's incredible.
This is his second 1v3 in this match, by the way.
He's always good for a 1v3. Wait, they have to eco now. Oh, he's actually descended the map.
Yeah.
And it's a situation where you feel like Casey.
No vision, no sound, yeah. No worries. Jesus. Dude, the instant timeout after as well. That's
chalk the situation
that's
up to be
disrespectful,
exactly
man.
what it was.
Make him sit on it.
One that Hero was capable of winning.
I mean, they called the timeout before he won the 1v3, but
that we saw against GX that you
mental
mentioned there.
either that or Happy is absolutely giving it.
You say like maybe for composure, but there is still a lot of mistakes that Navi are making within the actual round itself. It was Heroics that won them that, and sure it breaks KC's bye.
OLED, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate the bets.
This is what I imagine we're seeing from the coaching staff to come in and talk about, and just like make sure we're not putting
OLED, what goes through your brain, bro?
Some chatters are crazy.
I agree with what you're saying. You don't want to wash away that blood without sealing the wound. And Navi certainly coming into this game.
Is this Deagle happy? Yeah, this is Deagle happy.
Things to consider coming out of the BBL match, right? The story as it was, they won all 4 pistol rounds. It was in the rifle rounds where they struggled.
And that tracking on the last is pretty insane.
And just looking back at it, I mean, there was no sound, so for Aves, just trying to get the element of surprise. Oh my lord! So
instantly puts the hat back on. That's so good.
It's the true for.
That is insane.
Oh my god, that replay was sick.
That is a Red Bull clutch for the books. And now, looking at the hefty bill that KC have been forced to foot here.
I mean, the crash out makes a lot of sense as well. It's like the impact of the round is so big. Like they actually have to eco.
Like it basically ends the map.
Actually, it kind of is the end. It kind of is the map.
Unless this is an eco round, this is going to be like 9-3 hours.
The impact's crazy. Playoffs as well. Playoffs lower bracket. This is nicely done from K-Corp. I would say that this see the TP that we just saw here. I think like teams don't use this enough. It's like one of the better ways of dealing with the Viper. It always has a gap over towards us. You can see the rotate. I do think the teams maybe don't use that enough.
Over to Sugetsu. So with every passing second, this defense
hello, Yumpy. Hello.
get stronger. And that's the story of the B site. A 4th player pulled over, Elite on the approach.
What did I eat? I ate like bakery stuff, man.
Oh, hold on. You didn't even
ask
question.
To the slaughter.
You didn't ask for food. That's for summarization of the match.
He did ask for food.
Try and shoot through, but Koala's beating the smoke.
It's Yumpy.
And
of course he asked for food.
They're going KC's way.
Hello, Piggy. Just join. Anyway, you can summarize this match so far with few
Wait,
words.
he asked a different question? I'm just on autopilot. I see Yumpy and I think that's the only thing he's typing.
Okay, he did ask what did you do today later.
Okay, well, there we go.
From KARMINE Core in this round. Sure, you can come up with a huge individual moment.
Remember to pick Heretic for tomorrow? Don't worry, Yumpy, I got you.
It's KC.
I think I already said it earlier.
The pay safe card Thrifty.
Good luck, Yumpy.
Now moving into the
Yumpy,
next.
try win a pistol though.
Even after Navi
What's going on here?
out and still losing that round, they have ultimates in which to work with. These are really nice shots from Sugetsu and Martin that were able to snowball into a round win.
And that comes through it being a micro masterclass as well. Just
they're
the
on the
finer
eco.
details.
Yeah.
Passing a weapon
The map
over.
is back on.
Not, you know,
Is it?
blowing all the cash on.
I mean, it's more
Oh my god.
Guns. This time it's the fullback. It's Martin again. How does he do
Did he know? Okay, no. This is weird. Knows he's trapped.
yeah.
Trying
Nice
to play
shot.
up above once again, at least gets the trades out.
Dude,
so
I
no
mean-
more Viper utility on the defense.
Dude, 5 pass middle.
And that has been a
K-Corp have
mainstay
actually
through
had
mid
like
in terms
3-4
of
rounds
how
where they've
KC
had
dictate
4
the
people
pace of
fighting
play.
so heavy middle.
Hero on another
Oh,
one of
that's
his
a
signature
misstep.
lurks, and that's Sadak gone.
I've seen
Dude.
him do that on
Captain is
Halo on
lost to the
server,
A
remember?
site.
Omen all
It
back
opens
as
up completely
sight. Tunnel
for
visions
Navi.
trying to kill the
There's also a
Omen.
cosmic divide for the post plan to even buy more delay.
That's on top of what Hero has already thrown to the deck. The wall, the thorns, and the flash in front. Fake out from
Every time they
Martin
win
to
one,
try
they
and
just lose
clear
the
this
next.
early
They just
util.
never have
The divide is up
econ.
early, and Navi are ready to receive those players.
Mate, surely you gotta
KC
do
know
this
that they
early
can't
so
get
the wall goes out.
OCT, so they're repositioning for Heaven
Yeah.
as a way of getting out, but at the same
Do not
time,
be tempted
Cosmic
to save
Divide
here.
is denying
Like, yeah,
them
you're
any
playing
sort
for
of
8-4
line
then,
of sight
but
here.
You're kind of playing for
Flooding the
8-4
wicket
anyways
both
from here.
ends, but knowing
I don't know, I think I'm
this is
going
all
for
the
it.
time that they've got left. The
You
util's
need a
gone in and
miracle
done
at this
its
point.
job. Martin trying to pave the way, hold the torch, but it goes dark. So get to the last player standing. Long-serving member of NAVI under Angel. But with Hero, the new boy on the block, having his mark made on yet another round. A lurk turned into a full sight hold. thought Martin had done enough. Yeah, this is an insane round from Hero, and I really like to post plant by NAVI. And moving into this next round, again, we just have to highlight what's up and available. It's Hero's Steel Garden, and it's come through his ability to find these picks. It's coming up time and time again. This will be a really big round if NAVI can win it, because that would be a 9-3 half. Martin trying to be the one, the difference maker.
Dude, they're just running over them.
It's a difference maker from NAVI.
Yeah,
so quick to take the A site.
It was actually every round. Either was an A hit or just a 5v5 in the middle.
After the ult, it makes no difference. Sui one back, still Heaven control. Spike going in, and look at
I mean, it's
Angel.
a good call. They've been fighting heavy over towards middle, so sides have to be weak.
On the other side, I thought we had some kind of a flank coming in, but no. It's all bodies as far as NAVI are concerned on A. And a retake which just doesn't feel feasible.
Neko Lunch, thank you so much for the prime, man. Appreciate the 2 months.
Back into this one?
Of course, dude. Thank you for saying that.
Short answer is no. Long answer is no, you don't. Koala with his 3rd on the round. KC having to settle for just 3 from this defender's side. It doesn't even feel like they've hit the baseline. Na'Vi, the ground running on their own map pick of Split.
That's way too many rounds.
Can they carry that onwards?
It's kind of
we'll see
another game. Elite off of Cypher or KJ, and it's not looking great.
Did he? But didn't he used to play Viper?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah.
I think so.
Wait, he used to play Cypher on this map though. Maybe he didn't have to play it.
He played Cypher in their first versus TL.
Must be weird for him as well, because he's obviously seen the rumors about essentially them looking at other people. Check a link after the, of course, Sonia. Sounds good. Amen. I mean, Cape Corp just wanted to fight heavy over towards mid majority of the time as well. They held on to middle, right? It's just the fact that they just they just ran onto sides easy.
The retake protocols weren't sound enough to kind of be playing open sides like that.
Navi's I think Navi's afterpawns were good as well though.
But
we kind of highlighted that twice. Yeah.
Incredible. Yeah.
The late lurker, well, the passing over towards ramp is just super strong. Just never gives away the kill for free. Top 3 in the EMEA, it's gonna be close.
We said that
BBL's definitely the dark horse that might do it.
Favourites to win, and it looks like that's the case after
BBL
that first half. They're up 9-3, Hazard. But what can KC do to bring themselves back into this? Sarek saying that they thrive in a difficult environment, and I don't think there is any bigger task.
You still think G2 is the most favourite to win?
By a margin of 6 rounds at the half.
G2 is the most one.
Of course, 7, 8, or 9 would
the
be
most
a little bit harder, but I digress. The fact
probably
the
just because of the extra time.
Here, they are running the double duelist. Aves, Martin both having moments. Those need to create something a little bit more here.
Should be a pretty open event though. I like how Gen G's looking. That looks nice as well.
The default, looking for a pick off any player.
Gen G's looking nice. Heretics are looking nice. If BBL beat Heretics, then BBL are looking nice. Cover myself for that one.
You would expect this is exactly the game plan. Koala Noob noted through the haunt. At the same time,
Paper X are looking nice. Yeah, but we know that goes without saying. Come on. How does anyone's right click do that?
As well. It's not too often you see that played, but this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Game by game, his Vice looks to get better and better.
How though? Oh.
He's exploring an avenue in which you don't necessarily want to be in, and he's been hunted down at the same time. There's a double tether there though, so has bought himself a little bit of space. Still no
he did good. He did
good. I saw him getting first. Still, Na'Vi are so slow to follow this up. Yeah, and if they try and execute in towards A, those storms that are live.
Okay, they definitely think they're on side at the moment. I like this reactive smoke. This reactive smoke's pretty cool. Gives you the pathway to get elbow.
And if you don't, go back
or at
to
least
middle.
creates the pressure that you're over towards elbow as well. Damn, this is nice.
Oh, but the A-Hawk can't hold up its end of the bargain. So he's
Dude,
found
super low
NAVI
HPs
on the other
though.
side of the veil.
This is so
the curtain
doable.
put up in their face, and the plant coming in open, even without that extra control. All three players ready to play off one another, but that's a big kill from Shao.
Well.
It brings it back even.
Both of
The
them are
last
dead
two
to two
remaining
body
players
shots.
on KC are low. And out in the open, Martin felt like a sitting duck,
Last
but
scene over
quickly
towards
he
heaven.
responds. Shao, the healthiest of the players left in the server.
Damn,
looking
nicely
for
done,
more,
Martin
but it's
and Sagetsu
Martin
pretty much.
that makes manifest this KC attack
1-1 on the map,
burn.
2-2.
Believing?
I mean, that's both teams with one, two
Yeah,
pistol
I mean,
rounds
if
to
they
their
get
names.
this
One
round,
on
this and the eco,
each
I'll
map.
believe.
And again, though, with that being said,
Dude,
getting
you
this
must be
one
so
over the
mad
line
at that. A right
is gonna
click
be a
from
great
there
way
is
to start this
insane. Did
half
all 3
and
bullets
then
hit?
come back and to split.
Yeah, they'd have to. Unless one was a headshot.
Oh yeah, one was a headshot, yeah.
Onto the
Is either
attack
headshot
side
body
as
shot
well,
or 3
something
body
from
shots?
the Liquid game, the glimpses that we got of it was the post plant.
Okay, they're allowed 1 death. They kind of
looked a little
heavy
bit
invest more
shaky
than
at
most teams on
points.
this one. Dude, you rarely see
with that conversation,
double
but the point
insta
being
sight
is,
stacks, and
as
I
this
guess
one
it's purely
moves
because of
forwards,
the
you're looking at
fade,
it being
right? You
double
don't
dive,
get
right? Something which again,
a
Sada can
human
show
drone in the sense
affiliation
of
towards typically the Jet, but Martin's
like an
Yoru,
actual
iconic as
drone
it
that can
is,
visually see them that you're
wondering
controlling.
how much utility can they stockpile when they
It's
get
like the
into
only thing
these
I can imagine is why we double
How
stack here.
difficult can they
Unless
make
these teams
it
have watched
for
it as well
Navi
and they
to have
don't like use their
successful
fade util
retakes?
proper. You would imagine the fade clears out a lot, but
I think this time we'll see what we saw on Icebox in terms of
it's
the
close.
9 orbs and
that's
taking
unlucky.
it slow. So KC, this will be number 5, so we'll end up.
Okay, so
4
for them
rounds
to do a
difference between
comeback,
the two.
they probably need to try
now,
get Martin a
It's
lot of these
Elite, the
kills.
player that should be looking to try and cause any problems. In
Or
fact, he's
Abyss,
the only
but
solo
he's way
player
further away.
towards ramp. The double up comes with the
I
right.
guess
Or
he
the
gets-
Omen ult.
And with Sagetsu's name in the feed.
And
That's
to be
a
fair,
couple
you
for
can
him.
do an exact
That
phenomenal.
Casey
is
still
one of the
keeping
better
this one
attack Omen
clean.
ult maps.
Time slowly ticking away. Martin now the one on the hunt as that ghost changes
sorry.
hands.
The more.
Yeah.
Headshot Ruxic. Trying
That's
to
nice,
farm up
though.
some of
Dude,
these
one
other
more he
points,
gets
but
Omen ult.
Sagetsu's the one that is just a
Oh, he might get
single
it.
point away from having his in the
Ooh,
next.
okay.
And there
Do
it
they
is.
want to?
From the
Okay,
shadows
honestly
comes on
here,
line.
Honestly, on the
with
bottom,
4
KC,
here,
that's
I'm
5
throwing
now,
him the gun
looking
and buying a
towards
judge.
very strong
I'm
bonus
all in over
round.
towards B, no
KC
doubt.
now
Yeah.
show
I'm
Navi
I'm
how
set
to convert a bonus
stratting
round with
this.
their buy, because they have all 5
Dude, that
players
second
on a
shot
rifle.
is
Some
nasty.
nice shots all in, but I mean it was futile resistance coming through from Navi. Still at
See,
the
they've
same
won their
time,
bonus on
Navi
Icebox
have
as
been
well.
building
Let's
up at the
see.
same time some really nice ultimates.
Highest
and
bonus round
halfway
win
towards
rate of
Shell's
any
cosmic
playoffs
divide.
team.
It's
Hey,
like
and you
that
say TO is good at the 1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4
it's-
rounds.
win rate in that metric.
Yeah, but Keiko aren't winning many
And it's
pistols,
a
mate.
round
So
like this when I'm
Yeah,
looking at
okay.
4 Vandals, a
Fair.
Bulldog, and
I think that is
Few
true, right?
Regen
Didn't that come off the back of
shields,
them
in
saying they have the
Yes,
worst pistol
they
stats?
had the worst pistols.
Yeah.
kit.
Like they got the worst pistols, but they got the best conversions of the bonus round. It's like, yeah, mate,
approach,
they've only
but
won
taking the
2
necessary
pistols.
steps, the Haunt clears vents, but Ruxic is here, and with his rifle in hand, that's Martin gone, no trade.
Yeah, there's still support as well through Koala Noob. That utility combo looked good, but
Miss nade.
yeah, exactly. It just doesn't get the nade just doesn't hit as well as what it should.
And so for these early investments, all KC made towards mid, they
Mate,
haven't
is Sagetsu
really
having
held
one of
onto
those
the
games
space.
where he
It's
just
only
doesn't want to
Abyss
lose?
deposited here.
I sure hope so.
Can't quite
Feels like
track
it.
Ruxic as you
Oh,
saw
okay, well.
Sagetsu run
Wait,
back
wait,
on
what?
the incentive
Dude, I gotta
backside.
see his, I gotta see his
Goes.
POV. That makes no
Takes the screen
sense.
now. What?
Maybe he thought the side was fully clear.
I gotta see his POV. I'm not taking the blame for that one because that's mental.
You're looking at
No, that's
Abyss,
mental.
and
You have to
Zell
look to your
just
right,
put
no?
himself in.
It's just going to be calling KC back towards this side of the map.
Chat, stop
towards
talking
B,
about the
behind
cast. That's not
a
on me.
standard
That's
lurk
crazy
wall. They will go
behavior.
into vents. Hero just about in position to catch on to this, but does he expect Aves? The reason for the rotation. A deep
This
clear,
is
but
the
he
round.
walks to
Yeah,
the open,
I feel like this
and
is the
that's
round.
the
They still win
advantage
the
for
rounds.
attack
Dude, it's actually
side.
gonna
Yeah,
get
that
close.
could be the deadly blow on the round. 15 seconds, plenty of space to get that spike down. As for the 2
Dude,
remaining,
I really hope the
Koala
replay
and
guys are going to
Ruxic,
show me that.
they
I'm
had the
so
utility much to work
confused.
with. Most
They will do, they will.
importantly,
It's Andy,
Koala's
surely.
need.
Smoke setup as well are going to completely estrange the main players. In fact, it's a little short of the mark. It's just to help cross into sight, and always the possibility of a player swinging back from outside it. Na'Vi are slow in their movement to the side.
But look at the crossfire, you can't really swing out into this.
Someone's going to have to soon though, surely not another full stick. Satchel coming in to push at least the player off. The spike's already been halved, and that's where someone needs to step up. Someone on the Na'Vi side
smoke.
has to be Rooksik. Second
Oh,
smoke,
dude, I honestly, I think if he goes for that, he wins. If they actually went for that instead of the double kill, they stick that, they win.
Not only that, you win the bonus, you
they didn't know they would double B
vibe
main, I
of
guess.
the defense.
That's madness.
I can't believe
That's so madness. He omen ults there and doesn't check right. That's not a thing, bro.
And you think for a minute that they're going to be able to get the defuse through as well.
I'm so stupid. I didn't.
Okay, well,
I don't know what it is he didn't realize.
He's aware.
Yeah, at least he's self-aware.
Still in play.
We didn't have to say it. When they say it, we didn't have to say it.
Okay, nice shot, Martin. Into his dome.
A great shot.
5 HP left, but I think that round as well tracks what I was saying about those post-plant situations. KC still grouped up though, able to haul it through. The threat in this round for me is
I am
Bucky,
stupid.
yeah, solo A.
That's funny.
Spike not yet committed, but Na'Vi already showing they're willing to show face.
It's like, yeah, the threat is Koala's Bucky, but are they going to go anywhere near it? I mean, it looks like Elite is though.
Wait, did he see him?
Spike is behind this, a little bit separated.
Oh no.
Koala up close.
Oh.
This could be a
But he saw
problem
where
as
he's
Elite
leaning
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, okay,
hugs
well
the back wall. That's the safety from the Bucky. Away from striking distance. KC on the A
This is getting
side.
close though.
Moving here with intent now. All 5 players.
Accepted
heavy
it? Oh,
map
man,
control,
yeah.
but concessions made
Nothing but
towards
respect
Swarm.
phoning up.
It's such a long rotation for Angel though. So yeah, there's no real moves to be made right now.
Whoa.
That is a big move.
The jiggle
though.
back?
That should cleared out main completely. Na'Vi won't know that, but it's still all 4 players on site. If they can constrict them and stop them from getting out, 4 rifles could be lost here.
Shackled by the thorns, sent out by Hero. The tether on top and the reveal behind it. KC looking to win the round at the very least, but can you get out with the guns if you were able to? Rooksik finds 2. Shao needs a couple more. He's not going to be able to win this, but in terms of damage control, I think
damage is
Na'Vi have made
okay.
a bit of a dent here.
They're safe, right?
KC up to 7, and that's the big talking point. Just 2 rounds in it. Still the defense yet to pick one up when they had a flawless defender's half last time they played this map.
And that's the big thing, right? And I wonder if that's what...
Why is he moving
KC
back?
looked
He thinks
at
they
in
went
terms of
heaven.
their ante
I'm pretty sure.
towards this. If they were
So
thinking about
he's trying to like
game
move back to
plan
reposition
management,
behind
right?
the screens
Their
because
defense
they have no
side
heaven
didn't look
control.
too good, but their attack even
They're playing
better.
heavier over towards middle.
One important
So
statistic
as soon as they
that
like could
needs to
have
be
crossed
mentioned about
here,
that defense
his
is that they
internal
didn't
clock
concede
thinking
a
about
single
someone walking over
first
towards
death
heaven and facing him
Na'Vi.
from here. So he's
they
starting to back
always
off and he
had
wants to go
the
behind
run of
screens,
play going
basically.
their way. It's these uncomfortable situations again,
That's why he
which is
went
the
to like
serious
this
stress
position.
test of how well the team is doing.
Martin, close.
Oh, the baited, that's kind of
Rooksik
nice.
Hasn't been identified. Will do after destroying the fake out. Well,
Oh, he
thinking
nearly
about the
insta-popped his
dimensional
ult though.
drift instead, decides against
I
it.
like this from him.
And KC don't want to rush this.
Yeah,
They're
they got
playing
the-
game
they got
at
the
their
killer
own
combo.
pace. They have the tools now. Sadak still with the Nightfall available, so if you wanted to tag up a couple players, you could potentially get Martin in behind. But it looks like he's just going to full send it B instead and clear out. Some of this potential utility wall included, but no fake out to remove it.
Yeah, remember, the dimensional drift doesn't have as long as what it used to be, so the Nightfall comes in, and Hero's found a
Is that a little bit
pocket.
early?
Trying to walk it, make
Or is
it
that just to
go
take
in
out?
his favour, but it doesn't. Shao does instead. Needs to
Oh
win against
my.
Getsu, and he does,
5 bullets.
and puts Navi
Dude, he's got
actually
another one in
one
him,
player to the
surely.
good. Trying to use his own star to make a pocket where he can walk and
Nah,
does
last
so
bullet.
on for the ace, but it's Koala who's in the
Oh,
next
God.
engagement.
Oh,
Loses-
no.
loses a
Oh,
chance
no.
now for Elite to run to the other side of the map.
Dude, he has to get everyone.
And in terms of what he has to work with, he's
Oh,
still pocketed that
no.
poison cloud. One off the pit as well. So many tools to just play around.
He's gonna
And Shao
pick,
coming
right?
back into this, just a single star, and not much health to support it.
Welcome to my
Yep. Viper's Pit, and I mean,
Well,
it's
not
not
Oh, the insta swing. Oh,
no.
no.
A Red Bull clutch brings us within one of these two teams.
Oh, God.
And as I said
I don't want to
before,
see it, but at the same
Navi
time, I
just
got to
not
see that
getting
miss.
these rounds on their own terms and conditions. I have to say, after KC finding that opener, it did feel like they rushed things, and it was kind of messy towards the B side of the map. Navi doing well to dissuade, but I mean, Elite winning another clutch for as many as Navi built their empire on their own attack side with these 1vx's.
It's a sick replay again.
Such a backbreaker now. 5 rounds.
You can see his reaction.
Yeah. Digging into empty pockets. You are, again, defense eco is never kind when you find yourself at the back of a run of rounds from the attack.
That can really mess with your head.
What do you talk about here if you're Navi?
Big miss like that.
Amend the mistakes that you've been making. We've seen that Navi are very willing to invest and upfront some huge ultimates.
The timing, the time is a little bit rough. It was also like, not the fact that he started moving as well, but like the way that he, say if this was the angle, like he just decided to full swing out.
I was just sorry to cut you off, mate, but
like it wasn't like a W key, it was like an
as
actual like proper swing.
On a retake,
But he was facing the wrong way, no?
Like, I don't hate that idea, but the one thing I do hate is Navi always
Happy
invest in those
Happy for a while.
I was just about to say that when you look at Happy's history, even as a player, he was always someone very good at doing more with less, at least in terms of weaponry.
How are you at motivational speeches? Not really. The motivational speeches that I would do would just be, like if everyone's just staying quiet, you remind them of just the basics, treat it like a practice, and then I'd just go Yumpy, just bark for 10 seconds. Then Yumpy would just bark for 10 seconds. Get everyone pumped up.
After a timeout, do you either play it fast and loose, or do you play it
slow
and methodical?
Is that your timeout, or is the
That's the most I would get to motivation. Just let Yumpy bark. Either that or you just start handing out overpeak cards.
Moths to a flame, trying to respond to any sort of pressure. KC are poking and prodding.
We never really had to do motivational stuff. It was all like strat based stuff. We had no IGL, man. Like we weren't. The only time we had to do a motivational speech was like the Ascent one, where it was like a, guys, please check corners, please communicate. We haven't spoken for 2 rounds. Something's really wrong, man. Please give me something.
Did it ever get so bad that you actually flamed somebody in the timeout? Because I know you say you
nah,
when you're watching, right?
The only times I would flame is like either after the game or Mike's muted or VOD review. But normally you feel so bad after games that you don't flame. But you flame in VOD reviews, that's like the time. Or once you're watching the game, you're muted.
Yeah, there are some people who like want you to flame them. Like they want to hear you're doing bad, get your shit together.
I mean, yeah.
That's like specific.
It only works on certain people.
Yeah, it's only for certain
people. Maybe to stop it. It's going to take a while for him to get back over. The rest of the upgrades are
I think the problem is they know when they're playing bad.
Trying to play it kind of early.
Yeah.
And that horn
I would say 99% of my timeouts were like what we're doing for the next 2-3 rounds.
And I don't know how much more of a go he wants to give this. He won't get half a chance.
Oh,
That's
we're
6
back.
rounds now. Successive for KC.
Except that one time in Split Red, they forgot to mute their mic. Dude, I was telling Chad about it, Yumpy. And you had to tell me to shut up.
A completely catastrophic second half. The defender side
I was doing that thing where I was flaming because I thought my mic was muted, but they hadn't muted me. So all my players can just hear me flaming them.
Yeah,
you were flaming Dom, right?
Yeah, I was flaming Dom, yeah.
The ultimates to come back in. Sure, they used the Nightfall, but there's plenty more at their side. We look towards mid as there's a couple players here.
Then you just hear on the mic, Yumpy go, Sliggy, we can hear you. Sliggy, we can hear you. Sliggy, stop talking, we can hear you. Yeah, why the hell can they hear me? I'm telling Dom to like not go heaven or something. I'm talking to Eamon saying he did the wrong reaction.
Consistent factor in that game against BBL yesterday. Felt like they had the right read a lot of times when they were trying to scout it out. Not able to deal.
Yeah, but he didn't go to the events.
To events? Oh, okay.
Really looking at both Prowlers being invested in mid here. Angel's just keeping half an eye on it. Remember, Ruxik still to make his introduction here as well, so this has been really good bait out by Angel, and Ruxik's able to get
almost.
two, but KC
Dude, they might not think there's 2 on B here.
after that engagement.
I don't think they have a clue about
the tower
where
control
Astra is.
here as well, which they have so frequently enjoyed. Shao, he's in a one-and-done angle. He can't really escape from there. But KC have closed it off. Sadak looking to use his utility through this smoke, play around with the timing, shooting.
Dude, Shao's looking kind of nice, but they're still not getting rounds. Surely this one.
Just to get that first round on the board.
He is not ulting there if he doesn't have that miss.
He's also buying time
but
for
you think if he didn't miss the round before?
I think this is a confidence one, yeah.
Well, let's see if he hits the shot, because he's going to have to.
Because he's worried that Sadak might have repositioned. Still 10 toes down on the B site.
6
As
bullets.
the showstopper goes off, he knows where Koala is. If he can find this kill, then maybe
okay,
there was a chance.
Get that confidence
But
back.
there you have it.
I think that is a really important shot to hit.
Yeah.
If he missed that, I think he's done.
The exact point I
Yeah,
was
that would
coming
be a
in
mental
with.
break here.
The fact that it took
But Sadak is not approaching that correctly, right? Like, he knows he's versus an op.
I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, it depends, man. Sometimes they're like a small little peak like that's harder. You got to think if he's aiming for the back wall there, he doesn't want to swing out to where he's pre-aiming.
And again, you're just expecting him to be involved as much as possible on these rounds when he has the op. Through mid, he'll go this time. Smoke place market side, but he's the first responder to the ramp play. Yeah, for the most part, NAVI were happy to lean heavier towards other places in the map. So now the players start to rotate in. KC had a free site, they don't anymore. The wall not yet tripped in that
This
position.
one is
they
devastating.
know it's the flood out
I'm not
main.
even sure they can go for
KC
this.
get themselves on site.
Okay, swap of the op at least. They got VICERE, which is a big one.
Player presence.
Yeah, and KCOP feel like they need to take some map control as well. Dude, they got so much map control. They make them use... Yeah, this is nice. So they take Spawn, make them use the Omen Flash that they don't have at the actual site now. Omen Flash goes over towards site. I mean...
They did this video, I think I spotted.
Trying to respond, Martin, and the rest of the players fall.
Dude, how did everyone die? How did they kill everyone on site here? Damn, this is a nice call in the end.
They did the play that the old KC
the old
with
KCOP did, yeah, with the gap at the back.
Yeah. They Yoro ulted in there and they opened.
These two heard it.
Yeah. They either heard it or somebody peeked
they
through the wall and there
100%.
was like a tiny gap.
We're going to get caught off
They
guard
100% heard it
by
from
that
me, man.
Cosmic Divide TP play. You remember back to kickoff last year, they were the ones that pioneered it with the Yoro.
Maybe they tunnel vision this guy too much. How are the other two dying here? Oh yeah, dude.
That's the thing, though,
Elite,
you
mate.
see that, there's no way they're going to get caught off guard, but they do in another sense. They put so much investment into trying to deal with it that NAVI are able to get the value. It's like a distraction.
That was such a big tunnel vision.
It's your
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 combine next. 2, 4 lost bonus. Sure, it'll be 2-9, right? These two can actually buy, so it's only 2 the combine next.
Kind of approach. The next round just as important as the last, and that can be said for KC.
Yeah, these
Most
two can't. 2 and 2.
Stinger in the hands of Martin. The rest have the guns they would like. Sadak the ult. 5 players through the mouth of main. Outcome. Koala's op has been notified, and Will Shao found out as well. Rook 6 in! Oh, out of nowhere, out of heaven! An elbow drop onto the head of KARMINE Court. And Ruxik's still able to survive, and he has support as well.
They won all of them.
NAVI are looking to send us towards 12, and
Very nice.
That's 3 in a
Damn, they gave him a bit of belief, and then they just win 3 in a row.
Come up at the exact right time. I mean, it was bound to happen. The 9-3 comeback, we get to 9-9, and it's all NAVI. But it's like the same storyline that happened on Icebox. Absolutely. The question now will be, can they close it on not completely favourable terms? KC still have money left in the bank. They've got a timeout from which to work. But that was, you know, a precious ult invested. The first couple of picks collected, but then NAVI with the rest of the player numbers, and Ruxik dropping out of tower there to support the double kill, reinforcing the backside space with his smoke as well to his left-hand side, enabling everyone else around him, as both smokes are the stars on the NAVI side. Can you see this easily going to overtime as well? I don't think NAVI are completely out of the woods just yet.
So I don't remember.
Can't remember seeing it.
As well, it's still not amazing on the defense.
Actually, let me check. Have they played this?
NAVI have been letting Ascent through a lot recently. Do you think they have something good, perhaps? Oh, okay, so yeah, we actually haven't seen it. I just thought I couldn't remember it.
it's a point that I
they probably just play like a Vice or something. Well, actually, it's Navi. Maybe they play a Madness. I think they like Vice. They probably play Vice on it.
They've played Ascent once.
These rounds that matter most when you felt like the teams were on
Navi used to perma-ban it, but then they started floating it after week 4.
In their direction has been met with an equal response. So here we have it, KC to hang on and not head towards Ascent.
What game is after this? FUT Vitality.
Needs to be careful of shops.
A limb game as well.
Complete confidence in taking this space right now. As you've highlighted, KC hanging on, just waiting with bated breath for him to peek in. And as he goes round the corner,
yeah, a little
it
double.
fires back.
I like this from K-Corp though, to be honest. Just expecting the aggro pressure after a timeout. It's the classic.
And you look back to the streak of rounds that KC won, they always had that first pick. He did. Rooksick though, he's trying to be a bit too aggressive for Malik.
It's a nice jump through from Sadek.
Investing the paranoia so he can get out and calling for support and Angel. 2 players tucked.
Read it perfectly. Yeah, it's so nice. It's probably a Sadek thing, to be honest. Just that as soon as you call a timeout on attack and you're like, it becomes a high pressure moment like this. Like you need someone on the team to just say let's hold for a little bit, and it's probably Sadek who's got the most experience here.
Space is taken. It looks like KC want in with the dimensional drift which they've just brought up through the ult point. I like that though. You know, you go and clear out.
Hasn't checked Xiao.
And he finds himself in the smoke close to
Wait, they have no idea about
Angel
Xiao.
found out. That main fight's gonna be a big
Okay,
one.
well.
Xiao gets to Getsu. There's more to be had. Time is low and it's all on Xiao. If he can hold this side of the map,
damn,
maybe
bro.
it's enough for Hero to come in and save the day again. But already taking on that responsibility.
Oh god, this is the 2 plus rosters.
Dude, Xiao looks unreal back just in B in general.
Support, no utility
It's
on either.
Astra on
Xiao
split
Star
on B.
won't come back up on time.
Always go crazy, I swear.
Fully
On
realized.
paper, the
I
most
feel like it goes one way or the other.
Hero with the flash to
Yeah.
just
So you
lay
have
this
a
back
sick
up.
one or an awful one.
Does get destroyed.
Yeah, it's
The
either
drop in
30
not
or
yet here.
30.
As he's finally spotted, Hero responds.
Dude, they
This
win
might
this.
just be how the second map ends. It's all on Martin.
Oh, spacing's
between KC
incredibly
and the
off, but I guess they don't
decider.
know
The first
exactly
kill
where he
is
is.
his. The TP across and the time on his side. Xiao has to stick it half. Martin knows
Okay,
it.
very nice from Martin. Keeps the dream alive.
Clutch. 10 taken. Casey still alive. I can't believe we managed to get into a position where it is winnable for Navi.
Have I checked the newest Spike Talk episode of Frost? Nah, Bacon was telling me to watch
That's a
it.
player you can depend upon when it's needed. And again,
I'll watch it at one point.
highlighted it just before we went through this round. Navi's bio didn't look great into the next round because of the money that they have, and that's exactly the case. Both teams are stricken for options here. A big swing round and deciding if this map is done or we go overtime. It's the biggest round in this series so far.
Whoa.
And it's Xiao again, who needs to keep his composure. One kill might
I tell you
not
what,
be
it's
enough,
an insanely
especially due to the
bold
fact
call
there
to
isn't
be
players on site this
contacting, to call a contact B against a guy who's been getting multi-kills and locking down B is insane.
I think he needs an extra layer of
Like,
support
that's so
to
ballsy.
find this kill. Instead, it just
I will
buys time.
say,
Navi have made that
Sadek's
rotation
team
happen.
do like playing
That
contact
knife
heavy.
ball still up and available
Oh,
for
they're
Angel.
not
This
going to
meeting
think this is
could be
clear though,
pretty
right?
good for Navi.
No.
Badot's going to miss him as well.
Hearing footsteps in the halls above, the Nightfall not going to catch him, still not spotted. Sadak at a top draw, here's Alves on to the next, KC coming up clutch in the rounds that they need.
Okay, nicely handled in the end. Dude, they got good ults here, they got good ults and they're one away from 2 ults as well, so they could do this whole thing where they go over towards B main. This is going to be a big call for him, he has so many options.
They're going to have to throw the kitchen sink at this round. They have absolutely nothing in terms of the
if I'm
buy.
Navi here, no matter what, I'm pushing
It was a big
B.
swing round, and it swung defiantly in KC's favour.
Like you gotta push
The
B here.
ultimates, I mean, here or there, you look at it, depends on the way that some of these kills go, or ultimate orbs, that could be a defining factor.
They keep it simple, just the A hit.
Very straightforward round from KC.
Yeah, I like this from Na'Vi. Prowler goes out.
Their 11th hour on split to
Ball controller B. Heavier rotate over towards A. They heavier rotate. We got 3 and a fast rotate, almost 4.
Stack of utility set up. Atlas has the ult, but at the best of times, he's
been
unable to land it. Shout
my gosh.
from the corner, finally spotted. Still not taken down. Atlas gets one.
How is he alive?
How
does he get
one? Walking away with one, and Koala gets his, but can't get out.
Dude, I think they've done enough though. Is this not overtime?
Rooksik right behind them.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Now that you've said it, maybe not.
The players trying to escape up ramp. They're not going to get a chance. It's a 2-on-2.
No way.
Rooksik has taken
Bro, look at him go. Dude, he killed everyone.
What did you say anything?
Dude, I thought they would be close enough to hear it. They didn't even consider it. That was a sick ult though. That was a sick ult.
That was a sick map.
Yeah, look at Hero. It's like, thank you, man. I mean, to be fair, they actually had a couple of, both of them had a couple of big runs.
I just don't know how it didn't.
This game is proper delivering, by the way. It's sick.
Yeah, it's entertainment.
Both teams for Navi, they haven't showed it.
Oh,
for
but now,
KC, they're
I
shuffling
hope
the deck.
KC
It's
switched their
anybody's
comp on the set
game.
though.
What did they play on Ascent?
They played like Raze Jet, remember?
Oh, God.
Raze Jet, Omen.
The one that FUT was flaming.
Yes.
Get it again. Bro, no one giving it to Angel. Angel taking it by himself.
It took a while, but I got him.
Bro, it was hard.
Well, split always bangs. Another proof of that.
Ah, dude, it was a good one. Chat, usual stuff. Ads. And we got Ascent coming up.
Moderators sending viruses in chat?
Oh yeah, I was meant to check this, right?
I know you're kidding.
Yeah, the march is coming soon. Here it is. Where is this?
You were muted, by the way.
Only for you, I think. I'm muting now.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Okay, chat. We're back in a little bit. Who made this?
Sonia.
Wait, really? It's sick.
Yeah.
Sonia, there we go. You just want to do all the march? Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
A fantastic response from Navi on split means we will be seeing a map 3 in this elimination match. I'm your hosting soon. I'm back here with Mini and Hypok once again. Bit of a fake comeback. We don't like those fake comebacks, do we?
I mean, it felt like a real comeback to start things off, but yeah, it's fizzled out a little bit at the end, but who the hell was that on Na'Vi? Like, who were those guys?
Do you mean
who
that
were those
one?
guys?
The one in the middle? Yeah.
Yeah, both teams just defense to me. It was just like this whole series.
It was a real comeback until Sliggy got them thirsted.
Not finding any footing in there at all. But Na'Vi realizing at the end that their comp is supposed to be a little bit more defense-sided and just taking it over.
I do want to say that this is such a KC way of having a fake comeback, because this could have been a real comeback. This could have been a 2-0 KC, which is a sentence I've said.
Has anybody been playing
50
Expedition
times,
33?
Since I've been in EMEA. If it weren't for some of the shenanigans we saw in round 20, round 19 as well, Hypog, it's just such... It's the same thing we spoke about in the pre-show. They haven't learned.
It's so good.
But you're talking about the Cosmic Divide.
Oh, yeah, we're going to see it.
Yeah,
we're going to see it.
There's just a couple that's... And it's not even as if somebody's overheating or it's... Like, there's scenarios like this time and time again where KC come out on top, but then you look at this and there's almost like a split decision here because
I haven't
someone's
seen
getting shot in the back trying to hard clear this Cosmic Divide.
I've heard
Martin's
good things about it,
through
actually.
again, trying to spray with a rifle. Got away with one of those today already, but it's just one of those where it's like, these are the sort of situations we're talking about where if these are kind of like micro calls on the fly, reactionary to things going down, Sadak should be in control of those. So that's the sort of thing that actually the pre-show we're tapping into. Sadak shouldn't be miscalling sort of some of these situations. So you've got to ask questions about why these things pan out the way they do.
Yeah, and the irony there completely is that that's the play that KC should be used to, because they invented that on the attack where they used the Cosmic Divide to get the Euro in. And in that moment, it just felt like there's just so much chaos. There must have been so much chaos in the comms. They didn't have kind of a mature reaction to what was
not
happening.
On the team,
didn't have a protocol for it.
Unless he's somewhere in tier 2.
Kind of melted a little bit, it felt like.
Nobody was on the same page there. They're going to be kicking themselves.
Mod meetup where?
Back. Now, you guys asked about who was on Na'Vi.
Place and time.
Shao was on Na'Vi. Shao's been on Na'Vi this
Fuck
whole
West Ham, I don't
time.
care.
Wow.
And he's come alive.
07.
Wow, has he?
Team can get relegated for all I care.
That's one of the best map performances from Shao we've seen in like 18 months. Like, it was just
We're
absolutely
very close
phenomenal from him. Again, situations where you've kind of synonymous. When you think back to when Shao and Sugetsu played alongside each other.
Who is winning Street Fighter 60 for Japan? Dude, I have no idea. This tournament is
here
stacked.
he had like 6 or 7 of those rounds.
I want Punk to win it, just because I like
think
Punk.
we just got the analyst
I don't know.
So we need to just choose.
Honestly, if Zhao was winning, that would be sick as well, because then he has Fatal Fury and Street Fighter.
Double Shao Show?
Because Mike said it's the first map in what, like, you know, a year.
Thoughts on chatters? They're good.
All right, back-to-back Shao. I mean, once upon a time, that was a standard day in the
Like
office for Shao. He did this every single match.
Thinking as a concept, it is dying
some of the ancient Shao magic
currently because of
decider.
AI. We need to make sure it doesn't die.
Okay, we're going to do it in a moment.
Planning to go to Champs Paris, I don't have the
We're
money.
going to do it in a moment because we gassed up Hero since the day he joined Na'Vi, and we're going to continue to do this. Because,
fighting game character,
again,
I
very
like the
consistent.
least.
Again, not sure why
Any game?
decided not to keep him on Fnatic. Weird decision.
You look like an idiot now.
Yeah, actually kind of weird that didn't happen. But let's take a look at some of the heroic clutches
might be Angie from Strive. That guy
we complain
pisses
about
me
Shao
off.
not having a Shao Show performance.
Are you on the
Hero's
train?
just doing
I like
this every
VRX.
single game.
Yeah. Sliggy conspiracy, guys. Sliggy doesn't have gloves. Sliggy is
this was
a
such
robot.
an insane clutch as well.
Right now,
again,
when he's not here, he's in his charging station.
The paranoia lands, everything,
and
he's up into elbow. The only real
like he's making sure he doesn't run out of batteries, and then that's why he can watch so much Valorant, because he doesn't actually speak. He's just a robot.
Shown back in the coach camp.
There is no clones.
Rightfully so.
He's just a robot.
Like I said, when you're investing in a 3v1, the Nightfall and the paranoia,
could he beat Sliggy in the boxing match? Zero chance.
Again, just throw bodies on it together.
Yeah, he might be an old man, but zero chance. How much Sliggy pays you to keep quiet about the clubs? Legally, I am not allowed to answer this question.
This moment.
Yeah, but
no, he knew moments like that were coming.
I've never seen him wear a hat, first of all. Not one time. And second of all, just the drama thrown off and it's got no hair.
That
was pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was prepping that one.
Yeah, that should have been in your playbook.
How many push-ups can I do? Like 3.
Great for you to do.
Like if we're talking about the proper form push-up, like down to the almost down to the ground, etc., like max 3.
Stop staring at me like that.
I was waiting for you to move on.
Hero's staring at me and you're staring at me.
No, I'm telling
you
guys, there is no clones. He's just an AI put into a robot.
Because I know you have a lot to talk about that first half and the A hits we saw.
Yeah, so I thought that NAVI did a great job of attacking that A site, and I thought it was kind of a mistake from KC that they didn't
3 is
end
like
up adapting at all.
I'm kind of backing
Like,
myself
was
here.
talking
I don't
about
want to say
these
1, and 2
adaptations, but I
feels
didn't see
kind
the
of like a
adaptations
cop-out
at
answer,
all
so I'm
here.
saying 3, but it
Personally,
honestly
I would
might
love
be
to see
2.
Martin
Scream if you love
defend
Poland.
that A site at the start of rounds
Cricket
a little
noises.
bit more, because NAVI just got the
Whoa,
free site
Sonia,
a
what
lot of
the
time,
hell?
and their comp is pretty good in the post plant. Their strength is not those execs. They don't have the breach or like a double duelist. They've got smokes and a vice. So those post plants are going to be pretty good with that comp, but the execs shouldn't be great. So yeah, like again, the adaptation from KC not coming in, Yoru nowhere to be seen on A.
Well, what's
Sliggy
funny
is
is
a
that
robot
there
and he
was
goes to
2 rounds,
recharge
one
in
of them
each
being
break.
where they flash out the smoke, and Martin's TP was still like just in the open back towards screens. So it's whether or not that was just kind of like the timing wasn't quite right for him, and the TP.
They went against Desp. I know Desp is shorter than me, but I think he also is a gym lad, so I don't think I'm winning versus him.
On A. But then that was kind of it.
That was their
almost
ult
like
comp
that was tilting way for it to end,
no,
and it comes so late on in the half.
we have
that
no info.
not many
They keep
opportunities to
playing
try and replicate that, but it felt a little weird that that was the one way to try and address that.
Hello.
And A wasn't successful, came so late on that actually they can't build upon that. But you know, what is the second layer to the D?
Yeah, it looked like to me that the KC had like a plan to play more on the retake at A, which isn't the correct game plan in my opinion versus that composition.
Is it just me?
I said the exact opposite. I would have no chance.
I don't know if you guys can hear the music.
Said the exact opposite.
It's kind of hype.
I said the exact
opposite.
It's kind of hype because we are going to map 3. It will be Ascent, and as you were spoiling there a little bit, you know, Shao, the possibility of him playing.
We don't know.
But can I one-up you just a little bit?
Well,
do you want to guess what hero's most played agent on Ascent is of all time?
Of all time.
Yeah, for him, for hero alone. Just to sprinkle in some spice. It's Phoenix.
Oh,
it's
really?
Phoenix?
Would you put hero on the
Can
Phoenix?
we fact check that? Because I actually don't believe that.
I'm dead ass.
He used to be a duelist player.
Yeah, I know, but Phoenix on Ascent?
Yep, Phoenix 8 times.
I mean, no, I wouldn't like to see him play
Why
Phoenix.
not?
It's just not.
I actually kind of would.
Me too! He's Turkish. We're forgetting the fact that he's Turkish. We got 2 Turkish players on Ascent on the side.
I would
of
only
Navi.
be okay with it with Teo. That's
I just want to see a good, honest, clean Ascent from Navi.
And even then, I don't think
Like,
it's good.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
I want to see some Angel throwback 2022 Ascent calling.
Oh, so you want the
we good enough for a 1 and done, right?
Default comp, maybe not, like some Teo in there, maybe a Vice.
Well, then how is that going to be bog standard, you know?
Thoughts on Fio saying he maxes out at 2 push-ups. Fio, is that true?
Yep.
Well, okay, I said 3, but then I admitted that 3 is kind of generous. I just didn't want to say 2 or 1.
You must be able to do 5.
Jailed on another role, though.
Not even like fresh.
If we're talking about like proper push-ups with proper form, like almost down to the ground with my chest, 3 is max, and I don't even think I get it.
To God, if that
man. I reckon if you worked on it now, we could get 10 in 2 months.
I mean, Mike's
probably, but I also don't want to work on it.
Don't do that.
So
it would take 2 minutes in your day.
So
yeah, I know.
What do you think about that? Like, you're still okay with Angel Fade, or is that still a?
No.
10 in 2 weeks, yeah, probably.
10 in 2 weeks, chat. You're starting at 3.
But they could go KO.
We're starting at 3 questionable.
We're starting at questionably 3.
Well, the thing is,
2 for sure.
Now to see this in the veto at this stage, you're hoping actually kind of got something.
Apparently.
I don't want to say
10 in 2 months insane, dude. We're aiming low, chat. I think you guys are crazy thinking that we should be aiming more than that.
I mean, if this comes out now that it feels like a fumble in the veto, that
dude, look at the amount of faith the chat has in you. In 2 months, he can be doing 20 to 25.
Yeah, it was a double duelist.
So that would
I'm
be
not that bad in terms of like strength, but I just have no stamina. So I would just pump out.
Love that. Angel on
Oh, we're just back to standard cop.
Old school, double sentinel starting attack though, so they had been saving this, but they have to start attack here.
Feels like a bit of an overhaul.
But it's nice. It's still a nice comp.
Yeah, this does feel a little more vanilla from the side.
The problem is that K-Corp can just do fast strats, and honestly with the Jet, you kind of want to do that.
I'm excited to see what they've cooked up. Angel, when he plays the sentinel,
can you do fast strats? Deadlock?
Specifically, watch out for him just running
Maybe
around.
Not. Dude, I like this comp. I'm a big fan of this comp. It's good.
Yeah, this NAVI comp
and sometimes it works beautifully, sometimes it doesn't. So hopefully for him today, it's going to work beautifully.
It's going to have to work beautifully if Navi want to move to the next round, because there will be no second chances in this series. Hazard and Karo, the loser, will be eliminated from playoffs.
both of these teams so much riding on this game to set up whether their stage so far feels like a success or a failure, because we've seen improvements in some ways, drop-offs in others, and now heading on towards Ascent. I want to speak about NAVI
not yours,
here
my
quickly,
PC, not yours.
because last year they played Ascent 8 times. We felt like coming in, picking up such a capable opper like Koala Noob, that we would be seeing this from them a whole lot more, but we haven't. And in terms of those results, lost 4 and then won 4, it's always been about consistency, and it's that conversation that comes up yet again.
The stakes could never be higher, and for
last call for
NAVI, when you look at their composition, this is exactly what they ran on M80 when we looked at Koala Noob on the Euro. The only difference being in that composition,
I like the NAVI comp. If it gets over towards the site and the deadlock is alive, theory is that you win the afterplant. And on defense, it's just incredible. And they go for something fast, and that is...
first blood. NAVI in front on the attack side, orb collected. As KC have gone back to this default style, it's through mid that they'll look to try and funnel the players, but Koala Noob again delivers a bullet to the brain.
Elite did good, man. They needed something. Everyone was just whiffing.
But still
good recovery, good damage from Koala Noob as well.
That door's dropped. You've got to
fastest kill on Ascent. The one over towards B, yeah, might be on threat. Pretty fast.
But both players are already out heaven. Because I mean, there's a mesh set up, so NAVI looking to try and take this fight. It's a TP back towards main for Koala. Ruxic finding the kill.
Damn, nicely done on this one. That's a scary stop for KCORP.
Ends up with both. Another attack side pistol for NAVI.
Baby, hello mate, how we doing?
That's now 5 in a row. Yeah, and not only that, you can
I still need to watch the podcast. People in chat have been talking about it.
On the Euro. That's what you should expect when you're running a composition of agents. But he knows
the Paper X game? Ah, dude. The banger.
And even from the double sentinel here, which
such a run, man.
touched on just a little bit, is that we've
hey,
seen
they're allowed 2 deaths, and
go for it, right?
Again, if they can get over towards site and Ninja stays alive, you should to see them win the rounds.
A little bit of success. Liquid against BBL,
like this from KCORP, act big over towards A. They got a camera that's going to give them early info before they commit to the site. You've got a knife here as well. You have the smoke, like 3 bits of Yuto to make it look like the heavy over towards A, but actually got 4-person.
Something everyone always
waiting
highlights
over towards B.
That KC are running the deep. Oh, wait a minute, Hero, he could get caught here.
I think he'll be alright. Oh.
Honestly, that might even save him a little bit.
Hitting the tag. Swings and roundabouts, mate. They are off to A.
Yeah, they've seen plenty of bodies here. The correct decision is to be as
Spike he basically interviewed Frost. Honestly, I imagine that is pretty true with what was going down. Definitely interested to hear his side of it.
Anything here would have been good. It's a turned head for Koala Noob, but he'll turn the other cheek. There's no problem.
A little bit of a headache. Paracetamol maybe needed as KC take their time coming back into sight.
Okay, who wants to hunt?
And from this
I'm looking at Koala.
With the stat that you saw at the start
at one point he might throw his gun over to Hero and they trade and he hunts. Though Hero is just doing it on his own.
We're talking about another NAVI bonus and the potential of it to create a snowball. We know that they had such a strong start to split.
What's the prediction for who wins this series? I mean, I just think NAVI have a better comp. But
pick up at least 1 kill
this is something very similar, if not what I would be playing at the moment.
What I was going to say,
I do like the Vice deadlock as well, but the Cypher actually... Cypher gives you a lot of extra info, which is nice.
Start of the round, right? About how NAVI, in terms of the composition they're playing against, will have plenty of opportunity
I think it's just easier to play.
This, right?
The double info, or like triple info, I guess, with the camera as well, is just so good.
Sentinel's starting to make
it just means you can have better use of your wall.
Find its way in the meta.
Like a deadlock wall.
Yeah, you're looking at NAVI, they should know exactly
what changes the KCORP need in the stage 2? Not really anything, man. They just need a better read on the meta, is where I'm at, to be honest.
Should be. It's made his choice.
I just think they had a rough read on the meta. It's
the B spawn barrier.
They're
late.
Well positioned for stage 2.
Yeah, I mean they are.
Fires in. Very committed position, but the Cajun support and dropping the recon behind it. Wants in for a little bit more, but all
Harbor on every map. Again, I think that the interview that they actually played before this game. Let's wait for this round first.
And one of them, it's Martin. Spike dropped.
Okay. The interview. Wait. Okay. The interview he did before this game, he said that like he prefers a format where it's like all the games are closer to each other, and I think honestly with the way that they play their comps, I do think that is a thing, because when you have a week to study their Arbor stuff, I do think there's too many tells of Arbor. So I think he's onto something there. So I think maybe they'll let Eng maybe have more decision on the comps going into stage 2. I'm not sure we'll see as much Arbor unless they buff Arbor.
Like they set themselves up perfectly every time.
Buffing Arbor into stage 2, just put them into champions instantly.
The FPS
That's what I'm saying.
Especially as it feels like if they did buff Arbor, it might be like relatively big. Dude, imagine we just nerfed Teo, it's all going good, and then they just giga buff Arbor. It's like a must pick. Wait, what is?
The fire and flames beyond this smoke. Is there support? It comes
Damn, I mean, at least everyone committed to it on KCOP. That is one of the fastest rounds I've ever seen. Lost duel short, lost duel middle, lost duel here, and then we got one back. Yeah, NAVI were.
It's all in the name, buddy.
I'm not saying on top of it, but they just won the Angels.
I have to say that's a situation where it's like, okay, is that repeatable? Yeah, probably not.
Yeah,
because
Angel,
KC have just brought the fight straight to them. The question will be, is there more of the same? Is that something that this defense wants to try? Because when you talk about strat books,
well, that was around.
And Ascent being
it was a weird one.
A healthy meta right
just
now,
a dry dash bomb mid.
Everyone knows what the strats are. You've seen that play.
What do you reckon? The guy over towards short is meant to. Is the KO here, right? Is meant to flash for? Or was the KO bottom and middle?
Not even.
I don't even
VALORANT
remember.
any longer. Sugetsu, is he going to be in this round?
He went too fast. I didn't check any
to
information.
Martin buys him out there.
Martin was waiting for something, that's for sure.
Trip over towards middle. That's a strong throw on that.
Who is track by track, one step at a time.
Oh, that's all the way in spawn.
NAVI.
This is that Fnatic one they used to do. But I think they copied it from MAT, I want to say.
Couple of missteps.
I think so, yeah.
Now trying to force the issue on B, but the setup is there. KC do well just to trade out an elite buying time from backside.
Hold up.
Show again.
Sure.
It's top draw.
You're giving yourself a good go at it.
With
the plan, he gets his ult. Not saying that he wants to use it, but could be tempted.
I mean, you've got Sentinel utility to work with here as well, so NAVI in prime position and post.
Oh, they're going for it.
Oh, they're going for it.
Set up hero.
Okay, I don't
him a little
think
bit
it gives you too much, to be honest.
Oh,
Oh, okay, I like that he took space with it, though. Dude, this is doable. 24-23.
Do anything but damage. Can Xiao capitalize from it? Sitting inside the smoke, the spike not shown, and as it evaporates from his vision,
unlucky. He had to get a kill when they pop stairs here.
KC effective in the way that they've played off of one another to set up this second.
I've never really seen a good ult on B.
Very similar.
You can't fill all of this up. You're going to be safe here or here. Like, it's only when they're like pushing through a choke.
It should be almost impossible for KC to get back into
they could have played the ult just purely off of his contact and then do it a little bit more deeper on side so that it's risky to actually run in.
Had like a, I mean, he had a camera, but I don't even know what setup he would be able to comfortably sit on a camera.
As we see,
on
the defense, we're expecting.
Yeah, you can't have one guy on the camera and the other guy with an iPad.
It's about how many rounds can you get on the attack, NAVI? And I mean, how prepared are KC going to be when push comes to shove? What does the execution look like? Mid is going to be taken by KC.
Dude, KCOP for sure.
Tempered approach.
Wanted to, game plan wise, make sure they controlled middle early on in these. And it does feel like NAVI are loving it.
Sadak in play, sprays away, 2 kills. Elite right behind it.
Should they have waited for Koala here? Probably.
But the support, it's flowing through when needed. Koala was the first player in and looks like the last one out.
This is Koala's map though. I think he can do this.
I mean, I'm not sure if I follow along.
Yeah, he's already switching to the next guy that's going to swing.
There was always a chance, but
it's a good round for KCOP. Lots of people surviving.
Look as well drilled as they do in situations
this game so chaotic, it really is.
Not quite reaching those expectations.
It feels like counterintuitive for me to be so focused as a defender on mid when you're playing versus such a strong post-plant comp.
I mean, yeah, I agree. A game plan's a game plan.
I'm not sure what's the idea.
It might be like they might have said something about like a Yoru maybe not being able to insta sight hit, so they think that they won't go for sight hits. But I feel like that theory doesn't work because they have a Teo.
So guess who has 10 assists? Firstly, 10 assists inside 6 rounds.
Like any other comp, I agree. The Yoru kind of struggles a little bit, but against the Teo, I've got like 5 more TP spots I can go to.
Pretty much everyone has at least 3 kills. And like 3 or 4 deaths. KC are just very efficient, very tightly knit, and doing a fantastic job.
NAVI can also have kind of like a passive control in mid as well with the Cypher camera, right? So they don't even need to have any bodies there taking any risks, and they can know about the KC push-outs, and then you just know the sides are weak.
But it might be, that might be why they're doing it as well. They might be going mid to force them to use the camera to spot mid, so then it's harder for them to take B main. If like their main thing is hero taking B main with Cypher util, like you have to force this camera to go over towards middle. They kind of struggle to take B main a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look how perfect those numbers look right now for KC. It's like the shoal of fish from Finding Nemo. They're all pointing in the direction of another playoff game.
I will find them.
There's still so much work to be done, and any round you let NAVI pick up here just makes that defense even more terrifying.
Speak of camera. I mean, camera saw 2. I don't think it saw the person close, but obviously he's picking up orbs. So it's 3. We got an outlaw that can one-shot everyone at the moment.
Told that I look like the Dory voice actor a few times.
They love an outlaw, by the way.
Oh man.
Every single eco round you play versus KC, you should expect the outlaw to be out.
I mean, yeah, that's good though.
You gotta use that. On this eco, and well, Angels open it up.
Not sure you ever want to do that with KO these days. You just get the sound cue as well.
Slipping in between
the right click is just better in those situations now.
Could this be the NAVI eco?
Did that cross? Dudes, the recon nearly saved them. Ah man, I think they messed up though. 3 people to get up gun upgrades as well. I think KCOP, this might be the beginning of the end. There's a lot of rounds against this comp as well.
That was a really big swing.
Dude, why does he not feel comfy just right-clicking that flash? I mean, he probably would have died anyway, but...
I mean, what is happening there? Any
nice
particular
shot.
reason why? I think there's something about a trap.
There was a hole under your wall. I just went under it and went guard kill too.
Even so. Sure how
wait, he threw the wall on short, they thought it was safe and he went under? That's sick.
More success, NAVI.
Okay, KCOP, this is interesting. KCOP went for just a calm arrow. But he didn't go into the normal position to all off of it, so maybe it's just a fake out. I don't know, if it hits someone, he probably goes for it still. What's the money like? We must be getting a little bit low. It's fine for NAVI, maybe 1, but I'm looking at this thinking it's okay. Then we got 1, 2, 3, 4 that can't buy next. Yeah, strong arms over towards shore.
They're waiting for the utility to come up, and the players send it in. Yeah, and Avis is going to be caught.
Dude, the timing of it's kind of nice. This is the KO nade wrecked them on this. We've got to push over towards B at the same time as they're dodging the Sova ult. And dude, Hero's on top of it. I wonder if he saw him or something. Damn, bro, Hero's incredible. I would love to see his POV here. I wonder what happened at middle.
I mean, could maybe get a
too many rounds.
But instead broke the
Gotta be too many rounds.
And they know exactly where the Sova is.
Dude, they look nice though, NAVI. Like if this KO nade isn't over towards short, they're pretty much blasting as the wall hits down. Like the guy has to react.
Have doubled their advantage coming into a round where they're expected to keep on moving forwards. Very nice utility at the end.
He's just super on top of it. Not even sure if there's some util to give him a heads up.
Not just from the fact that the players
they're shooting so well as well.
We're waiting for the utility to come up, but the fact that it hit every single point.
I think they honestly look pretty nice at this map.
You look at what KC bring forward. Avez with just a hero rifle and Sadak with a Bucky.
Angel, surely not. That can't be the way we're doing that one.
That we were talking about earlier. Hero getting one. Reveal not on the player, but the fake out. Still Bucky in hand of Sadak as he sidesteps the shots. The shock looking for further damage.
They're gonna have to go take some map control. And look at the map control that Martin's got. Does he get caught W King slightly? No.
To the Grand Tour, Martin. Step into the show floor, first kill picked up. Flash through,
nice
two would have been great.
Oh, that's instant, no hesitation. I like this. Little smoke on spawn. Very nice, dudes. Hold it the whole time.
Are very quick on the mark. They expect the site player from the TP,
man, what a round from you.
Can't deal with him in front of the line. Sugetsu was looking for the spike. Where are Navi going? They're gonna reroute this just because they don't want to deal with that one defender. Faking mid pressure. Sugetsu's still solo. He just got a chance to
it's a good reposition from him.
He's so far ahead of this.
Dude, the flash bounced weird off of it, and it wrecked them.
Left, and it's just fallen apart for NAVI.
That's so funny. The like top in there is like weird angles where it would just bounce randomly.
No rest for NAVI at all.
It went straight down.
No rest for the Wicked. No rest for Valorant
Things
watchers
in Valorant are so textured. You have those
yeah,
tiny edges, but it screws you over so many times.
It's nice for some lineups, but it's rough for others. The Lotus Wall's the worst. The one at Tree.
Sublime.
Yeah,
that one's bad.
Whatever it is,
like,
there's also a really bad one at Split.
Took the onus on themselves to go.
Even on Icebox, remember that? Do you remember that molly that hits the like pipeline that's there?
Yes. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Off the timeout.
At Split, it's awful when you go into
money in their
A side, like in the city, in the room that goes into spawn.
For me,
throwing anything in there is impossible.
Contingency that they need to have against Navi's ultimates, right? Because these last couple
of rounds,
for the
plant outline, that one.
What Navi have.
Yeah, it's just Valorant sometimes.
Navi, they have the Armageddon. They have
dude, I think they're in trouble here though.
You're looking at the dimensional drift 2 off for Koala Noob. So if Navi use their ultimates effectively, they'll find themselves in a pretty good position. But these are all if, buts and maybes. And we know that you do absolutes. Exactly. But something I can say for certain though is
there's a deadlock and tail online.
This is a test of it. How much have you put into this Ascent, which we've seen floated as a decider in the last few series for them, where you look at this map for the team in general, it has been okay in the past, but it's 7 successive losses now, all the way back to week 1, stage 1 last year. To come up in playoffs would be everything, but Sugetsu has been spotted.
Hate to see that.
Brooksic knows his tricks too well. That TP won't be catching him off guard anytime soon. I really like that by Navi to make sure that Wayne can't be taken by KC. They've also deposited a trap outside of B, just to make sure that we're not going to get the same sort of flank that Martin was able to do last time out. Reposition towards B for Navi on this attack side.
Okay, spots 2.
As you say, the difference is they would have had numbers.
Dude, look at the minimap from KCORP, by the way. No one budged.
Recon in front of the utility, and they go back to the stack. Hero still here. Neural Theft dropped in. What do they do with this info? I mean, they've only found Decipher, and look at
this is nice though. Yeah, I like it. They baited out the rotate, so they still managed to keep 3 people over towards here. We use Recon over towards B to get info. Yeah, can they get one more between them?
But he's already taken so much damage, it's easy for
Koala to one more. Lovely.
Martin getting one of his
own. He's gone in.
2v2.
Oh, not sure about that.
But it's not to be advised.
Not sure about that. Use that smoke to get out of there, play together. Oh boy.
Navi already at the very least guaranteeing that this half breaks even. And you're still thinking in the back of your mind, what does it look like out of the opening 12? How much more is there left in the tank? Does this double sentinel have legs? And right now, in terms of the rounds as they're being played, just looking for KC to make their move first, because this has been a very proactive version.
Nice! Yes.
He thought he was Zekken. The difference between Zekken is he actually like dropped down. Right, he's not out in the open where he can get shot from everywhere. Plus he had a shorty, I think. I'm not sure I had a shorty here.
And they can usually get even better.
Force them down to an eco. They got hero guns too. I mean, they need to end 6-6.
Another B split. Marty already had one go.
Wow.
And the next bite of the cherry is just as sweet. Elite following it up. 4v3 situation. And KC offered the reset.
Blades up, ready to go.
So that rotation is even quicker.
The read's perfect.
3 players
Maybe.
short.
3 passing stack.
Walking up and into trouble, into the face of danger.
Big
KC
flash. Okay.
Flash.
Go on, give him one more just so we can have a close map.
In dominant fashion. The support was there, making the right calls mid-round. A little bit of individual brilliance,
but
the team still performing together.
It's not even that, right? I can't wait for it to come back up on the replay. But Martin's split-second decision-making, not to go for the fake-out, but to go for the Euro that was swinging him. And then on top of that, like that, just nice little cherry on top.
He's like, coming from a Euro player, I know which is which. That's second sense.
Yeah. But last round,
Angel. Looked like he was blaming him. Looked up.
So many ults. Everything but the kitchen sink thrown at this. Koala's just looking for a target to send that deadlock ult in. Spotted in tower. Martin gets out.
Okay, they get out, but dude, I'm looking at this. I'm not sure you can give him sight here. I'm not sure you can give him sight with this one, guys. You got way too much. You got way too much here. Where's the tail? Yeah, we can't play retake against this comp. We got a bad read on some of this as well. I mean, a pistol bonus has to happen.
It's late in the evening and NAVI have their advantage. They lead coming into the final half of play in this EMEA elimination match.
7-on attack is good with this comp for sure. It's a really strong defense comp.
But it's a long way away now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To be fair, Ascent is not that defense side anymore, but like the comp diff is
with this comp, with the double sentinel, it really is.
For sure.
Just a nightmare.
I'm not coping, I'm literally saying it's a nightmare. I'm just seeing people in chat saying this is the 2 rounds on attack map, no problem. It's not that bad anymore, but with the comp diff, it's pretty bad.
Saint says, I think any team not doing double sentinel with one of the sentinels being deadlock on Ascent and split 2 is just asking to lose. I think I'm on board with that.
Yeah,
I think it's way too strong. I think deadlock's a must pick on this map, but not solo sentinel. So yeah, I do agree. Dude, I think there might be a couple of maps where deadlock's like a must pick.
I mean, with Teo gone, the double sentinel value is
the supporters
way
higher again. Of course, everyone on EMEA side tuning in to see who carries on in this
you
lower
could definitely
bracket.
have like
NAVI
5
out the back of a loss to
where you just play double sentinel.
Now facing up against the KC side, which have already shown they can come back in the second half
you
of
could
matches.
force it every map, probably.
The last 2
you can
matches
definitely force it.
Haven's the most rough, but we've seen NAVI have that, right? Don't NAVI use the same comp, similar comp?
The last drops of sand
these deadlock Cypher,
for one of these teams. For the other, a run through the lower bracket is what.
Alright, dude, they got a K-Corp's got to win pistol here.
Yeah,
They've put all of the eggs in one basket. Martin gets the regen armor.
To the French.
Koala, first point of contact in mid. It's player presence.
Trip 4 sheriffs. I thought it was triple sheriff. I saw another. 4 sheriffs facing over towards middle. 1 kill trip over towards side. They know it's because of the drone.
NAVI well aware of what needs to be done.
Oh, first kill was the only non-sheriff.
The raid boss is down.
That's the raid boss.
Just looking for a kill, maybe through a shock or something.
Osamui, thank you so much for the prime, man. Appreciate the 32 months. TMV's fuming. Yeah, honestly, ever since he did that video saying that you shouldn't buy sheriffs on pistols, it really opened the gateway to just sheriffs winning every pistol. Kind of sick.
Has TMV ever done a video that's like...
Relax yourself. Relax yourself. I saw where that was going, Ali.
I mean, to be fair, didn't you say that earlier on stream?
No, I give him a hit rate of 25%.
Oh no, I didn't mean like he has bad takes only. I meant that like he could complement a little bit more than he does.
That's the
response. That's for sure.
Yeah. Get the reaction they were looking for.
That's the angle I was going for. Not in terms of being right or wrong.
Sheriff at his side and Hero in support from Dice backside. The smoke now drops in the front, looking for the fight. It's Ruxic that has the first. Time is of the essence. There isn't enough of it. Hero still has
man, he's so good. How is he getting the last kill? The only guy with a ghost gets 4 kills.
Massive series, time and time again, coming up with a clutch.
Doing great on this team though.
Last, most pivotal half of the
he always has that insanely impactful round. It's normally a 1v3, but sometimes it's something like this.
To be fair, this was basically
I mean, kind of was a 1v3 on site, yeah.
Let's go! Tunnel of smokes to just path his way to the planter.
Not the headset again.
Wondering if that hat was going to go flying off Saish's head again, but now KC's still in this, but that pistol does put them at odds of this defense, as we've said. Gotta remember, this year is so important for both sides. Most importantly, this Masters for NAVI because of Koala Noob. He's Canadian, he wants to be in Toronto. So he said a family reunion on home soil, perhaps just leading the vibes of this team.
They did the wall over the top, lock him in.
On the other side, where are KC's heads at right now? A round like this, it's just got to be picking up
so many little plays.
I do that. They're done. This would have to be the best calling you've ever seen in Valorant for them to win.
To find his 5th ult point, but with the mesh in main on A, it's mid they go, and Koala they head into.
Dude, got good in from that as well. 2 spam through the wall on top. Little jump spot to spot the other.
The last 2 of Martin and Elite try and make something on towards A. Those sonic sensors and sentinel utility to try and get through.
Over there.
The players in place. Just to set this one up, KC looking for any kind of out, but every route they walk into is met with trouble. A player picked up by Martin, but that was one of the pistols. KC need to do a little bit more here if it's to make any kind of damage on what will be
another very nice bonus as well for NAVI.
Bonus that's set up. And would this be the time to finally win out your bonus? Send you towards double digits. A chasm between the 2 teams at the minute, which KC need to try and cross through their first buy.
This is basically a buy round, right? I think both teams
I mean,
This round is absolutely huge and potentially netting Angel his first ever win over Sadak. In terms of the call for this round, it's going to be grouped up.
Spicy, thanks so much for the raid, dude. Thank you, I appreciate that. You've handed me the raid back.
You can see,
honestly, if you're online again in 3-4 hours,
don't need to fight mid.
I'll send it back your way.
Just keep
going forever. Thank you so much. Congrats on the win also. Big day.
Koala instead decides to TP all the way back.
The infinite loop, yeah.
Mid. Like this placement of the sensor as well from Angel.
Thank you so much, dude. Thank you.
And with that now broken,
have a good sleep, I imagine, right? I think, time-wise.
Further information towards NAVI as to what exactly is going on in this round. But see the thing, KC think that that's where the Cypher is, because of the last round, that's deadlock was on A. They've switched up their sentinels,
And KC could be executing
Okay,
into their own doom.
wall over
Another
towards
utility
B
investment, though, in the meantime.
of 40
Barrier has been
seconds.
dropped in
The
towards
problem with
B
this
main,
wall
but
is
that's
this is
not
what I
before
want to
both
see all the
the
time. Like
salvo
this wall is
and the
so
net have
hard to
been
deal
placed
with.
as
You've got to
well.
commit.
Still A
You're in
under
position to
threat.
eat a grav net and
Traps
salvos.
ahead.
Like this wall is the
It's
wall that you
massive.
should be
He
using all
managed
the
to get
time.
a
You drop it at
cage
40
off, so
seconds
hasn't
means you can
been
get a heavier
identified
rotate over
by the
towards A
info
as well.
dart. And
Heavier
guess what,
stack
his own
even.
Koala's here to try
Nice
and
shot.
get some support, but Martin continues on his reign of terror. And Roxy's
Dude, I'm not
still
sure you need
hanging around in
to
main.
go this
They had to
forward.
clear
You got
an AWP on this
salvos.
fight. Less than 10 seconds once this comes in. This is going to
Dude,
be
there's 3 1v1s
close,
right now.
but didn't account for Elite. Dead Angel, 2v2 post play, and Navi look to come out the other side, the better.
Ow.
Elite from
He's
short
still running.
has to try and fight his way through. Doesn't even get a cam.
Oh, boy.
It's just gonna be a defuse.
That's the map, I think.
Dude,
And what
Navi
a way
have
to bring
Navi
Elite
a
can
good
win
full
a bonus
process though.
round, Navi.
Yeah.
When
They
needed
clearly
it.
understand this comp.
And those players
quite well.
standing tall on the A site again.
The placement to
Hero
make
gets
it break
his one,
was yeah.
and
I
Ruxic
agree.
just
I
hangs
agree,
on.
Saint. But
Yeah, you have
they're
to
onto the
swing
right
out
idea.
first
Like
from
this is what this is like how you play
It's such
deadlock here. Like this was the best
fundamental play,
example,
but
at
executed
least
correctly.
at least recently that we've seen of this.
With one,
Just
everyone
50,
on
40
KC
seconds. Once you start grouping up
doing
to
a
get
little
that
bit of
info,
something, but
like
still,
that's what you want to do.
Navi,
And
the all-important round
sadly
result.
for
I
KCORP,
think as well, this could
Elite
perhaps
had
be
to
the
commit
quickest
to break the
that
wall
we've
here.
seen a timeout
Otherwise they get that
used
early
since
info,
the
they
start
stack
of
3
a
person
half.
over towards the site and you
KARMINE
just
Court
saw it
wants
end
to
in
do
3
it
different
because
1v1s.
they are on the edge of elimination. Resuscitation needed by the support staff.
Navi coach knows how to use this comp.
Steps up
Yeah,
right
but
now, it
they
seems.
didn't they use
Given
solo?
opportunities to call for
Did
the
they always
team,
use
I
it with
think back to kickoff
the
a
cipher,
couple
or did
years
they
ago
just use
now
solo
when
deadlock?
Aim gave him that
I
experience.
think they had
You've got to
solo
be
deadlock
relying
for a
on,
while.
He definitely came up with the like on the B split where you throw the where you throw the wall over towards spawn. He definitely came up with that, but I think they had solo.
We spoke about how important it is for Navi.
Been cooking with deadlock for ages. Yeah, he was one of the first to use it on Lotus as well, right? Dude, it should be a good meta for Navi once it gets into double. They'll lean into deadlock heavy.
They need to get these champions points.
The only deadlock believer. There's a couple, but yeah, there's not many. The
So
pick rate at
it's
deadlock, the pick rate at deadlock will go like 3 times, I reckon.
In Ascension, they've been
Stage
playing
to the next round.
Yoko Cypher Deadlock,
See if what was said,
but then early on,
Salak and the rest, enough.
Yoru Cypher deadlock. Okay, I mean then they
As
pretty
we
much.
mentioned before, has brought on teams out of
Pretty much
bad
done it.
situations.
it
You look
kind of
at
looks like
Loud,
they've been playing it with
mentoring
the...
Yeah,
some of that
they pretty
younger
much came up
talent.
with it.
The question always being, could he do it
They were
without
using it
Aspas?
before deadlock got all the bumps.
Madrid,
Yeah,
a sufficeable answer, I think.
yeah. The moment they started
Martin's
using
been
Deadlock, they were
brilliantly
doing
on the
the
jet.
Euro Cypher Deadlock, I'm pretty sure.
Now he has support behind him. Only Angel here, but getting out of dodge with his own util, and Navi very quickly retaliating.
It's another
and
wall
they've
where you
got
have to
so
like
much stall
commit
potential
heavy
with
to
what
break
they
it.
have, and so
This is a bit of a
KC
masterclass
decide to
on the
look
deadlock.
elsewhere, but Koala's ready. So is Shao. I think they're actually
That's
thinking
when
about
like
moving
the
into
it's when like
main.
the
This
ops
is a
stop
huge
come into play as
isolation.
well.
It is
You
only
have to commit
Sugetsu
into these
here.
angles. You can have ops holding them.
Sheriff now
Like it's
has
a
to have
nightmare.
a bigger moment
Yeah,
than it
gotta hit
has
that
done
shot.
previously. Asking a bit too much. Still, Koala Noob has moved in towards B main. Is KC
Weird round at the moment. Looks like
find
they're
a
just
little
trying
spot
everything.
market to work with. This is just a bait on
Pressure
A.
over towards short.
Navi are so happy to give this space away at the same time.
Yeah, and do they just have full B main
They
control
have
as well?
control on either side.
Like as
of
long
it.
as Hero
And
stays
Mains,
alive.
more importantly, Angel and Koala, as you
Ah, dude,
say.
he's playing nice though.
Now looking at the Canadian. Feels as
Timing
if he
on
has
this.
his time to strike beyond
Incredible.
the cage. At least one kill, but that's the
Reposition
spike.
from him.
At the back of the
Incredible.
pack, it goes down.
Dude, they're nice on this map.
And so Navi
They just
up
have
to an
such a
11.
good macro
KC,
understanding of this
Yeah,
map,
they're-
and their
some of these eco
plays
rounds just
together
really
are
haven't
very
felt
drilled
all
as
that
well.
They're
threatening.
nice.
There's so much control.
They're very
but
Wait,
it's
they
not
could
even
do some
necessarily
damage
coming
lower
from the
bracket. Who
Sentinel
do they play
players.
after
The
this?
setups on site.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the setups on site.
loser of
but
which
again,
game?
It's also how
Loser of
comfortable and the understanding
Fnatic
that the
Liquid.
whole Navi roster
Ooh,
has.
dude,
in
that's gonna be a
terms of
scary game to
They
lose.
know when they can move into mains. They know when there's a step too far. And I don't think they've necessarily put a foot wrong since they've moved
It's a shame that they
onto
have
the
a couple of
defense.
weak maps.
We know that because they won every round on this second half.
Because Fnatic, I mean,
This
Fnatic
is
and
the
Liquid
most
would both
important
beat
of
them
the
on
lot,
split,
though,
you would
Cairo.
imagine.
Win here, it's 12.
yeah.
And very well, a series
Navi's taken. That buy won't look great either for KC if they lose this.
Very
early knife though, important
like,
just to
they're kind of
detail that
scary.
Angel has been spotted towards short.
Anywhere you go?
From what KC have collected info already.
Do they have an actual like properly bad map?
Is there a possible way they can see what the setup is? This is something we haven't seen
Maybe
before.
not bad,
Can
but...
contact for a
Wait, wasn't
Koala
it? Isn't there
Flash, it's an
Fracture
elite lurk.
awful?
He is solo in this endeavor.
Oh yeah,
Versus
it might
one
be.
that could
Yeah.
potentially be one out. The poke and prod
And their
on the
Lotus
A
is not
side
great. That's right, actually. Yeah.
has been one out by NAVI because they've got the A main space. Elite.
That's kind of scary
into
if
this,
Fnatic goes down.
Slow in the approach.
Camera contact,
KC
flash
creep
swing.
closer towards the B site. It's a drone to round the corner. It's broken.
Might have missed the timing of it.
Koala
Just
taking it
perfect.
into his own hands. Just one. Yeah, that's all it is going to be. But the setup
Dude,
from the
no way.
side
His
four
movement actually got him a
was
kill here.
good. Can't
Go on
capitalize.
then.
And now it's
Go on then,
Hero
hero.
back
Let's
to
see it,
say
mate.
He's been spammed out. They know where he is.
Okay,
because he
they're actually taking him
responded to the
down.
bullet sent his
Wow.
way. And now we go into
Is it around here?
I can't be believing, to be honest, but around's around.
Oh no.
But well noted. And now
You'll
it's
catch
up
me
to the
believing when that's
captain.
his 13 next to KC.
When Teo's enough, what changes happen on the Navi
Angel's
comp?
going to be coming up with the goods here, though.
I mean, you just put a, you put a
KC.
Sova in. That's it.
Slow approach.
Pretty much
All
one for one,
circling
right?
back to his position at the start of the
You
round.
put a Sova in, and then it just becomes the...
And that's how you have to play some of these
C9 comp?
defaults. I mean,
I think.
I don't think really they've been
I
known
think so, yeah.
for this kind of style in the past. But it's the one that you're
Wait,
forced
does
to
C9
play
play
against
Cypher
this
or Vice?
Na'Vi side right now.
Vice, I think. No, they play Cypher. They play
Especially
Cypher.
when you have to find out where the Sentinel utility is, right? Because they don't have to challenge for that space. They win it outright.
Oh no, they don't. They play Vice. Yeah, then the only
Four players
difference is
left
the...
standing.
Yeah, you're
That's
right.
round
You're right.
number 6. Still,
I mean, it's still the
5
same thought
more,
process,
to
though.
close the gap up entirely.
Zontaniv with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the Prime usage.
It was all Na'Vi. Yeah. I think for KC, they found a way to win outright, but I also feel as if there was some mistakes from Navi there. They had a good read on what they wanted to do. Koala unlucky not to get 2 and get traded out. We will look towards A main in this fight once again. Angel here.
Oops.
Pressed this time, but a miss sensor is a very quickly recollected one.
Yeah, no punish on that.
Navi on the offensive, 2 players to come in from short, but there is support from middle. It's Koala Noob just facing by himself, and while Net's going to come in there, the salvos, do they arrive in time? No.
Hey, they got the dash out of him, though.
Right
Whoa.
out.
That's, I mean, are we not wrecked?
The arch.
Okay.
TP into the other side. Spam coming through, but they can't quite find him.
No way. How is my guy not smoking himself off? How is he still W keying?
But look at Ruxic. He wants
They
to
have
keep
so much
going.
confidence.
Just the one kill that he picks
That's
up.
incredible.
Navi still putting their foot down. 50 seconds or less. KC
They
need
just
to
have so
make
much
a move, and in
confidence.
terms of space taken and utility dealt with, there is not much at all. This is big. Ava's just going to rip the ult. It's a hit and hope, so to B they go. Yeah, but you see that. It takes all the
Here we go
sensible
again.
utility offlane.
I mean, this time he
Hero's here
doesn't
by
have
himself.
any...
has
He doesn't
no
have any space
support.
over towards B main, so... Shouldn't be
Still
as easy for him.
creeping closer to the site, taking their time. Hero to take that
Shot.
first fight onto Elite, and that
Good
really opens
reposition.
things up. Util back in.
He
Hero
did good.
versus
He
second.
did good.
2-on-2, but it drops to Angel. This one feeling a lot more likely. And has the Gravnet. One off his ulti. Can stop the swing from at least one of those players, and it's Sugetsu dead in his tracks. To the corner, he will remain. Peeking back through though, Alice by his side. 7 for KC, they
Let's think.
survive.
Money looks a little rough.
7-11 is a really defining scoreline for a comeback. It's one where
I
it's
cannot believe
totally
it
within
plays like this,
touching
but
distance.
honestly,
And
4v5,
especially when
you're
you
allowed
look
to...
at
It definitely gets a little
economy,
looser.
Ultimates there.
But this was like
Another time where
the
Martin
loosest.
just goes flying around the corner, jumping in. But as we do
Round
go
by round? Track by track?
you've got to make
Round
those
by round.
decisions. It is getting pretty stressful.
Break
and
by
so
break?
Yeah, coach
Navi
getting involved.
are heading into a timeout of their own. But it's you know, another 60 seconds for KC, which they wouldn't have otherwise. They've already used both timeouts. We're not going to be getting any more unless we go to OT. And that's it. Boxing gloves off after this. It's going to be bare knuckle, no introduction of the coaches from here on forth. And it's what Sadak was talking about and what he wanted. It's all about who can call on the fly,
who's going to be better in these scenarios for however many rounds that we have left in this series. I have to remind everyone of the stakes. Whoever loses this is out. Not only out, but without a single win in the playoff stage either, which feels so different to at least maybe picking up one win and going up against some formidable opponents that we still have left in the bracket. Let me reiterate, it's 3 wins to take you to that top 3 from this position. NAVI coming into the next round with plenty of odds. But the one that I'm looking at, and the player I'm looking at still for KC, remains to be Martin. He headed into this series
as well.
second globally for KD.
What do K-Corp want to do on this one? Looks like a set one.
But it's
Oh,
the
dude, they're
space
going
making
fast.
more than anything else, which
Just
is
fast
the biggest
aiming
asset
control.
for KC right now against this NAVI defense. Playing with the pace, starting off fast, making NAVI sweat. Didn't get much utility out the other side of it. They are going to get the drone to check mid.
I wonder if they wanted to like put pressure on the deadlock side, force the wall out early.
KC's so slow.
I mean, maybe they don't. I mean, they don't know where the
Obviously,
deadlock is.
Waiting
Yeah, but
for
obviously
some
the deadlock was on the other
information,
side.
and
They have no way of knowing.
as this A site has both the sensors and the traps,
They're just trying to
the
default
Cypher,
as
the
much as they
deadlock,
can. They realize they gotta.
know
They
at
realize
least
they
one
gotta
of
go
them
fast
now
and get as
through
much
the
map
Aldro.
control as early as possible.
When we've seen KC pressure market before,
Pretty good though.
it's
A
just
main
been a
control,
means to an
nearly
end.
B main
They've
control,
not
all
often
mid.
executed, and you can see with the position here of Sugetsu still hanging
Ball
around
goes
in
into
A main. There's definitely a
fake.
view to take this one back into the stack.
Dude, with this space, are we not walking out? Camera gets spotted. They want to try and get some info. It's gone a little bit quiet.
Well, they're going to head
Only
towards
saw
A.
one
This
over
is where
towards
the
short, right?
utility is. As I said, just raising that question mark in middle.
Dude, now we got a
And now you're
lurking
heading
jet.
into the utility. It's the Hunter's Fury to try and gut out some of that space in the back. Ruxit gets
Right,
hit,
that was
and
nice little
Sugetsu
spam off of
follows
this.
it up cleanly. Koala still here.
Oh,
He's
okay.
found his first.
They did good.
Salvo's in. How much time is there? Spike plant has to happen, and it's dice where it'll go. Might be thinking about Martin still in towards mid. He could play late upset, perhaps a win condition, but the retake, we look at the annihilation from Angel to
heaven.
be the big win con here.
I'm not sure about that.
How can Navi flood out? Entrenched in the heavens,
Yeah,
still waiting.
Angel's not sure about
for the
that as well.
smoke to expire.
Like, guys, why are there
It's
4 of
time
us on heaven?
instead. Those final grains dropping to the bottom of the hourglass, and that's where Martin starts to reveal his position. Buys a little more time because, well, I tell you what, KC are going to need it on their side. Hero's starting to work on the defuse.
Jesus.
And stepping in,
Oh, he's
Martin, maybe a
last.
moment too
That's a
late.
good.
and
Oh,
all
whoa,
the way
whoa!
through.
Wait, how? I mean, I think he was out of it, but it doesn't matter.
But it's up as far as KC are concerned.
Unless he steps back into it. No matter what, the ult had pretty much secured it anyway.
Go off, but the point still stands. Navi have map point, and 5 rounds remains to be the gap.
He lives. Oh yeah, he lives. He lives and keeps the gun. That's incredible.
Is all
Protected
they
him.
need to put their hand into the next
Yeah,
round
he has the
in
gun.
lower bracket
sick.
and survive. Just one match longer for KC. An
Yeah, I mean,
underwhelming finish.
K-Corp just didn't get
to
enough
stage
on.
one.
Just didn't get enough on defense.
A
As easy
massive
as
round
that.
to try and deal with a set play. Doesn't get the value.
Yeah,
that
I like
they're
this from
looking
Navi as
for.
well. They've been doing their wall
Martin
over
noted
towards
by the
B, 2
Cypher
different
camp.
ones. And
Racing an issue for Navi to deal with.
they,
As
I
soon as they
think
take
they had a
mid,
cool little passive
Navi
one
are
that went like
dropping
here
back
and
that
here as well, which you
defensive
can't commit to unless you go out through the
Boathouse,
choke.
but this time their
Like
support.
the
mesh
full
is there,
process
and
through
so
the
is the
deadlock
sensor.
walls, probably the best I've seen from a pro team
Still
at the
with
moment.
blades and an updraft.
Like every
He
wall
finds
is like a
himself
heavy
over
commitment.
the top of Switch, but it's only going one way for
That's the
now
happy
in the
influence,
feed.
right? Like,
Shao
they
gets
pioneered
his
it.
Yeah, no, he's really got it
He'll
down.
find 2 more.
Yep.
He's got the first. It's a
Like
trade
even
out
this
2 on
wall,
2.
like you can only
Look at
break
how
this
low
wall from like a
Sadak is.
committed
He at
box
least
here
has one
if you're thinking
info
about
dart
actually
to
going
try
over
and
towards
note
it.
anybody. You'll get the information he needs.
Like it's
How
all
long
about
is he
just
gonna be
making
able to
sure.
survive?
Let's wait for this round
Going
first.
through lane, flash behind it. Sadak just hiding underneath
super
the rail
doable.
right now as the lane walk up comes through from Koala. Elite, the healthy player. We have to depend upon him again. KC, the blue wall could crumble under the pressure of Navi as they're putting it on. Elite has withstood at least that first player, but he has to go big where the rest of his team couldn't. To move on in their stead for KC stage 1 hopes and
Very,
dreams.
very
Elite
nice from
will
Elite. Super calm.
continue where the
rest could not. That's number 8.
When we're talking about the deadlock ult, like they're making sure that these areas, like these, they never overstep anywhere. Right, when you want to break them, you're committed into some kind of hard angle where you can get punished from pretty much any kind of choke. Like, it's so nice. Like, over towards B, you have to be past this line, right? You have to be in this box. Over towards here, you have to be in this box. Over towards short, you have to be in this box. Like, all of them can just be punished from, like, certain angles. Obviously, this one's a crossfire.
They pretty much always get value from the wall, if not by the wall, like the lane people themselves. You always get a peek into the people breaking
yeah, you always,
It's always dangerous to deal with the wall.
They always, not that they've used it much, but you can use like Judge on this one as well. I think C9 probably used that the best that I've seen, but the op as well is good on defense with it. You've also got to look at how good NAVI are at changing it up. They've been doing this a good amount of time where they place this down, but you don't hear them pick it up. Like, dude, we got a lot going on. The deadlock stuff's really good, man.
It's very, very good.
And it's this stall as well into the
Yeah,
late
you're a good
round,
amount of
which
them
makes
to get
things
that
all the
early
more
rotate.
concerning. Xiao
Delays
maybe
enough
even
time for
thinking
the
about
smoke.
using the ult here, just purely based on the
Don't do
positioning
it.
of
Please
these
don't do it.
players.
Don't do it.
Looks like he
You don't have
might
to do
just
it.
send it
Ah, you
in.
did it.
Oh, your wish
but he did.
will not be
The other way.
granted. Navi want to win it here and now. Xiao still on the site with the gun in hand, and those reinforcements just can't arrive soon enough. Shot down where they stand.
Well, that's another tail on the
KC will have a 9th. We go again
Dude,
without
especially
a
at
Navi ultimate.
8-12.
Question
You
is,
gotta,
big ultimates,
at
the real
8-12, you
deal.
gotta just, that's one of the big ults,
Try
man.
to give much
Don't need to
away
force it too much. You guys are
here.
eco. It's
crazy
another
too,
one
with the
added to the
amount of
list.
points that
It's a whole
requires
year
to
of
get
eco
up. I
ults.
feel like so many times we've seen not just any old run-of-the-mill ultimate, not just your neural theft.
Is there hope? I'm only gonna have hope when I see 13.
Like some
say
really
the
big
only hope is 12-12,
round-defining
mate.
ults are being just thrown into the fire. Quite literally, mate. Like you're sitting there and you're like, listen, guy. It's like the Mourinho story with the Balotelli one, right? Like, listen, do
Being a
not
Navi fan is
get
so
a yellow card.
stressful.
Do not
I can
use
imagine.
your ultimate. Angel, please do not use your ultimate. And then you come into the next round and they just send it, and you're like, oh goodness gracious. If you can find a way to pull it off, you look like a genius. But right now, I think Navi on the receiving end more often than not. But like you speak about, right, I know everyone speaks about like percentage plays and the numbers and let's crunch them, pushing up the glasses as Bren likes to say, but in these moments when it is literally
this is what I wanted to see as well. This op is going to be so
I think
nice.
the percentage play is what you opt for.
Especially if they kind of combo those two together a little bit. I'll play over towards mid, or he's going to go stairs, his mate's going to watch. Yeah.
True.
Okay. And they're not going to expect the second here, right? To be fair to Martin, he's pretty much on top of that.
Sui has responded. There's still a player advantage with the defense, and they have util to fall back on both sides. That they do.
Oh, they
and
were
even
probably
the setup
planning
here for Navi.
the KO ult.
You look at it, it's Sentinel players on either side of the map, so even if Aves had
what
gone
do you do now?
straight in with their ultimate,
can't get through
they were
chokes,
prepared
no
for
KO
it.
ult to disable the Cypher. It's kinda...
A lot of thought put into this,
Oh,
but now
look at
KC
Navi,
are on a plan B.
they swapped where their Sentinels are playing.
Yeah,
compared to
they had
their
anti-KO setup.
Yeah, so this is the anti-KO, yeah, it wouldn't even work. They're actually so good at this map.
Cypher can for contact. Sonic sensors round about him to
Dude,
create a support
this is like the
network.
best though.
He's
When you get to
calling
do an
his team.
anti-KO setup and you got double Sentinel, you got like the best. You got like the best setup ever.
There's a gap in towards tree, and that's exactly where they find to opt to go. The question is, are they overcooking this a little bit too much? Because, as I say, bunkers on both sides for Navi. Less than 30 seconds in the plays through spawn. Ruxic watching over it, but as soon as that penny drops, there's problems for KC. Elite can at least solve it with a kill for now.
Okay,
but this
here we
is
go,
so
Hero.
chaotic, Cairo. It is, and look at this, the Omen ultimate used to try and clear out Hero instead. Found by
The Omen cancelled the ult as well.
Number, the Sonic sensor gives the game away, but look at the deposit in mid. Sugetsu could be massive here. Hearing the steps, Sugetsu gets the first.
Nice,
And
little
over his
TP
forward
away.
captain, the wall is pulled
here's
over
him
his
on shot.
eyes. Elite was just sweating when that sensor went off, hoping that the spike could go down. And now that KC have it,
He went all the way around over towards A main. That's sick.
That's a great
All of this heard by Elite. Koala straight into
and they might get it close. It's another eco here.
KC continue. I mean, that round was like
now that you said this,
boxing, dancing
I
round one another.
10-15.
Yeah, eco.
With that being said, I mean, the most important thing for me in the next round is one. VIT has his null command up and available, so they can take and get rid of any Sentinel utility that's possibly needed. But the other aspect to it is NAVI's buy. They are stricken once again. So they've read into a double stack on A.
Surely we don't use the ult into the eco though.
Hero and Angel, mid presence made.
Okay, if they did pop the K ult right now, we'd absolutely wreck them. Probably want to save it for the big buy. Dude, Martin got dinked. Okay, well there you go. They got the ult out of them.
The null command comes in, but NAVI have players in position. They are knocking on that door. There's just a couple players, you know.
Wait, that was not. That's like an Icebox round. That is just everyone dead within 1 second.
And once again, we are at the very least guaranteed.
That's an actual blink. He just missed the whole round.
Whoever ends up losing this will feel hard done by. It's gone all the way down to the wire and then some. That's on every single map.
Good luck to observers on that one.
Hey, look at it.
Full regulation,
that's so fast.
One overtime. I think overtime right here would be just. Both teams have a bye. Both teams have ultimates, which should find value.
I mean, it was 5 chances down to the 1 last chance. They get the op, no armor. Do they want to just go for the B hit?
B main hasn't found value, and Koala finds a little gap to work with. Running into traffic just yet, Kashawa shut it
mate,
down.
there's a smoke here. I don't know how you've done that one.
Focus on B and Angel the one to receive it. Right up against this wall, Sensor by his side. Drone comes in, it gets the info, and that's the reinforcement.
Big kill. Wall to separate them. Omen TP's past it. It's like the only thing they got going. Sagetsu tried to combo. Ah, dude, this is done.
Koala noob in backside, so much support. KC are cornered. Looks like they are. I mean, you can barely get back past that mesh in main. The setup's over on A. Where do you go? That's the question that Sadak is trying to answer right now as they wait. Let's see if NAVI try and dry peek into the rifles, holding the angle.
Dude, they're like, please, someone make a mistake. Please, someone, surely make a mistake.
Just another spanner in the works, playing around his own smoke and looks to take this fight on the chin, closing in. NAVI in position! 13-11!
Rough one for K-Corp, 7th to 8th. But very nice for NAVI. And dude, it's another strong map for NAVI. Won't hit as good next time they use it, but still, they look good on the map.
The wait will continue to return to another global
and K-Corp, I mean, I just personally I put it down to comps, really. That's where I view it. But
yeah,
people view it differently.
At the same time, it's not like they played bad with the comps. Right? Like
they didn't play bad with the comps.
The harbor, but
just extremely off meta.
Closer to home, that's where the sights need to be set now, because there is real problems that they need to answer.
Double pistol, NAVI here? Yeah, the double pistol helped them.
They have a lot of time to cook for next stage. If they are gone, maybe.
Yeah, I mean that's the real cope. At least we got 2 months.
Yeah.
Going out in this
we'll see what they do.
So many close series, just 6 rounds in it across.
This is an org that kind of needs to go to champs though, so it's a worrying spot for the team.
A lot of work to be done before stage 2, but I have to say, NAVI will be happy to have taken this one home, because you do see
K-Corp, so in my view, K-Corp just needs to change their comps. I wouldn't change anyone. I would lean into their strengths though, and I think their strengths is putting Elite on either Killjoy or Cypher, where I'd be leaning towards.
Did excellently. Sure, there was a few lackluster rounds, a few slackness, but I mean, they've bought themselves more time to work on now as they look
doing double sentinel, because I mean, in kickoff they played double sentinel on Bind, and that was their first big map.
Look, you think to the
map that they've looked really good on. Obviously, Bind brought into that, but they had like double sentinel ideas down.
Just back and forth.
Yeah.
The question on my mind is,
will they put Harbor every map?
Any further into this lower bracket? Because we've already seen the promise of what this roster could be. be in spells, but again, it's that stability that we're constantly harking back to.
Already got the maps. FUT pick Fracture, Vitality pick Split, and Ascent remains.
I mean, that's right.
That's a
FUT pick Fracture. Wait, Vitality look kind of rough on that. Vitality pick Split, that's not too bad for them.
In terms of your review from this game,
well, I'd say it's not too bad. It's been a little...
Well, that's what we're going to start to find out as we're going to toss it over to
MC
the stage.
goes to GE. Yeah, we spoke about it a little bit. I think it's a really good pickup for them. They needed to do something like this to sort their macro out.
NAVI fan. They are through. They survived.
It's kind of like a temporary, right?
Yeah, it's just why he's off for summer. But it's pretty much where all the stage 2 is.
Of VALORANT that you have been saved, bailed out, shined on Ascent. So many years of this map. So why is it taking so long for us to finally see it this split? Why haven't you guys been just choosing Ascent?
I will tell it like this. We have very unique coach stuff.
Okay.
And it's in good way.
It's in a good way?
In good way, of course.
Does it make your Ascent even better than before?
I mean, we won. We have 100% win rate on it, so yeah.
Would you personally like to play Ascent a little bit more? Because you've never had a bad performance on Ascent.
Yes, I like Ascent and I would like to play it more.
Okay.
And I am trying to push my idea in the team, but sometimes their vision like more clear, let's say.
Maybe you've convinced them after the performance today. Let's talk about your personal performance because we're so used to the Shao show, you know? So many years of every map, you're the star, you're the best player on your team. But this year, it has seemed like you and some of your teammates have struggled with consistency. How have you found dealing with that?
We can deal only through like going through this like situations, like loses, hard loses, winnings, and from this you get experience because we have 3 players. Like one of them played a bit in Fnatic in tier 1, but 2 are new to this scene, so we just only experience and you need to go through, and we're just giving them time to understand, helping with them with some advices if they need, and we just work on that.
What about you personally? Because today you had an amazing map too, you know, Shao is back, you're doing great, but what about the times that maybe you felt like you're underperforming?
I'm just angry at myself, and it's like a fuel for me to perform better in the future. So it's simple for me.
Are you happy with the way that you and your team performed today?
I mean, we won, so I'm happy, definitely happy, but we need to rewatch and see, like, maybe we could do it more clean.
Let me give you something to be even happy about. I know it's haunted you and Angel a little bit to make playoffs and then go into that lower bracket where there's no second chances and instantly lose to Heretics or another team, you know. It seems like a bit of a pattern last year, but you've broken that curse now. You have the momentum and you finally can stay in playoffs a little bit longer. So surely that's you can feel a bit more relieved about that one.
Yeah, sure, like elimination match is always fun because you like either win and eliminate enemy, which is like a nice feeling, I'm not gonna lie. And it's also this pressure experience, highest pressure in the team, like for players, it's like lower bracket when everything is like at price, if you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean. But you have eliminated your former teammates to get to. It's bittersweet moment perhaps, or is there, you know, you wanted to beat them extra hard?
I mean, it's still a game. Yes, we are in different teams, and yeah, it's competition. One of us should lose at some point, so.
Has to lose. Very brutal. Very, very brutal. But I'm glad you mentioned some of the younger players on your team. How proud are you of them? You know, some of the other members, like you said, they don't have experience in situations like this, but they performed so well today.
It seems when it's needed, they step up, and I like it because they have a character, and it means they're potentially very good players like in the future. But they just need a bit of more experience, and it's good that we play more and more. We went through group stage. Now we have one more match in the playoff at least, so we will see.
And lastly, what is NAVI's super weapon to give you guys this lower bracket run? How are you going to make it all the way to the final now? What is your win condition?
Just believe in our work, in our hard work, and just trust this process. It's that simple.
We believe, Shao. We believe. Your fans believe as well. So thank you very much for joining me, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Yeah, see you. Thank you, guys.
All right, let's see how they do.
Made us through, but elimination
like
day is not over just yet.
Fnatic or
Coming
Liquid.
up after this, we're going to have FUT
like how aware
taking
they are
on
of the
against Vitality.
composition
Plus
of
Hero
experience and
will be
inexperience in the team.
on the desk.
That this is all a process. I feel like this is.
Yeah, he wasn't speaking with like a lot of confidence, so that worries me a little bit. But I guess you're in lower bracket.
Yeah.
Break,
maybe
yeah,
also...
I think they're doing a long break. Yeah, they give the teams longer to make sure that everything's good to avoid tech pauses. So. I might honestly get some food while I spam some ads. Might be the best way to do it. Chat, everyone say thank you to Fio as well for coming on before I spam some ads. Thank you for coming on.
Won't be seeing me for at least a month.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, 2 months.
Sadness. Thank you for having me.
Oh, let's see. Goes.
Thank you, Chad. Ciao, ciao.
Okay, chat, let me spam some ads. I'll be back in a little bit, alright? There's a longer break in between the games there, so I might get some food, so might be a little bit longer for me, but I'll be back before the game starts. Okay, be right back.
Want more NAVI content? We're gonna give you more NAVI content. I'm your host, Vincere. I'm joined once again by Hypok and Hero here on the sofa. First of all, massive congratulations on that win. I asked Shao this question. I'm just gonna ask you, Hero. But we're gonna do 2 parts. First of all, what is your personal opinion on Ascent? Because I think joining NAVI, it's like you're expected to be good on Ascent, you know? And why didn't we see the Phoenix? I really wanted to see your Phoenix.
I would say, like, I like Ascent, first of all. It's a nice map. I like any map where I play Cypher, to be fair.
Oh,
I like Cypher a lot. It's like one of my favorite characters. And why I didn't play Phoenix?
Would you rather play Phoenix or
killed the
Cypher?
dream now, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Phoenix. Like, he's probably like up there with either Cypher or like Phoenix.
Oh, okay.
Because he's also, I think I'm like the, like stats-wise on VLR, I'm like the best Phoenix, I think, in the world.
Was there ever a chance of, have you even said to like Happy and Angel, I could play Phoenix, let me try? Has there ever even been floated this idea?
I say like almost every day.
And what do they say?
We've tried, but not on Ascent.
Oh!
I can't say too much.
Okay.
Okay, you've already said enough to be honest.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, with the performance like today, it would be, well, to give
no-brainer.
Two deaths in a round is a pretty terrifying prospect. But I mean, today, obviously, elimination game. One of the things that we were kind of talking about coming into this is that it's an interesting like matchup between Angel and Sadak. What is Angel kind of? What's it like playing under such an experienced IGL in an elimination game?
I mean, I love Angel a lot. Like, I call him Unk.
Of course you do.
So we have Unk and Papa on the other side today. So,
like, it's like, yeah.
Oh, that's great.
But Angel like gives a lot to the team. Like, even after the talk, after the BBL game, like he is like a really good caller under pressure and like just any like pressure he's given, and I like that a lot. And he responds like good to feedback, which I like as well.
Oh. Well, what's his style in these moments? I think I like the way that Hypo you address the elimination, because you know some people can get a bit stressed, some people get a bit emotional. What's his kind of general vibe in these moments?
General vibe, I would say like he's like really like he's like helping the team a lot, like behind the scenes kind of, like not like shooting wise like the most.
He did not just do him like that. What?
I mean, he played pretty well today, to be honest.
I mean, like even in scrims, like he's shooting. Like sometimes I'm like, damn, he still got it in him.
Still got it.
Yeah. But he does shoot.
I guess what's actually just to follow on from that. How is it like playing with Koala Noob? Because it seems like Koala Noob's like the most energetic, like getting everybody like riled up after a round win and stuff. Like, is he kind of like the vocal kind of vibes bringer? Because it seems like a lot of the time it's him, and then it cuts across to like Angel, just tight-lipped. Shao said nothing for 3 rounds. Like, yeah.
I mean, I love Koala a lot as well. Like, he's really energetic when like we need it in the team, like which reminded me a lot of like back when I was in Fnatic with Alpha. Like
I get it.
I like the energy that he gives to the team, and like even if we're like not doing the best, like he's still there to like hype up the team, which I love.
Yeah.
We all know how much Koala wants to make Toronto, right? That's so special, you know, for him. I think he even spoke about, you know, having his daughter watch him, his family there, and so on and so forth. Does that rub off on the rest of you that you want to go there extra just to
give
make
that,
give
that to
make
Koala,
his dream come true? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so. Like, I mean, of course, like it'd be like a dream for him, and I'm trying my best to make that come true.
Yeah, you are
we
trying
can see
your
that.
damn
We can
best.
see that. Yeah.
We're going to show some of that F in a second, but let's take a look at the Ascent comp that we mentioned. Unfortunately, if you just tuned in, we did not get to see a Phoenix. I'm a bit sad about that. But what we did get to see though is this the deadlock stuff as well with the Tejo. How long have you guys been practicing with this comp? What's the idea behind all of this?
I mean, we've been practicing with the comp like a good amount of time, I would say, and like Happy and Koala love the comp a lot, because back when they were in M80, like they were like saying really good things about the comp.
Is this the same with Icebox as well then? They just go, on M80 we did this, and
not as much as in Ascent.
Okay. Do you like it? Did you get bought into this as well when they pitched it?
I love the comp. Like I already said, like I love any map where I play Cypher, so.
I guess interesting enough is one of the theories coming out of this is understandably going to be why we obviously haven't seen Ascent yet. Is this the final form, or is there more prep that we're kind of and again, I'm not expecting you to reveal too much. Is this kind of what you've been working on for Ascent?
I mean, I wouldn't say final form. Like I wouldn't say like final form in any map, because I feel like day by day we're like improving like every step.
Yeah.
So we're still like preparing like as much as we can and like doing as good as we can.
Saving strats for Toronto.
Sandbagging.
Saving strats.
Just typical Angel.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned that you're trying your best, and you know, Shao was also saying on stage that when the youngsters on the team, when you need them to step up, they always step up, and I think you're an example of that. Today, though, there were some just unbelievable things we saw from you, Hero. We've already seen some unbelievable things from you before today, but talk us through what was happening. Play by play this.
In the 1v3, I was like thinking by myself, like, they have Fade ulti, but I didn't expect them to use it in a 1v3. And when they used it, I was like, damn, they like put respect on me.
Yeah.
In a 1v3.
Well, I mean, he
threw his hat off, I think. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's what you did to that man.
Yeah.
That's what you did. But like, you couldn't see, you couldn't hear anything. Is that just your pure and also this as well? What was this?
Yeah, this was disgusting. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, here like. I was like hearing like a bunch of steps everywhere, and like I started hearing, I think Cypher shoot in heaven, and I was like, I'll just peek in, and I just started hearing a plan with low time, and I'm just running at him.
It does feel like just absolute freedom in some of these rounds but it's also like, what's so impressive as well is like the on-the-fly decision-making that you make sometimes. Well, like, what's going through your head there? Are you getting much info from your teammates, or is this you kind of just like, I guess, channeling into like your instincts almost?
It's like, I mean, obviously I do stuff off of my teammates and their like information, but a lot of it is also like instincts, I would say, like just instinctual like plays.
Being young.
Being young.
Do you remember those days?
No.
You remember?
Long time
No,
ago.
you're good. You're all right. I've seen you play. Yeah.
Oh, right. I thought you were going to say, yeah, you're good. You're
No,
not old.
Hypog is good. I don't think... I feel whenever we have discussions about, like, caster teams and talent teams, your name is always in there. Are you this good, though? Are you hero good, do you think?
I mean, I'd like to think so. Yeah.
You take him on hero, yeah?
We go 1v1.
We'll set you. Oh my god! Can we make that happen? Can we do a 1v1? Have you played console yet? Can we do?
Well, yeah, console. Sure, let's go.
1v1?
Yeah, yeah. You down for that?
Yeah.
Console? I've like probably touched the controller like 5 or 10 times in my life.
Yeah, same. I think that's probably
Well,
he doesn't know though, so it's fine.
Okay, but we could do maybe like 1 round on the console, 1 round on the PC.
Okay.
Isn't there coming mobile as well?
Yeah, we'll do a mobile round. Honestly, Evan, producer Evan, please write this down. Like, we'll make this happen. We'll do some a little bit of content. How are you feeling for the rest of this lower bracket, Hero? Because things do not get easier from here. You have a nice momentum now, though, because the loss yesterday was a little bit rough.
Yeah, the loss like yesterday was like, it made me pretty sad, I would say. But like we had the game like the next day, so like.
Well, yeah, actually, I guess interestingly enough, how did the discussions feel after the loss versus BBL? Was it kind of like, did it almost feel like a total failure and almost back to the drawing board? Was there elements of the veto that you felt that were kind of missed, or was it kind of just a massive over-performance or, I guess, underestimation of BBL on the day?
I wouldn't say it's like an overestimation or anything, but we had like a good talk after, like we were here and still talking, which was like, we normally don't do it.
Okay.
But it's like we had a good talk and like we talked about stuff and like what we need to do tomorrow against KC, and like we had to like lock in because otherwise we get out.
Yeah.
You did lock in, you did. And lastly, before we let you go, you play the loser of Fnatic or Team Liquid. Who do you think your next opponent is going to be, and do you have a preference?
I mean, I obviously have a preference. Like I used to be in Fnatic, but I would probably prefer going against Liquid.
Oh, why?
Just in general, like our performances against them and like scrims and like.
Okay, some
it's a better matchup for us.
Scrimbucks. All right. Well, we'll find out tomorrow. But for now, thank you very much, Hero, for joining us. Congratulations once again. We'll see you in a couple of days. But it's not over. It is not over. We're going to go to a quick break. And on the other side of this, Vitality will be taking the stage against FUT.
We're making new games, and this one's different.
I'm so freaking excited to try out VALORANT.
This is our take on a competitive shooter. We want an attack shooter with more creativity.
Okay, you guys are gonna see this epic play again?
More expression. And a lot more style. We promise we're in this for years and years to come.
Now in such a cheeky little spot.
The first to etch their names in the history books. I know it.
What's the move?
We killed them all.
Look at, so now here they're protecting it. Here it is. He did it!
Enemies close. Track them down.
Buddy.
We're out of time.
Feel like a comeback kick. Got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one.
Players up above, a flash ready.
With the ace and my team went gold.
If y'all carry.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
One more. It's not a second to wait.
Where you been? I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll crush that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the butterflies hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now, whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so starry-eyed boys. Got the venom highs, going to the venom well. Who's there? Know this.
When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Watch me ignite. I go inside. No footsteps.
I'ma take you all down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo, I hear the echo. Bang, bang, run it back. Team with the versatile, ta-ta-ta-ta all day. Enough with the chit-chat, steady with the one tab. I'ma set it off, just wait. Oh, eres Omega con la oh no. Sabe que la alfa soy yo. Go, vete, vuelve cuando no estoy así. Desapareció. Oh, ¿cómo piensa que no? Traigo la peña, las de Shadow Celo. Llama chatarrero que se va a hacer rico. De lo que dejaré ti por el suelo.
When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. We can hear it break. Watch me ignite it. We're from different worlds. Mirror, mirror eyes. Can you feel the burn? Watch me ignite it.
It's time to get into our second elimination game of the day. I am Yingsu and I'm back here once again, joined by Hypok and Mini. Well, Hero looks a little bit different otherwise. Welcome back, Mini. Welcome back.
I kicked him
now,
again. I kicked him again.
Oh, no. No. No. Just like you did Durka. Every single match we play, it's a player that Mini's done dirty. It's kind of crazy.
I kicked Durka?
It's kind of wild.
Jesus.
Yeah, isn't it, Mike?
I can't believe it's all your fault.
I cannot
That's
believe
crazy.
everything is Mini's fault. But let's talk about this second matchup because it is once again elimination. No more second chances. Did you guys ever expect that these two teams would be up for elimination this early on?
No. To be frank, like after
Well, hang on. So actually watching Vitality back through stage one, yes, but I guess coming into stage one as a whole,
no,
absolutely not.
No, FUT we expect to always be that kind of third, fourth team, even if their kickoff wasn't quite there. And at Vitality, we're supposed to be top 2 in Europe, and they're down here, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's got upset potential all over it. And going back on the topic of people that, you know, Mini keeps kicking on Fnatic, Two of them have joined Team Vitality. Two people that you're very familiar with me in the past. We, of course, have SLK coming in as the assistant coach, and Edgar as well. Both of them at one point or another worked with you. So give us a little bit of insight.
Yeah, so, go on. SLK worked with us in 2023, was my assistant coach during our infamous run.
Yeah.
He was very good. He did a lot of prep for me, helped us out quite a lot. He worked remote too. He didn't even come to the events, he'd just stay up all night working, so that was good.
So you was there with Lock-In and Tokyo.
And Champs.
Yeah, very successful tournaments for you
He did
guys.
loads of good work for you.
Yeah.
And then
Wonder why he wasn't there in 2024. But sorry, carry on.
Okay, yeah, that was all me. And then Edgar worked with us last year as a performance coach quite a lot. And we also worked with him in Summon FC in 2021.
Yeah, that was
That's a throwback.
Yeah.
That is a big throwback.
Yeah, just both really good people. The only thing I would say here, though, is that I think both of them have been working with Vitality for a little bit, so it's not like a really new change.
It's a confirmation almost,
it's
basically.
Yeah.
So they're past the trial, I guess.
I'm a very big fan of both of these guys. You know, they're the kind of people that's been in our scene for so long, and in situations like this should be a difference maker for sure. And perhaps maybe a Vitality in the game could also make a difference. But the comps, though, are we concerned at all? Is there any concerns around the kind of speed in which they change things up from game to game?
Yeah, it's definitely a concern. I think one of the kind of overarching issues has kind of been Vitality not being able to find their identity. And then kind of some role overlaps, I guess, within some of these compositions have looked a little concerning. And again, we've got a question, it's a big question mark around the prep behind it and kind of discussions that happen coming out of a loss. But stability seems to be the issue.
Yeah, the big narrative for me here is that they're losing to teams that are extremely good. So on Lotus, for instance, losing to Fnatic, who are very good at Lotus, and then instantly swapping comps. And then Icebox and Haven losing to Heretics, who I think are the best in EMEA on both those maps.
Yeah.
And then switching. To me, that shows that potentially maybe a lack of vision or a lack of kind of...
Overreacting, you think?
Maybe some emotion going on within the team. Something not quite right to me.
So you would have preferred to see them maybe not change the compositions. But how do you think they could fix things if it's not within the comps?
That's a
I think there are
$1 million question.
Yeah, there is, but there's also other issues, right? I guess coming back to the identity thing, it's another question really around. I mean, it sucks to say, but when the biggest positive really you can draw from stage 1 so far for Vitality is the Seavoffs come in and look phenomenal individually. That's not really, I guess, face value. That was the look of death coming out of safe there, by the way, on the slow-mo. But coming into stage 1, you look at it on paper and you think, damn, Vitality like should deliver here. And there shouldn't really be any questions about it. This is a star-studded roster, even ahead of Seavoff coming in, who I think has already cemented himself as probably like I said, the highlight of stage 1.
Yeah, and it has not been easy for Team Vitality, and Faded did not shy away from talking about it. Take a look at this. I'm now joined by the head coach of Team Vitality, Faded. Now, Faded, first of all, welcome to playoffs. It's probably not the ideal position to start off with in the lower bracket. So I wanted to ask you, what's the prep been like? What's been the main focus of your team in the last week?
I mean, I think the key focus has been surrounding like ourselves. I think we're not necessarily prepping against any specific team because, you know, you never know who you're going to get. I think the key difference has been making sure that, you know, we're kind of increasing our layers in our arsenal, gaining confidence and just playing like ourselves again. So, yeah.
And as you know, there's a lot of noise when it comes to your team. I think from day one that this was formed, people like to prey on your downfall. You know what that's like. So what has been going on behind the scenes? Are you able to, you know, clear things up and just reassure maybe some of the Vitality fans?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we obviously have a lot of solid fans out there. The Vitality fan base is one of the best I've ever experienced. The support and the love they show, even with the, you know, tough showings that we had throughout Split 1. I think they're still very hopeful. They're very encouraging. So for us, it's like, you know, we do it for the fans. Like, we do it for the organization. We do it for ourselves. And, you know, our worst enemy is ourselves. We kind of get in our own heads. You know, we don't play to our own levels. And I think that's where it becomes tough. But, yeah, I think the best way we can you know, I guess make the fan base proud is to keep fighting and to keep being ourselves. So
I guess the strongest criticism or maybe the narrative is always surrounding the IGL. I think that's very similar on every team, right? If you do well, it's not the IGL. If you don't do well, the IGL is a fault. So how much of that do you think is unfounded, unwarranted, and how much of that you think does fall on the shoulder of Safe?
I mean, it's a team game. And, you know, it's really tough to be the IGL or to be a leader of a team that has such high expectations. I think when it comes to Safe, you know, he's always been kind of known for his duelist or his old school Senti plays, but he has one of the best understandings of the game, in my opinion. It's just putting that to paper with the players that we have. And, you know, he has a huge responsibility on his shoulders from, you know, the players on our team to the expectation he puts on himself. You know, this guy, he's grinding day and night. He's staying up until like 2, 3 in the mornings with me, waking up at 8, 9 in the morning to just make sure we plan out the day correctly, focusing on individual improvements on himself, but also his teammates. Like, he really carries a lot of weight on his shoulders. And I think one of the things he always focuses on is not, you know, the criticism, but really focusing on how he thinks he can improve or what he can do for the team, because he's very introspective. Like, he's very critical about his own decision making or, you know, what goes right or what goes wrong. So, you know, someone like Safe, it's, you know, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders in terms of, you know, from the outside, but the way that he handles it is actually extremely professional and impressive in my point of view.
Why do you think the general community always kind of scapegoats the in-game leader, or maybe jump to that sort of conclusion whenever a team doesn't do well?
I mean, I guess it's because the IGL is quote unquote like the leader, and, you know, the leader is always going to have that spotlight in a way. You know, it's never, you know, it's really tough. And I mean, I feel like Safe's the type of person who would rather have the pressure and the criticism on himself than his teammates, because he cares about everyone on the team. All, you know, from Dirtgut to Les to Clem or Cyboff to Kicks, like, he cares about them all as people. And, you know, I don't think Safe minds being the guy that takes all the heat, right? If that means that the rest of the teammates are, you know, able to focus on what they need to do to improve.
What's your relationship like with him?
Safe, we're very close. Not only from an in-game perspective, you know, but I think one of the ways I really want to treat the team is always giving them, you know, more of like a humanistic or personality approach, personal approach. You know, so Safe and I, we spend time, you know, we're always spending time within the game, but, you know, we're always in contact. When the good happens, the bad happens, you know, no matter what happens, like, I see him as a brother, and, you know, we kind of have this very strong relationship with each other. And I think that helps with the dynamic of how we work with the team and what we try to instill, or, you know, what we try to build. But, you know, Safe is definitely family to me. So.
Oh, I don't think we hear that a lot from Coach IGLing sort of pairing, but it's very important in this game. And lastly, I do wonder how much this comes down to you or Safe, or maybe the two of you, but the comps. There's been a couple of times where you guys have changed your comps, and it surprised us. It surprised a lot of people. What was the reason behind changing some of these comps? Was it just because you lost one game and you felt like you needed to change, or was there, you know, you already have a few other comps prepared?
I think it's the idea of testing and playing around with different comps too as well. I know it's a pretty high pressure situation in being able to win throughout these splits, but unless we go through trial and error, it's really difficult. I think, well, you know, it's always, we kind of tend to feel that the anti-ing and kind of the strategy around us is pretty intense. Especially the opponents that we play to as well. And I think, you know, there's a huge region difference, and it's something where, you know, stylistically in NA, you know, is comps that, you know, Les and I, for example, are very familiar with, and the play styles of it doesn't necessarily correlate to the EMEA region, and it's very difficult to kind of find the balance between those play styles. So for, you know, from my perspective, it really is, you know, kind of finding what fits, especially with, you know, bringing Cyboff on board. We want to be able to activate him. We want to be able to activate pretty much everybody on the team and find different balances. So the comp changes and these kind of things are more centered around how we can activate the players and kind of find the best synergy within the team.
Little balance.
Exactly.
Little balance. I like that. Thank you very much for joining me, and good luck today.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
It's always nice to hear from Fader. Now, I want to kind of point out that tidbit of him saying him and Safe are like this, their family, their brothers. As a coach, Mini, what kind of relationship is that? Does that mirror you on Boaster, or do you think maybe that's still a rare thing to have?
No, I hate Boaster.
I was going to say, dish the dirt now.
I hate that guy.
You would have kicked him if you could.
There's a clear trend. I think if you look at the teams that have won historically, where there is like that trend of the IGL coach relationship, and I think it's the most important thing in the team. So I have a bit more faith in this Vitality lower bracket run if that relationship is as tight as what Faded is saying, because it seemed pretty believable to me that seemed.
Yeah, he's not the type of person to lie about that, but I think the other elephant in the room, Hypok, is Durkin time. When is it? Is it today?
Well, hopefully. If you're a Vitality fan, you're praying. I mean, it's been difficult to watch, but I think as well some of the things that kind of hinted at in that interview there, the expectation is really high. I think Vitality, like I said, with this face value, this roster, start of the year, would have had a target on their back. So in terms of like anti and, you know, having to feeling as if you have to switch up compositions because you feel as if you've just been figured out or read, I think it's a fair assessment, to be honest with you. But
what do we miss? Anything big?
Durka's a player that we know what he's capable of. We've seen the highest highs. We've also even historically seen, I mean, back on Fnatic as well, Durka go through a bit of a slump, but he's always come out the other side. It's just a question of when's it going to happen? When are we going to see Durka get back to some semblance of comfort? Because a lot of player reacts where he's kind of looking confused, looking frustrated at himself, and those are the things that you question, kind of, well, again, experience for you. How are they addressed? How responsive is he to kind of self-motivate and fix some of those individual issues?
I think he puts a lot of pressure on himself to perform, so I'm not worried about him, if that makes sense. Like, he's the biggest critic of himself. He'll know that he's not playing at the level that he needs to be playing at right now, and he'll do anything possible to rectify that.
Yeah, and he has never been eliminated at playoffs this early.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. That Durka has, what, 11 out of 13 global attendant, which is just insane.
So, some of these players getting 7th to 8th in playoffs is like
Seed 2 at a push, but Seed 4, this is new territory.
Shocking.
But it's also new territory for FUT as well. Ever since being in the partnership era, they've missed one global event a year, but
let's
2
see what happens here.
mini. This will be new for them as well if they're eliminated today.
Yeah, I think that FUT don't get painted with this narrative too much, where they are actually one of our better teams.
Yeah, we don't give them enough credit.
We don't give them enough credit.
They're quietly the team that kind of makes it to the international.
I mean, they're pretty much always fourth.
Yeah, especially from an organization standpoint. They're kind of like a newer org. They're not as established, so I think they've been extremely successful over these years.
Yeah.
This year, you know, it's not gone as well so far, and they've got a very tough lower bracket run to go.
Everyone said they trolled their vetoes yesterday. Do you guys agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
that was so fast.
The veto troll to me. Like, how did they troll that veto?
I mean, they let Fnatic get, well, even if you were to just take it at face value, opening 2 maps.
They picked Fnatic's best map.
Heavily in favor, and then to
we call that the trace.
This feels like it's like Fnatic won all 3 map picks of that veto. Yeah, I think that's it's fair to say. Even just
can they even troll today? Is there a way they could troll this against?
They could
Vitality?
troll today. I have this weird feeling that they pick Halo.
Kukuka, hello by the way.
I think that they should be looking at Fracture as a map that they've done well on. They won it the times they played, and they seem to not like that.
And a clean record as well, right?
Yeah. I hope they just use that today.
I mean, that's the one thing coming out yesterday.
And then on the break, just entertaining out here.
I hope they do, because this match will send shockwaves no matter the outcome. Either FUT miss both global events this year, or Durka sees his season end far
so far the bracket's good,
I think so also. Let's welcome the players to the stage for a game that's about legacy as much as survival.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You play a hopscotch on that top notch on the block.
Why is Mini so tense? He's just a tense guy, man. He's still new to like camera stuff. Give him a bit of time. Did you know that every second Masters has always had an EMEA team in the final? Well, until this year. Dude, who's gonna make it this year? Honestly, we got Heretics. Heretics are still giving me a bit of faith.
There is a lot on the line here. Team Vitality, of course, the winners at kickoff here in EMEA, and we all saw FUT already yesterday, and the question about that veto, I think everybody is tuning in to see what are they going to do today. Are they going to ban the Icebox again? What are they going to pick? And how much are they going to give Vitality? Now, it says FUT all the way across, but it is actually, it is Vitality
Yeah, FUT just got to select the whole. FUT got to select everything.
Now I look towards the decider. Again, we've got Fracture in there.
Literally, Vitality looked at how much they messed up the veto yesterday, and they're like, do you know what? You can have our ban and our pick, actually.
How do we feel?
I think it's pretty good. I'm a bit confused by the graphic right now, but
don't worry. I can tell you, it is FUT that banned Icebox.
Yes. This is a decent pull for FUT, I think.
Yep, they ban Icebox, Vitality ban Pearl.
Yeah, of course it's decent. They got to choose everything.
Vitality pick Split, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
You'd hope they wouldn't mess that one up.
Fracture being in there is great for FUT. They're split. I would err towards Vitality there, but this could absolutely be a 3-map series.
Yeah, I firmly agree.
Do you think Vitality could have seen this coming? Could they have foreseen?
No, not after yesterday.
The Fracture pick, can they be prepared for the
yeah, definitely. I think they've looking at the map pool for FUT. Like I said, that was why it was so surprising yesterday, to be honest with you. Again, to see Fracture here for map 1, Vitality have got to be looking at, like we said, clean record for FUT. And I think actually in terms of gaps of the map pool, Fracture is one of the ones that you've got to feel like FUT are feeling confident about.
Yeah, Vitality haven't played it this split, I don't think, at all. So that is the one thing, like they don't know the information about what Vitality have cooked up. Like maybe Vitality have looked into Fracture more as one of the maps that now they need to go towards because they kept picking Haven and it was a disaster for them.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to stick with what they brought out at Bangkok? Because they beat T1 here, they beat Liquid here.
Did not just look like these two teams like the same maps?
On Fracture. Do they need to change anything?
I feel like.
Was it the Tail Breach?
It was the Tail Breach. With
Vitality got to choose between Lux and Ascent.
That sounds good to me.
I agree. And also, I like, leave Durka on the Raze, on the Jet, on the Yoru. Stop messing about on this Neon. That is the simplest thing.
Yeah, I think even you know, rolling it back a little bit, there's always been that question of comfort. I don't think Durka's ever found comfort on Neon to the level that we see potentially. I mean, Jet's up there obviously ahead of the Raze, but even it was a slow burn to get him on track with the Raze as well historically, but he got there. I think with Neon,
yeah, I never made him play.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
Let's see what he's gonna play here. Oh my god! Sorry, out the window.
I like this though. they go for the Cypher comp. Dark and Neon's interesting, but
that's all it is. Like he's had the Neon games where it's not looked fantastic.
Yeah, I like this. I like this change from Vitality.
Yeah, I agree. Again, it's a good comp, sure, but
a strong comp.
I mean, for that individual comfort factor, again, why not go back to exploring the Raze and the Jet? Obviously, we've seen a lot of switch-ups with the composition, so whether it's something that they've tried and just not felt great about.
Cracks KO, that's true.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That's
There's
normally
also
got to win on it.
switch up here, right? Because we saw Trex was playing the Brim when he was there. They didn't have, they've been the Vice as well. The Vice is no longer here, and they've moved Seavoth on the Brimstone too. So again, there's a lot of pressure for someone like him having to do this first time on
The
Fracture
KO here?
and
I mean,
I don't
I
necessarily
would
have
obviously
any
prefer a
concerns about
Teo,
League
but if we're just going for
a lot of the concerns
just
would
going
be
for a
around
bit of
newcomer, finding his feet
comfort, then
within the
this is fine. You
Yeah,
can still do a
no,
lot of
but
good stuff. Like
well,
KO,
again,
KO and Neon's
unless we
sick.
come out and it's an absolute
Like
disaster,
the aggro pushes on defense should be
Omen,
pretty good.
unnecessarily
They just might struggle a
around
little bit on attack when they're trying
stuff,
to
lined
deal
ups
with an
and
op or
whatnot.
something.
I think it's a plug and play.
I think Brimstone's a pretty plug-and-play agent most of the time on this map. I don't think
Caleb, thank you so much for the prime as well. Thank you for the 20 months, mate.
Cypher angle. The Cypher is a bit easier to use on this map, and Less is, of course, a great Cypher player.
Well, this is the pick of FUT, and we're hoping to see a better version of them coming out today. It's time to jump into this map.
My prediction here, I went for
your
Vitality.
casters.
My pick'ems.
It's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. This should be an exciting matchup indeed. Always fun to see these teams.
Dude, no matter who loses here, they heavy underperform though.
High expectations.
This is a low bracket final, right?
Oh,
I think we missed a little bit more of the playoffs, right? Because there's no way that we're playing a first round elimination match. Because between Vitality and
Team of the World
FUT,
would run a KO on Fracture, that's true. Dude, I missed that season where they're just playing KO on every
we need
map.
to see that bounce back from FUT. I think finding themselves down here early on
That's some good
certainly
stuff.
isn't the expectation that they had set coming into stage 1. Now the chance with survival on the line up against Vitality, the team that took the crown in kickoff. One of these teams will be setting foot on that stage
stage for the last time, but not on this map. It's a best of 3 starting out on Fracture. Now, Tom, when we look at Fracture, where do you see this ballpark for both teams?
It's going to be an interesting one because
FUT on defense, Vitality on attack.
Well, initially, talk about that
nothing crazy on the pistols.
Vitality, but they now have a different player in the mix.
My Brim's taking.
Already.
My Brim's taking first contact.
Durka looking to try and get in their face as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Manages to get that opener onto Captain.
He's found himself an opening, and they're looking to crunch on it, but a big play by FUT, wrapping themselves around. They've made it to the south side as Zeus picks up a triple. This round has quickly fallen into FUT's hands, and now with just one player left to fall, it is the new gun.
Okay, nicely done. I mean, instant reaction was just pushed behind with the neon as well, and I don't know, I'd love to see the POV. It looked like it didn't really react to what was going on.
Terrifying thing to happen in the first round. Like, this guy has been an absolute
kill.
highlight, which
Kill.
I think you have to also talk about expectations for the teams overall. Like, Vitality built a super team, got top 4 at Masters, and right now are looking vulnerable. Sorry, had to pause for a second for the screams. And then you look at FUT, they were a squad that last year and the year before
Last round, yeah. Looks like a bit of a struggle for the comms here, but still good.
They've added in Zeus, who's been their best player, and they're right down there, potentially not making either of the Masters to kick off the year.
For FUT, 1-0, Vitality, Sivov, a big name that's been added to the server, is someone that we had doubts about, you know, in terms of facing off against the top-tier competition, and I think this is going to be one of his greatest tasks, not just FUT as a squad, but with elimination on the line,
around the map, picking up orbs, maybe.
Definitely going to be a team that steps up to the plate in a big way, already finding their opening with a 1-0 start. The attackers, well, they've gone for a light buy. It's just going to be classics and moseying on towards the B site. They hope that numbers can be the difference for them as they pick up these orbs and look for any sort of advantageous fight. But nothing's being offered up.
One of the things with FUT that I think it's
the
going to be
moments
a
you
make
dream
or break
of.
for Vitality. It could be what kick-starts them back into the tournament.
No
You're playing
armors.
against a team that
Marshall.
a lot of the time works off fundamentals, very aggressive in the way that they play. So maybe that boosts Vitality's confidence getting those individual fights. Or they're going to slam you into the ground. Like, they are a team of 50-50s, it seems, all the way through the matchup, and they'll really put to a test. Wow, what a setup they are! Okay, Zeus, just looking for some stuff.
Okay, there we go. It took a while for the payoff there, but it happened eventually.
SSX tricky with it.
I like the idea there from Safe, sending in the salvos to
Neon
try to put
one away.
on the back foot, put him out
This is interesting as well. Insta throw the gun to someone else, pick up a rifle, and it's looking like they're going to do some kind of flash play, I guess. Again, the best flash play for this comp, I'm pretty sure, is over towards Arcade. So they should be ready for that. Jesus, Symmetry, what?
Does he know it has a scope?
I think
100.
He might, but he didn't need it right there.
Symmetry. What? You went for 100? That's nuts. Hey, chat, you know what to do. Get the slug oil spam going.
Very aggressive from Zeus, and he'll lose
Dude, you went for 100, bro. That's insanity.
Vitality more than happy with that opening pick.
Everyone at Symmetry say thank you as well, especially if you got gifted. I know 100 of you did.
Because that was the one
Jesus, bro. Thank you so much, man.
Vandal that they had in this round. Still pushing, though. The defensive side looking to try and pincer in from behind.
And then he ends it with a choo-choo paper X.
In front of them.
Symmetry, thank you for that, man.
Have the attack boxed in, but that kill onto Cracks open things up.
Yeah, there's a lot of weaknesses for FUT. Losing those openings.
Dude, with 100 gifted, you should see the seat that I got you on the train. It's incredible.
Crunch, rather, towards Arcade. Last is having none of it, cleaning up the kills before he meets Yedije. But a 1 versus 4, an ace clutch needed, and really, I guess the question of damage is always going to be there in a round like this. But carrying that Bulldog through to the next could give them some opportunities, or even that reposition to catch them off as they exit. Yeah,
that's class, yeah, it's a brand new class
just for you.
the
goal of players in this situation.
I can assume there's no real reason for him to hold on to the gun, because if he dies, he'll get himself a Vandal in the next round, or Phantom.
You know, yeah, Mini comes out serving you food as well.
It's whether or not he can catch anyone on the way out. Unfortunately, they're now running directly towards where he was previously seen, so his last position.
Schaefer's as well, thank you so much for the prime, mate. I appreciate that. And Web Devon as well for the gifted. Thank you for that also, mate.
But a couple of players watching. He'll take one.
Telemetry again, man. Thank you so much, dude. It's a wild amount, bro. I do appreciate you.
They'll keep 3 guns forward to look into the next round.
Yeah, if
How many gifted to stream in a maid costume, mate? You've been watching way too much Celsius.
As well. It's a decent opportunity created by Yedajay in the late round.
That's not just a normal thing, bro. Like people don't normally go for that. He's just that guy. Maritz with the prime, thank you so much for the 10 months also. I appreciate that.
Move around the map without too much of an issue. But this round will be a different story because we saw those weaknesses. We saw the disadvantages in a lot of those fights, the ghosts in play.
Big buy rounds. Oh, did we just get a little tech pause?
On a round like that. This one,
yeah, we got a little tech pause here.
When we eventually get there, will be a little bit different, but I'm not seeing a lot of movement.
Yeah.
They're chilling, vibing, floating away. One of the things I want to talk about a little bit more with this compositional change is the last time we saw Fracture play by Vitality was actually less playing a Brimstone. Now that, for me, is the least less agent on the planet, because you want this guy in the backline, you want this guy lurking around different aspects of the map. When you play Brimstone, you have to be within a certain position.
Right, chats pickums.
Don't do it.
Wait, they might be all right at the moment.
No, don't.
It's going to happen, Tom, whether you like it or not.
I think they might actually be going all right.
Can we just leave the color scheme?
Who do we have for this one? Vitality.
I just don't like the red. It gives me nightmares. But yeah, I think I want to see him and how he's going to play on this Cypher, because firstly, it's last we know he's pretty damn good at the Cypher, but it puts him in a different role completely.
Can't wait for the new episode. The thing is, dude, I would have given everyone a C, but they're just too stubborn.
Before was actually Trex, which when Trex was on the team, that's not normally.
We had a C on the roof for Sideshow, but he's just way too stubborn, man.
Slightly better with the roles, which
Mango Freeze, thank you so much for the 5 gifted as well, bro. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
I think things will be nicely set up. I'm actually watching the countdown continue to tick, but I'm assuming that's just because this whole round is playing out.
Yeah, they're gonna
so it will be a reset. No damage. Don't you worry. Now we spoke about Fracture a little bit to start off. You said you wanted to talk about Vitality's defense, but obviously having not played at this stage and with a new player in, you never really know how things are going to shape up. Looking at FUT, on the other hand, we know that their defense is good. We're expecting a lot of rounds to come out of them.
You had to come check what shirt I was wearing.
When it comes to the series overall, though, I wanted to touch on that.
That's a crazy
first
message.
Next and Ascent to close us out.
That shirt is not cast.
Do you see this as giving either team an advantage overall? Has anyone
won the veto? It's just an unlucky... I mean, it's really unlucky.
Must have been a known factor.
3 times
when
in a row.
I was sort of drafting my own veto, I was thinking that maybe FUT would actually ban it, because FUT are normally a team that likes to target ban. It's okay, we'll take away one of your better maps, especially if it's a weaker one, which Split has been for them. The fact it's in the pool makes me think that they have plans. They have something that they're going to try and counter on the side of Vitality, but Split has been a pretty decent map.
In Platchat also, yeah, Platchat stream also started going down when I was wearing it.
I think that both sides I have winning their own map choice, which I'll be honest with what we've seen in EMEA recently has been rare. And then Ascent, you know, Mitch, you're asking me about Ascent. Do you remember the last time FUT played Ascent?
It's carved out about a whole day in my memory. So yeah, it's kind of hard to forget that one. 25 to 23.
They've had a lot of practice, is what I'll say.
There's a lot of tape.
They're also running the, well, yeah, but they're running the cookie cutter comp anyway, the most basic Ascent comp we've ever seen. So I don't think that's going to be the game changer. The thing for me was that Zeus was really quiet in that series versus BBR. I don't know if that'll be possible for Vitality to do. This guy is already 7 and well, it says 1, but that, wait, no, he did die. He did die.
He ran underneath.
Yeah, they re-rolled back the rounds. I mean, nothing happened though.
Right away, it was a little
crazy.
As
in it starts at 2-1.
Just to let you know at home, the re-roll done, the round re-roll that's happening, you're seeing it down the bottom of your screens. Don't panic. It is still 2-1. It's just the round that we saw kind of
we're checking their inventory. We're looking at their skins.
Yeah, checking out their inventory. Hey,
is someone using the straight
Sideshow said Paper X only won because DRX choked. Dude, I said he would say something like this. He's going to have an excuse ready for every single person they beat. I said he would say something about pistols, or they didn't play well.
Played out will maintain just to alleviate any of your anxiety around that. But yeah, so
chat, when was the last time you had Sideshow compliment a team? That's something we have to look at.
No, I think that we have ended in a middle ground.
There wasn't an America's team, let's say that.
Amount of Ascent from Vitality, but when we did,
XLG?
Kind of
oh yeah, no, you got me there, fair play.
So I can't say I learned masses from it. I think that it looks good for them in terms of
I can't,
the roles. I
you can't just list loads of America's teams once I said without including America's teams.
Individually, obviously the Breach, I think he's solid at the setup, but it allows him to have that little bit of extra flair. And then yeah, I've seen 48 rounds of FUT playing Ascent, so I know they can win rounds, I know they can lose rounds, but whether or not they'll come out on top at the end, I don't know. But I do expect from the Veto that we'll get to a third map. The only, I guess the question for me will be like, Fracture, obviously the element of the unknown comes in for Vitality because we just haven't seen them really play it since they played T1 in the first Masters, so they kind of avoided it for the entirety of this stage.
That's true, Fio. I should have let you go with that.
We saw from FUT on it throughout this stage.
Nah, I think he has done a couple of them.
Very close on again. Always went to OT. So
that's probably like 1 in 10.
There's opportunities here if Vitality have like a little bit more up their sleeve, which with some of the comp changes, maybe they do.
Well, before we get back into the game, as we may have a moment or two left, let's take a look at what Kix had to say ahead of today's match.
There's a difference between playoffs and regular season. For us, what it's been so far is
come to Toronto, dude. If they ask me to come to Toronto, I'll go.
And we had to take a step back and take a more fundamental approach. We feel a lot more confident again. We feel like we're on a better path.
Dad, do I get copyright strike for this song?
Development on just like the basics, and then moving on to the more complex things. I think that will be right in time to be in our best shape for playoffs. It's pretty important now. Like when I got to my first international last year, when it was champs in Korea, like that feeling was kind of surreal.
Governor's up and over as well with a TP. That's a reveal. Well, to say they still want to take this fight straight up into their face. Trex decided not to break it, waiting for reinforcements first. Right out through here, trying to take point and contact. Still kicks. You cannot be dominating this. My God, a 6-piece available, and here and now. Goodness me!
But I wasn't really.
Sinks, thank you so much for the prime.
Appreciate
the 2 months.
After winning kickoff,
happy train day. Thank
it
you.
It was the same feeling, but this time I really felt like I wanted to be there, and it's kind of like this point now where I really want to go to every international, like just chasing that feeling that, you know, when you qualify and like going to a different country to play against the best teams in the world, like that feeling is the best for me.
To make it back to that stage, there's going to be a bit of a grind.
They just played it a little bit louder just to ensure that I did get copyright strike.
Fairly shortly as the re-roll's been done, and they are just
will the VOD survived?
Everything
Hold up.
is okay on
I got
the server.
you.
Everything is as it was.
Let me
now,
blast
Tom,
it
as we get
2
back
times
into
loud.
the game, to remind people who might be joining us just now, it's been a lights-out start from Zeus. He had a crazy play coming in with the Marshall. Excited to see how much more
lights out, then knockdown.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, he ran headfirst into a brick wall down in the underpass. Durka was waiting for him, and I think that's going to be a great battle to watch unfold because
I think the problem with Vitality is vibes. I think there's a lot more to it than just vibes.
Some of the games, he's still been there. It's just the reality.
The thing to look out for in this game is like, do they have instant decision making with their ults? Because if they still don't have ult rounds, it's done.
Pushing on that 30 mark. Just like you.
Like when I watch them a lot of the time, so sometimes I think they have some weird stuff with their comps. Like if you're looking at
stage 2.
Like I think they, I don't know, I think they overreact when they
stage 1
lose games.
As well.
So I've seen that a few times where they then change their comp to a comp that doesn't make sense. I think they definitely overreact. I think sometimes their pre-barrier calls are pretty bad.
He sits down on the stage.
But that could be, I mean, that's kind of everyone's fault, in my opinion.
The guy's probably going to be a menace.
Coach and IGL take a good amount of that, but
even though
everyone should at least have ideas of what they want to do with their role.
The reason that we find FUT in this current position is because some of the other players haven't. Like, I don't think Yedaje has had anywhere near the peak that we saw from last year. I think at times, like, Ada Captain has gone a little bit of a miss, and I've mostly been looking at the likes of Zeus and Mr. Fallen and a 50-50 coin toss of whether we get cracks.
Yeah.
And that, for me, is like, okay, Sure, there's definitely been some vulnerabilities on the Vitality side. I think coming back after Masters, they didn't look as good. I think teams have maybe figured them out.
I got a
and they
question.
obviously had a player
If there's any
change.
OBS knowers.
Although maybe didn't
Right,
fit
I'm
the
recording a
vibe, I'm not
VOD, yeah?
sure what the
And then it
exact
has the
reasoning was.
pause next to
He
it.
did a lot for the
If
team.
I
He's a
pause,
fantastic initiator player. The
does
man
it just
knows, I think, every
erase
single
everything that
lineup
was
under the
going on
sun
and then I can
still
resume it?
shoots like
I've never
hell
tried
while
it before.
doing it. So
I could
I
literally
think that
pause
they
when we get
had
a tech
things
pause.
they needed to fix. Well, they've had a little bit of extra time
No.
coming into the playoffs. Even like the thing is, their position in my eyes is better than FUT's because you got to watch
And why is there a
them
pause
play
button
and
next
now
to
get
it?
to play them. Like it's a decent position. Obviously, it's one match and you're out. It's risky, but Durka safe.
Just
kicks,
pause
they've
it,
all
nothing
been
gets
there a
erased.
million times
So I could
less.
technically get rid of the tech pauses on my
The
own
only one who's
and just
new
pause
is
it.
Seabuff, and he's been pretty good this season.
Yeah, he came in, he kicked the doors down, blew him off the hinges. We're back into the game. Barriers are up, and we're
Okay, let's
seeing
get
a
into
lot
this
more
one.
movement than
I'll look
last
back
time.
in chat
That's
in a
a
little
good
bit.
sign. Vitality
Flash to
grouped up.
secure the
Remember,
ball
he's
as a
cleared
top
the
side.
north side
And
within
5-person
15
instant reaction
seconds.
once they know that they've probably cleared this.
Drone gets a
And
little
they
bit
got to
for
send it
themselves,
for a
and that
smoke.
Cypher
Oh, they
utility
could.
down and out, suppressed is Yedege, but he fires back some bullets to
How many
suppress
smokes
his
did they
enemies.
use?
A molly that delays,
Okay,
and
good
they
news
won't
is
be
they're
able to
playing
execute off
a
that utility falling.
Neon,
Looks
so
like
they
Vitality are
can
trying to find another
kind of
approach,
chill
and
out a little
Seabuff
bit and re-hit
opens
over
that
towards a
avenue.
different site or same site.
Well, the thing is, FUT knew almost exactly where they were, but it still seemed like Mr. Fallen was caught off guard by that. They're going to try and re-aggress off the back of the stun. The shot's
Good
not
flash.
quite connecting. A solid counter flash thrown out by the attack side, and now they look to wrap back in, still having that additional information. Yedege, though, Zeus spraying through, still trying to get through that same choke point
Yeah,
that they were
just
stopped at initially. Vitality
keep
has
trying to
scored.
force through
That's
this.
exactly why they wanted to go so quickly when they saw his utility was down. That cage causes so many problems. Combine that with the fact
Yes,
that
you've
he's
used
using
it
a
for that.
Phantom.
Oh, I can
You
use
can't
this in the
see
future, then I
tracers,
should do that.
And he is firing on all cylinders.
Goose,
with that
hello, mate.
utility now in play, the camera watching for the walkouts on A, and no more steps.
Goose, I
The
never know
complete
if what you're
freeze
saying is
from
true, but
Vitality, at
I'll
least
give
from
you a happy
FUT's
birthday
perspective.
anyway.
They make the rotation you just highlighted, Tom.
Good
Everybody
50% chance
other
that's a
than
lie, though.
Yedege is waiting on this B side of the map with cracks sneaking down below. This is a powerful setup.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time
Nice
either.
shot.
Spike already dropped onto the ground, and it's left all onto Seabuff. Zeus already putting that first nail in the coffin, but even just surviving here is going to be nigh on impossible. The spike plant will go down at least, but you are
maybe.
boxed into a corner, trapped with your opponents standing in line.
Yeah,
You
this
need
was
both
nice.
shots
Just double line
immediately,
on
and
that.
You won't even get one. FUT with a fantastic defensive round and an immediate response.
I mean, they
Many a player would have
just
panicked
got
there in
wrecked
that
by the
3v1.
one
Ran in
smoke,
to try to
really.
end the round
They
on
kind of
time
just
and
got
given him
wrecked
an
by Atra on
opportunity,
his
but they
own.
wait
One smoke
patiently,
molly came
knowing
in.
he's trapped in the corner.
Most of
There
their
was no
util
way
used
out.
couldn't
Nice opening by
couldn't
Seabuff,
send
but
it.
once this util came back online, look at the trouble
Yeah,
they're
and then they
facing.
tried to send it, but they didn't
Thinking those
use the
smokes
wall
coulda
to
helped
get
them
out.
out,
They
but
kind of
not
just
a
crept around the
chance when
side, but
Yedege
even
is
though they knew
waiting.
the cage was
And
there.
that's how confident they are in him to lock down that side of the map that they send everybody else running
Thank you for
away.
that, Goose. Thank
Waiting
you.
for that rotation that came through.
Ashtail with the
Vitality
Prime.
being
Thank you for
red
the 5
in
months
this
as well,
round,
bro.
slowed
Appreciate
down by
that.
some of the
Dude, not
utility as
another
well.
one.
That's
Oh, not this
exactly
again.
what we like to
Surely
see.
not,
This
guys.
FUT get off to a good start, but it could be a
27.
slow start
27.
for the game.
27.
Oh, no.
Now I'm panicking.
Well, seems like we're chilling at least for a little bit. But yeah, I think that
Okay, it's all good.
the bit that's worrying me, I sort
good.
of mentioned the concept of the less lurk.
Yes.
He wasn't on the lurk last round. There was almost a very direct attempt being made by this attacking side.
Tanimal,
Because of
sorry to hear
Zeus
that,
was able
dude.
to clear out the full top side
Hope
of the
you're
map,
doing
and they
okay.
know they've been pushing. They spotted that in early rounds. They were looking to try and pincer in behind them. If they allow that much map control for FUT on this defense, they're going to get blasted. Like, they need to start catching some of these players. And while, Mitch, I'll be honest with you, this
What are you
isn't really
thinking?
the round for it. Their
Eco?
buy is
Eco into this one, then it's going to get to the point where there's so many good ults.
Being destroyed, the salvo
Okay,
sent out, but Yedege
it's a low
quickly
buy.
repositions his traps,
Surely they don't
and will
start
still
using the
have full
ults until
control
low buy.
over on
Maybe
this
they
B
come up with
site
a plan to make
because
sure they
they've
get a
got him.
Neon ult.
You might even see the rotation from cracks in the near future. Vitality making noise now towards that A site. Zeus, many a player would back off from here, but he wants to play aggressive through the smoke. Stun comes in.
Great stun.
A
Did
smoke
the
as well. well from his
The
side
smokes
as they
at the
get
moment
aggressive. Captain doing the same
causing
on Dish.
Vitality an absolute
And
nightmare.
it's a lot of aggro to put out there. And he's going to be forced back by the utility
Oh,
set
nice,
to the other
dude.
direction. Nice passive
Yeah,
volley
we've been
that's gonna
working
stop
on
anyone
these.
from pursuing.
Make sure it's a good one.
Getting a lot of info, getting a lot of space, but Vitality's goal so far has just been to garner as many orbs as possible. Durka one away from the overdrive, which is one of the few things that could realistically turn this round alongside that orbital strike, but it's how much do you want to commit with 35 seconds, no real information, and they're about to walk into that same Cypher setup, this time on B.
Yeah, I mean, it's Yetajay good for this. That's one.
Yetajay safely able to spray down his trap that was repositioned earlier. Nets him one with Durka falling. Now the fight in the open going just as well. Sure, he'll fall eventually, but limited time and even more limited weaponry remaining. This is a clean round from the side of
Yeah, it's looking nice at the moment.
I think so.
I wonder if Vitality actually need like a timeout, not a tech one. And carry 445 with the Prime. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate you for doing that.
I no longer see the other guy right in front of me, but hey, they won their round.
Who's been the best performing player in Vitality?
Helped him out. Yeah, that was nice, and I think you see
I
as well.
would probably
Because it pops up assist too. It's just beautiful.
Kicks, to be honest.
He gets flanked out from heaven. Les is able to take him down. I think that would have happened either way. The reality is only losing that one player with the pressure Vitality put on there with that quick springboard into sight. That's fantastic.
You're talking about the whole year.
Dodges the stun, looks for the fight. That is Durka on the other side, but he's not deterred, and maybe he should have been. Plenty of players backing him up, and Zeus down. Captain looks to fill his boots, but boots are led. They're sinking in this round.
It's all out aggression. They're literally just trying to stop Vitality before they can even get anywhere near any part of the map. And it does almost feel like Zeus has just been told to be disrespectful. Cracks it. Okay, he definitely wanted to.
Right.
He is going to. Straight through.
Yeah, I was just watching Les the whole time, anti-flash.
Completely blind, and it is 1v1 duels galore for this round. Every single fight being taken, and so far, every single one being lost. It's only Yetajay standing.
Yeah, this is nicely handled. If Yetajay can get like one or two, then it's really good damage for him.
It's looking like he's going to attempt to do some damage here.
Okay, nothing extra on top. It's actually pretty nice with Vitality. Got two armory buys, one gun, and that's it.
Back off around a corner, and you decide to go one-by-one aggression into that angle. It's a mistake, and it plays out as exactly as you'd expect. Vitality feeling like their opponents just played into their hand. Zivov picking them off through the smoke, but he had the info from his teammates.
The thing is, they've done this every round, though. Like, it's worked.
I appreciate it, I appreciate it.
2/3 of the time, which I wouldn't say it's the greatest way to play Valorant.
Okay, we got some ults.
I
want to see something decisive.
This is just like, let's just disrespect the hell out of them. Like, we just have the better players. Because just going back again, he's just swinging it. And had a captain alongside him. They're just dry peeking.
This makes a difference.
Dude, stun for stun.
Swing. Stuns traded out. Zivov gets close. He's so aggressive.
Oh boy, Atta put his ult into it as well. That's pretty rough. Maybe we're focusing on the wrong team for the ults.
Captain for nothing, all thanks to that reposition. Ults online for Vitality. How this isn't the round where they'll need them. Zivov is carrying them across the finish line in this one. And it's Yetajay with a stinger in a 1v3. If he can take a couple down, even force an ultimate out, that would be an ideal scenario. But there is no chance. Okay, if he made it around
I was going to say, if he made it around the corner, he has a chance to reload there.
He's put to bed early.
Yeah, it is similar to the last round. Okay,
this wasn't just a low buy for FUT though, so this should be the big round. We got some ults now.
Then the next person swings after. Oh, this was after already. The initial player was gone. But it is really just this super aggro defensive stance.
Ults, man.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. They use their ults. The idea there from
Goose,
a
again,
weaker
so
buy
much,
coming out of FUT to see that panic from Captain in throwing it down, almost to use it as a smoke, deterring their aggression and allowing them to back out of this nasty position when they'd already used up their stun. But that didn't work out, and a huge investment for so little return in a round where you're already at a disadvantage. That's going to be something that's discussed during this timeout. This is called by FUT, of course, to correct the course, as Vitality are now just one round behind them.
Did observing make you a better player? Yeah. You're definitely like more aware of stuff. I think also just watching a lot of like of a game makes you want to play the game more. So I appreciate the time that you play the game more.
They still manage to hold on.
It hasn't worked for Prius, but it definitely works for other people.
For the first 20 seconds of the round, they're going to run at us. So let's just wait. Let's be patient. And they have already utilized some of those ultimates.
Vitality can make Toronto. No, they can go for a run here. They just got to show. They just got to show good form now.
Like you said, the same thing. Zeus getting aggressive north side, seeing nobody there and coming back. Right? They want that early aggression for information or for the fight. And now it's not working in either department. So Vitality forcing FUT
What's
to
their age ceiling for top players?
change their approach to this.
What's
We'll see if that's the case. As I do look at the
what is Angel at the moment? 35.
that man's gonna get aggressive.
I think Angel
anything,
keeps going to his 40.
It works better when he doesn't run into it.
I think it's up for
then he can reposition onto the side and play with the rest of the team, and that is what's happened here. He's got A control, Mr. Fallen. They've had someone on this angle, I think 3 rounds in a row.
This is probably one of the better games to do it.
Expecting there to be some sort of
IGLs are pretty
flash
important
or
in this game.
It's just going to be the dry peek. We'll be able to fade away. Flash for Zeus. Safe immediately swaps off his utility. He was setting up salvos, but he knows there's going to be someone in this corner ready to try and fight him. And while Zeus is going to get both of them.
And dude, he just cleared all of the map control as well.
The site now. Plan can be acquired safe. Spike goes back towards that site. The smokes are down, but not for too much longer. The decision needs to be made.
Trying to find it.
That's a very open plan, but he's going to get it in. I mean, this is fantastic. Zeus, super low HP if he can swing through and catch them off, but Les wasn't really sticking that fight. Getashade just on the other side.
Devastating.
That ultimate gets them info.
Dude, that's devastating as well. They can fast go over towards site. Tap that spike early. All yes, James to do is stay alive. All that, I guess.
Ability in from kicks, he might be able to stop them, but it's already halfway. Time pressure is on, reload is heard, spam's coming through, and not quite landing, and the repeat gets them across the line with a sneaky
that was way
defuse.
Closer than it needed to be.
I
don't think Yetajay needs to commit there, but...
Yeah, it's just an aggro round again. I don't know how Zeus manages this. Just utter filth of his own individual brilliance. Sturker responds in form, and Les, honestly, he's been having a pretty decent start to this game. Back on that side for try as he might, but I think they got so focused in on working out where Zeus was and clearing him from A main that they kind of just then lost the entire site and had those smokes down on the diffuser. As you said, it was halved so quickly, it became very,
Who
very
can buy
difficult
next?
for
1,
Vitality
2.
from then on.
Yeah, just a little late getting that utility down, or I guess putting too much stock in the spams.
Should see the majority of ults into this.
The result is the same.
Feel like
round to their opposition.
This is dude. Vitality lose this one.
It's towards the B side,
it would have to be a
said, Tom,
sick ult from Crax, you would imagine. They can just spam this util.
Running into this setup. Now,
there should pretty much be no way you can play on site.
Second though.
They ult for Heaven.
Covering the walk through.
Ult as well. The thing is, I would honestly think from Vitality right now that they're playing off site. I think it's pretty bold that FUT are playing over towards Heaven.
Zeus has gone pushing, so they've got Sivov watching the backline. They've got Les trying to lurk around for the top of the map. But this time FUT are actually
with this setup, FUT are pretty much... I don't want to say it's disrespectful, but I'm looking at this setup from FUT thinking this is disrespectful. They think they're not going to ult Heaven.
A little bit further forward towards Arcade, which is a pretty nasty double trap if they go in that direction.
As Flash is burned up by Cracks just to enable Zeus to keep this position inside of A main. Not going to be available for the retake to play through those smokes, as we've seen plenty of times before. Late play by Les. He's been spotted though, and now they're coming back to this two-man setup. The high-low grabs the kill, and now a huge advantage for FUT. Kicks and safe. In fact, just safe.
They didn't get any kills. Come on, man, at least give him one kill.
To work out in his
I mean, it
favor,
makes sense, right? It does make sense. Because of the pressure of the ults, they think that they won't play over towards Heaven, because why would you play Heaven against a tail ult? You're pretty much dead. But then they play Heaven. And so you use your ult thinking that they won't be Heaven, you go over towards Kitchen, and they're just chilling in Heaven.
Anywhere near the site, you're going to get cleared. You're playing any of those close lanes, you're going to get cleared. So what do? They take Arcade. No one's going to ult Arcade. Like,
I think Vitality just need to keep it really simple. Because like the actual call is smart, but I think Vitality just haven't shown that they actually do good stuff with their ults in general. So maybe FUT just
big north side play. They've got
it's like let them prove that they're actually smart enough to do the normal stuff fast before we give them any kind of respect.
As they get aggressive, ult popped by Durka, an opportunity
it's a nice
to really turn this back in their
spawn.
favor as they've pressured the weaker side. And
FUT
left into a very disadvantageous spot.
Fair play, did great.
5. Mr. Fallen grabs the first. With 4 more to go, and the spike very much planted. It's not looking too likely that he takes this across the line. Now, they don't need the money for the next round, but there's a few more to play for. It looks like the decision might be to carry this one through to bolster that economy. A great response from Vitality.
Especially from Dish. Like, you basically have to jump into your opponent's angles. Like, the chance of even doing damage are slim unless you just wait for them to exit on the round. It's the same sort of attempt, though, from FUT. They again, like, go for that aggressive push on towards that north side, but I like the fact that this time Vitality just react. They go, okay, you're going to run it down onto us. That means you've got at least a couple of players trying to push and hold on to these positions.
I mean,
We're
this is
just
like a
gonna take
popular
it
one
towards
with
Dish,
the
'cause
Neon ult.
Guess what? We know
I
who's
like
not
it.
there. Zeus.
And it's also
Okay,
so
Cyber's been sitting on his ult
this
for
play.
way too long.
If you look at the last
These are big rounds.
for Vitality and
This
how
has
they
to be the
approached
time to use it.
Probably FUT's aggression would have worked against that. They had players spread out. They would have been isolated in a 3vx fight, and that north side crunch would have either gotten them info into a slow play that they could then adjust and rotate into, or gotten them fights that were very advantageous for them. Instead, they go for this aggressive play when Vitality have adapted to play as a unit, to be more direct, and put the pressure on what happened to be the much lighter side of the map. A great adjustment from that attacking side, using everything, every disadvantage to their advantage.
Ooh, I like that though.
Now we come into round 11.
That plays pretty nice.
2 more to play for.
Flash goes
Vitality
over towards
still
main,
with a chance
opens
to
the
tie
door,
things up
and
before we
pops in
exit
front
this
of the
half.
box so you can swing.
And if we can go off their previous form at Masters, as we mentioned, the defensive side is where they thrived, but it's a different look roster.
The door opening's sick because you then kind of
In a
look
different comp.
waiting for a swing, but it's actually a flash.
Camera taken out.
Now, though, pressure being put onto Yedaje once again, a completely different position from at a captain. But his teammate is going to end up isolated. For Yedaje, this has been enough a lot of the time. The spam through the smoke doesn't
Yeah,
quite
there's
connect.
one kill trip on site though.
It's Mr. Fallen that's taken the majority of the damage so far.
This kill trip gives them a good amount of info. Fast ult goes,
They really want this round, understandably, but
tunnel
put them
vision a
with a leg
little
up at
bit.
the half, no matter
Yesterday
what happens
pushes
next.
through the
But
smoke
Seavol's
as everyone
put
else goes
Yedaje in the
sight.
dirt.
I think he probably
Made it
should
to
have
the
stuck
side
with his
at
team
least,
there.
but those smokes
Yeah, this
soon
should be the round where we
fade.
see the
Safe
breach ult.
falls.
Sorry,
Okay, they need a
Brim
few
ult.
more kills though, and it's mainly up towards
Yeah,
heaven.
and does
Orbital
he have
strike
the
will be
lineup for the
pulled into
molly?
play, getting them a pick as well with Zeus falling. The spike still needing to be defused. The smoke's no longer blocking them. Krax goes pushing, but he is caught as well. Everybody stepping up to the plate, but another fantastic
nice
round
one,
from Seavolf. He seems so present in
This
these
was maybe
rounds that they
yesterday's bad,
convincingly
though. I
win.
think
And now
he-
6-5, 1 away from tying things up at the half.
Yeah, it was mentioned on the desk as well, like, would there be that comfort on an agent he hasn't really played? Yes, looks like yes, there will be. I think good timing on the stun combination as well.
Came
with the
from
ultimate, but even
YouTube
just
to
individually.
say, why is there so many
guy is
vandals in
popping off
EMEA?
13 and 6. He's
Yeah, it was very
There you
cute,
go.
bro, for the cricket.
I think, yeah, he stunned on it.
Vibes looking good as
I
well.
think,
6-5. And even
I think
half
EMEA are a
possible.
little bit slow on the meta this year, just in general.
Still investment here for the side
Slow
of
on the Teo,
Ultimates.
slow on the Phantoms.
Not looking like they'll play much of a part in this round. Orbital Strike for Ada Captain, the one that is close, and Zeus. There's no surprise that Seavolf is watching
Slow
for
on
a
their
main. He has
defaults.
managed to dominate this portion of the map, and are even getting ready to set up a stun just to try and remove him from this
Slow on the
position
tech pauses.
deep into
Yeah.
A main
But
alongside
anymore?
the drone.
Locating targets.
And the drone being used, I'm not even sure if it's needed. I think we know the setup by this point. Zeus is on the corner. Krax is here ready with the flash. Use the stun to start with. Try to force that aggression, and oh, they're gonna wish they had that flash in a little earlier. It's gonna
I
be
mean, they
kept
couldn't
for
have the smoke
later
down.
on. Zeus will not
A
be.
nice smoke
Just
though
put in
from
the dirt
Vitality.
early on. And it looks like FUT's chances of a lead at the half may be getting buried as Vitality. They've still got
Honestly,
Seavolf
like
up
this
in
little
full health, a man advantage.
this little smoke for what was going on over towards A was pretty cool.
into a lot
They're
of
flashing over towards here, they block off the flash.
30 seconds
So they all have to focus over towards main.
Towards Dish, they've got to be careful.
Probably
with this
it's probably Zeus's fault
last
seeing the
position, looking to come in from behind.
seeing the smoke
Salvo
and still
forced
playing
them
in
more
front.
into the open and hoping space can be made, and it has been. Dirk has done well. There is less. As I said, it seemed like he was completely unnoted by the opposing side, and Seavolf is there to strike once
This guy's having a great great map
Six
though.
half looking inevitable, unless we can see that clutch from Dish, which, as I said earlier, is not an easy thing to do.
No. You know, maybe if you had some utility to help you out, but just the cam, I'm not sure how much Yedaje can do with that. A Guardian in hand. and 4 players that he's up against. Super passive position, safe, waiting for salvos to come
That's a
online.
long message, but honestly, I read it all and
After shotgun play
I'll
as
test
well.
it, I think.
So far
Best
out
way
of
to do
sight.
it.
There's no way that this can go his way. It's a stat farming round, and it turns out to be just
appreciate
that
the message,
for Zerka.
Snobs.
6-6 at the half, an impressive resurgence by Vitality, always within punching distance.
Yeah, they
in
did a
this
pretty
half,
good
but
comeback here at the end,
eyes
though.
drawn to Sevov. What a phenomenal performance. Off the top of my head, 3-3Ks he was able to deliver here, owning the early momentum for this squad. We'll see how the second half pans out after the break.
Desp. You saw a long message, you said mod that guy. Don't read your messages. Dude, I'm telling you, as soon as it has the mod thing next to it, I'm just blind to it, man. I'm blind to long messages and you have the mod thing next to your name. There's no chance I'm ever reading your stuff. You got like the killer combo going for you. You know what it is, Desp? I think you need to change the color of your name. What's Sonia's? I can always read Sonia's stuff. You need this. You need the bright green's good. I ignore you too. I don't think I ignore you that much. Not as much as Desp. Not a chance, Weber.
Welcome back. Tied up neck and neck after the first half, Tom. Big
Prafu in the
performances
YouTube
the
chat,
early
thank
game
you so
by
much,
Zeus,
dude.
But Sevov
Thank
stole
you,
the
thank
show
you.
in the end.
Unrelated
But
to
it seems like it
EMEA,
could be
the question
anyone's
for
game. This
me,
pistol,
what
they
is
hold a lot of weight.
the reported joining of
And
MCE
we have
ban
to
and
give that
Yeoman
additional
replacing Patrick?
context
Hell
again,
yes.
for
Can GE
either of
make
these
playoffs?
sides.
Can make
The
playoffs?
loser is out.
Oh yeah.
There is no opportunity to make
Did
it
you
to
ask?
Masters.
Your
The
expectations are
next will have to
playoffs
win a game
only?
and another game
They just
if
got
they are gonna be
MCE. They're
looking to
fine.
make it to Toronto.
Make playoffs.
And there you go. They do love a ghost
Right?
over on that Vitality
Should
side.
make
Is
playoffs.
the 20% just Sevov?
I would
right
back
now it is
MCE to
almost
make playoffs with
perfectly
that team.
encapsulating the stat.
He is keeping the stat exactly on par. Man, I'll tell you, if I'm going to give an upgraded pistol to anyone, it might be Sevov after
Maybe
what we
he
saw in
doesn't
that
need
first
it.
half. Exactly.
There you go.
He's too cool
Canup
for
with
it.
the Prime as well. Thank you so
Also,
much.
he wants his utility, but no, it's because he's too cool. He's playing the cool card. Salvo's
Nice
in,
shot.
and okay, forced forward is out of
Oh my God,
captain. A little bit
Durka?
delayed to the rest of the squad. Thanks
Did
to
he
that
think
huge
someone was
little
going to
foot.
peek it before? He just
Well, they're
tanked the
pumping the brakes
flash.
on this, hoping that Yedajay can find value in that. He does.
Been good so far. Even manages to double up onto kicks as they are trying
Yeah,
to
and they know that Durka has to
catch
be
him
here,
out around his
considering
own
everywhere that they
cage.
cleared.
Durka and less. Deadliest of duos. First will come for free. A tiny tag to Durka, but still a whole lot to be found. This fight versus Anna Captain could be everything. The smoke lasting an extortionate amount of time.
No way. Timing on that was sick.
Anna Captain might just have the drop on his opponent. It just depends when he
Hello?
peeks around the corner, but he doesn't manage to land the shots. And both players now within the tower.
Oh,
The
no.
main issue is that time has been ticking. A stun available, a knife if needed, but the fact is Cracks already just looking to swing out, and with the clock already gone, there really isn't any more time for less. It needed to be the insta-kills,
Yeah,
and in the
very,
end,
very
it's
nice.
Cracks to close.
I was a little worried after that kill, but
Got a little bit
too
close
bad.
after the
double.
whiff in
2-0
main,
on the
but they get
pistols.
there in the end. A pistol for FUT, and this is where they found their rounds. Was the early half of the first. It seemed like Vitality were only able to sprinkle in a little bit of resistance, but in the end, they certainly heated up. They'll start this half off cold, though, with a 1-0 deficit, and presumably a full eco coming into this one. And for the defensive side, I mean, it's tough to make that work. When we saw them on the attack, they tried to create some opportunities. They moved as a unit.
The cage,
It is more
yeah.
difficult to do that in the defensive
I mean,
side. But from what we're
I
seeing,
think
they're going to do
no
it
matter
anyways.
what there, you should be using the
Four-player
cage.
push towards north side from Dish. One holding in that aggression on the B side, but nobody there. No one's home. FUT have sent it all through
Time's
the
pretty low, though, I
standard
guess.
spawn of the south.
He wants just the straight duel.
Stun looks good. Very good.
Oh, okay. Well,
oh boy.
Never mind.
Well, there goes this round. Didn't even get a chance to build it up. It's an eco though, so
unit in an attempt to try and cause
they're gonna have full bite, and
well aware. Already
they're gonna try.
A decent amount of those orbs. Unfortunately, a lot of them have been onto the
yeah.
NJ, but
oh, he gets that. Nice.
You can see Les is gonna try and have a couple of his own. The main worry for me is going into the next round. You're gonna have a captain with the potential to buy up and get himself a rifle, but more importantly, if he can find this final kill, which I'm hoping Les won't allow, he would already be on his ultimate, and you're on a map where you got a good chance to collect one of those orbs anyway.
Yeah, there's a couple opportunities to do that. For Les, with just the classic, Zeus is pushing him. Chance for one, but not when Zeus has got that rifle in hand. I don't think he even used the scope there. He doesn't like to.
Okay, so incredible bonus for FUT. If they want to, they can go get an orb and they can use an orb into this round.
Very nicely done by Captain too. He's under a lot of pressure. He's got the pistol. The stun comes in just that little bit late. That gives him the chance to pick up a double. Now, though, is where the real challenge begins. There you go.
Like,
big thing to talk about is Durka getting the.
Like, oh, that's really cool, but it's kind of just. The
I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Really
Durka gets op out, no armor.
Durka, operator, doesn't have the shields, and he's just about going to get out of there. His counterpart of Zeus that was the main person to highlight in that previous half has already gone down. Mr. Fallen has just gone walking through the smoke. It seems like Les is more than aware and will be able to hold on, but not for long. The trade out eventually.
It still gets a little close on this one.
NATUS
still has one smoke, so he can delay somewhere for a long time.
This round might not be as easy as a normal bonus.
Yeah, it just came down now. No one's pushing behind. Dude, this isn't that easy for Vitality.
For that refreshing utility to come back
I think Durka needs to just switch guns and send it.
Salvo's online, being lined up as we speak, but Captain, he's got a read on the timing. Stun goes in. Beautiful from Captain, disrupting the play completely. Stopwatch in their head, and now a 2 versus 3. Vitality
this is a good example. I think this was just a good round to kind of sum up Vitality a little bit. Like they chill for a while, and it feels like everyone else comes up with a plan, and then they just get planned on. Essentially, like their plan just feels late. Like I need to see a swap of the gun, Durka send it in. Like I need to see a retake. Oh god, the scream special. I need to see a retake. Instead we're just chilling. We're waiting for them to get a stun back.
They use the stun and swing straight into it.
I don't know if you caught that in the replay, but our observers, our EVS were kind enough to catch an angle of the nade that cracks through, and well, listen, it fell apart a little bit. It fragmented.
There's just no plan.
It was up
like
there.
How long do we sit? How long do we sit with no plan here? It felt like forever.
I think we've seen that one used by KC last year, right? It's a distraction name.
Exactly. You hear the sound cue and you think, I better get out of here.
Red Gus still has nightmares.
I love that that comes exactly as we're saying, like, oh, well, it's cracks on the KO. You gotta have him in there. Well, hey, a little bit of work to do on the lineups there.
Pop flashes, binds teammates, gets kills. That's all you need to know. He feels confident, and that's all you need from Cracks.
Yeah, he doesn't see where it lands at the end of the day, unless he's paying attention to it a little.
No, he's too busy headshotting people to care.
Exactly.
Durka with the operator. That's the gun we'd like to be highlighting, but looking where he is
on
the
like
map.
Durka will get too much. We've got a one-person fake over towards B with the smokes as well. So they have no smokes to hit over towards A. I see. Chat, sorry, FUT might have overcooked this one.
But the delay's good.
They invested all the smokes.
Rotation in. Captain is looking to try and do this once again. But already, Save has managed to do well. A single kill. I think he's even picked up a rifle in the mix of everything, but it's quickly dealt with.
Okay, honestly,
very good, but
looks like they're okay. Dude, I was worried for that. I can't believe they invested three smokes into the fake.
Durka will save this weapon again. At least he'll try.
They had the perfect crossfire.
You can see how quickly FUT are
Did
pushing
a couple
into
of
the spawn,
oversteps, but I don't know what the comms are like over towards B to say they committed all the smokes. They should, I mean, honestly, they should hear them all.
But is it right time with Durka holding the angle? He's walking right into it.
Oh, dude, this guy's gonna get hunted down. They got so much money.
They'll catch him. He's gonna be trapped inside of main, crossing out. They'll catch him as he does, and the angle's
Very,
good.
very
Both swinging
nice.
at the same time. Patience.
Imagine
on
they don't want the
display.
op, but you never
no
know.
Weapon saved for Durka. The big gun remains on the floor, unpicked by FUT. 10-6. We talked about the pistol being valuable, but this start to the half for
Yeah,
FUT,
that's a nuts entry though.
You just, I love the fact that Zeus literally has no fear. Like, I think that is why this works so well with Mr. Fallen, because I think Mr. Fallen has always been a creative and intelligent IGL. Like, someone who I love watching the games they play, sometimes because it's insane, and sometimes because it's genius. He's on the fine line. But the thing that works with him and Zeus is he'll say, Zeus, I want you to run through 15 pieces of utility, slide and headshot someone. He goes, okay, boss, see you later, unless it's dead on the site. And that's the main, even though you've got other like weapons like the operator, I think Safe even managed to get a rifle because of that. The main danger was all of that Cypher utility, but it's eliminated immediately just from that guy diving into the site.
A timeout called by Vitality because this start to the half has been so scary from FUT. The 4-0 beginning, the op taken out of play for Vitality coming into this one as well, and that's somewhere that they found those early picks with. Can't allow this to spiral too much further. A real opportunity for them if Vitality were able to take it here. I think this is how they won kickoff as well, right? It was map 5 up against Liquid in the grand final. They managed to take it in the end.
They had a lot of momentum. That was what seemed to change within that series.
I mean, Last Row go at it.
It's been a little while since we've seen that
Last Row go at it, and they don't even.
Vitality. Right now,
I mean, no one has ults for a bit.
Safe definitely having a bit more of a rough time on the individual front, and you look at FUT, and that's not the case. Like we mentioned that maybe the LG had a captain have had quieter performances. In this map, they've been fantastic. I think you exclude the first 3 rounds, and they're top of the board.
Yeah. Scary signs of FUT. Not looking to slow down anytime soon. If they win this round, it's the home stretch with Vitality stalling out in the early half of their defense.
I think Crashies has a chance to get an NA tier 1 next year. I mean, if he wants to. Looks like he's pretty happy. I think he's done a good job of proving that he wasn't the issue in the old NRG.
Flash catches him. Beautiful
Dude,
work
such a
from
nice
Mr.
flash
Fallen.
on this.
And
It
he
was a great
follows up
run
with
from
the
Mr.
kill
Fallen.
onto Kicks too. Less Safe and Seavoff, they've got it all to do, and money's not great. The chances aren't looking fantastic. They might want to consider a save at this point.
They've got to be nervous of the post plan as well. They could literally be anywhere. The way the FUT have been playing
you're
was so
just saving.
aggressive that you can even see just the nerves. There's 15 angles.
It's like, are we saving? We're just chilling. We're just chilling. Someone take control of these rounds, I beg.
Utility this round, it was irrelevant. 4 kills for him, 11 onto the board, and it does seem like Vitality are just almost completely flabbergasted by the sheer pace of some of these rounds coming out from FUT. They are showing their opponents no respect whatsoever.
Ultimately, it comes down to someone like Mr. Fallen in that round when we talk about utility. Krax was the one running in, gunning them down, but Mr. Fallen, he had those flashes. We saw it from his his opponent's POV in that initial fight onto Durka. He came out with, I think, 4 assists in that round, helping Krax every single step of the way. That's what himself and
I think Durka wanted
so
to ult as well, but like,
not anymore.
Yeah, do you now ult when you are on 58 HP? Probably not. It's one of the ones where you can kind of throw it in and it's not the end of the world, but that's got to be infuriating. They really don't have much to play with. And with FUT. Wow, you have to...
Prafu again, thank you so much. Thank you. We've got KO over towards site. The same side where the Cypher is. Don't even have an anti-KO set up.
Less is no longer on the site. And you've got no utility.
Maybe they thought they weren't going to use it into an eco, I guess is the argument. Oh, that's a lie. They did have an anti-KO setup. I take it all back.
Unlikely to be committed, and you can see why he's dealt with so quickly.
They just had camera here, right?
Good stun, but they can't follow up on it because there's 2 more players on the angle holding for that peak. The opportunities being given away are slim to none. I mean, I do see
would have an anti-KO setup on Fracture. It's not hard though. Like they went for the best one.
There's 2 players on the site with that bit more of a passive
Kill
hold,
trips over towards B always more likely.
Sometimes peeking out wide as Krax just gets punished, but you know, even economy management.
Let me read this. The ambition of PSG is not high, but after their last showing, okay, yeah, I mean, honestly, it's fair.
They will be good to go for
yeah, it is a little bit like that, to be fair. You gotta, I like that you're being realistic. No, I think they can get playoffs though, man. MC is a really good pickup for them.
Comfortable
He knows what he's done.
I think other than Zeus, who is on 4,500 credits, everybody else hit max that round, so they are in an incredibly good position. And finally, clearly the game plan was to get that operator on Durka as soon as possible. Well, this will be that addition brought into the round. Hasn't really found too much other than the opening pick onto Zeus. We'll see if he can get something here, but immediately smoked off the angle so they can flash through it.
Oh, it's nasty. The double flashes too, but Kicks still manages to walk away with one. The trades, though, are there as the op steps into play. Durka lands himself one. Ult activated, throwing everything at this one.
That's a nice shot from Cracks, though.
Immediately. A connection from Cracks that maybe doesn't level the playing field. See, there's info to play with on the other side. With the hat off Les's head and the spike down in the open, there's almost no choice for FUT but to run into this angle. Mr. Fallen has his ultimate. Don't know if they'll commit it at this point or write this round off and play for the next.
Yeah, I mean, he should have chilled, but he also, like with how he reacted, I'm pretty sure he thought they were like close here, committing over towards the site.
I know the Cypher must have been around here somewhere. That's where all the bodies lie, but maybe still a little nervous for where Safe is sitting. Vitality know that Spike was on the deck, unless they're going to have a rough idea that he's around the sand area. But that time now ticking. Safe already honed in on the site. They could try and hightail it back, but that clock is getting far too low. They need to make a move, and the crossfire setup should make it impossible. They are well aware of Les's position, but he'll find both anyway. Around finally in this second half for the side of Vitality, but Mitch, they need 5 more.
They do, and the problem is FUT not committing that Rolling Thunder. It means it's online for an immediate execution in this one. They put a lot of stock in those double flashes. KOs, blinding main, and breaches going deeper into sand, but Kicks was able to dodge them. They trade out the early fights. And then in the end, Les's position proves to be superior. The reality is, that's a damn close round, and not something that you'll be confident that you can connect another 5 in a row.
Mate, you're
to push
literally
it overtime.
mods.
We need to see another level reached by Vitality, one that hasn't been hit so far in this half.
I love that. You put all of your utility to try and control B main, and Zeus just runs through everything. Means there's been no push, there can be no control. Now at least the defense has been able to take a bit of control towards A main. That's where Durka is posted with the operator, and they've also done the same in the arcade. A similar setup to what we saw from FUT. It does, however, look like FUT are just waiting.
Okay, it's looking like the classic.
Time for
reach over towards site.
Slowly move up on A, take that disc control and potentially have a late flank, but with that Rolling Thunder available, again, I like the positions that the defense have chosen.
The big push, Molly up top, but Safe.
No, wait, what is that? A little jump peek? Dude, jump peek into the flash? That's sick.
And now this becomes
little tech
very
that
troublesome
they do.
indeed. If they get the plans
I'm not
here,
even mad at that from Vitality. That's awesome from FUT.
Zeus.
The hell is that one?
Actually, the one looking for the plant. Instead, it's going towards Ada Captain.
They baited it.
Just a bait to start. Rolling Thunder used up as Yedege is running it down. Information in play. They know exactly where Durka is. No smokes to block him off, but no need to peek him either. And going running in there with the op with no ult to fall back on, it's not going to look too pretty. He's going to take down 5 players. In fact, he's only got 4 shots in his magazine. This one looking like it's
He's like,
too tall.
surely this guy's underpass.
It's 3 players lined up in a firing squad. Yedege, the safety in this play, to swing in and close it out. Just moments away from connecting
very
their
nice.
own map
I mean, just a
13-7.
diff on this map for sure. Double pistol helps a little bit, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
but
a fantastic attack side. The sheer pace.
dude, I just want to see decisiveness from Vitality. I feel like it just haunts them.
Split up next.
No one makes plans, and It's just there's just no plans. Does someone call something? Give me a plan. Blazing Czar, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And they're about to old comps to Masters? Nah. I don't think so. I think they'll have some cool stuff. They have less time, so maybe on some of it. Map 1 fracture. Okay. Oh, what's the next map split?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Never take a L, no. Foot's in the game, can you tell? Now hold on. Work, get in work. Watch me get it from the dirt, put in work.
Watch the NRG video? Sure. Who's got the link for me? This one? 2 minutes. Jesus.
Barely stop it, and Armada 1v4 facing the music.
I haven't had this thought in my entire career, but this is the first time I went home and I had the thought, I don't want to play anymore. It's just, I think, accumulation of all of the seasons, but also enduring failure to an extent way more than I've had success. And having failed the way we failed was probably the tipping point for me, where I was like, look, something's got to change on this team, and I'm not trying to cut anybody else on this team, period. It's just one of those things where you just kind of realize, like, it's time. And if I could do it all over again, I would have, honestly. I'll be supporting the guys all the way, so please continue to support them. Hopefully you can continue to support me, that would be cool too. And thank you for all the years that you guys have consistently been there through our highs and lows. And I hope that, you know, all of us at like the entire team, essentially, the old team back with Victor, Crashies, Artists, Chet, all of us essentially, Sam. I hope that you guys are all, I hope everyone does well. I have no hard feelings against anybody. I'm hoping everyone does well overall in their own individual careers, but I hope you guys continue to support them too. I feel like this org has given me everything, and I'm extremely grateful for all of your support.
Damn. Don't say he snuck Artists in there.
2 bullets or a single
Sniffy,
headshot.
thank you so much for the prime.
Ghost is
Appreciate
good,
that.
though, as Finesse gets the repeat, his third.
And the read too. I mean, seriously, I talk about it so much, but this read on how EG are playing.
Let's TP, my kittens! Let's TP, my kittens!
And respect. Still got a lot of respect for him giving it another go.
I mean,
you got even though it like didn't obviously hit the highs that he wanted, like you got
even though there's a couple of missed lineups
respect
and stuff,
the fact that he's
again, you can kind of put an asterisk on. I think this actually
his stream was
one of the
crazy
maps where
successful, and it will be crazy successful, and he's going to be so fine, obviously. But I like that he gave it another go, man. He said in there that he would do it all again as well, so I think he's glad that he at least gave it another shot. It's good to have that clarity sometimes.
For me, in my eyes, for FUT, is to actually have everybody building around Zeus's success.
We question Dirk as Neon, but there's a reason why we've never questioned Zeus as Neon.
No, he goes in and he gets kills.
Great personality. I'll do it. He'll probably be the biggest streamer in this game. He's very funny, man. He's a good blend of everything, right? Smart and funny. Normally gets you far in life.
You just can't do against this composition, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's something that I guess you should get away with a couple of rounds, but
I knew Bacon. I was waiting for Bacon's comment.
The issue that Vitality kind of had on that was just a lack of recovery.
Bacon was like, hold up.
Yeah, they
smart and funny. Got a good one for a flame
they
here.
Didn't know.
Unlike you, he says. Thank you for that,
They
Bacon.
tried a few different approaches, but nothing was working at all. And FUT kept it really simple on their attack, where Vitality were.
Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Messing up a lot, I think. Like FUT were identifying the places that are strong to attack from, and Vitality didn't seem to have that as part of their playbook, in my opinion. Too many dish XX, not enough arcade XX, like not a lovely fracture from my side.
Maybe underprepared, you think? I mean, with Fracture going out the pool as well, you have to question how many teams are even scrimming Fracture.
That's true, but I just think it was just some bad theory on attack, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I don't know about that for playoffs. To be honest, that for me would be unforgivable to just let it slip, because then don't allow it to float in the veto if it's that much of a dismissed part of the map pool, and especially against FUT as well. Like with the success they've had previously, I would hate to hear that would be the case.
Okay, well, let me. I mean, on the off chance like we talk to them in an interview or something, I'll try and get that answer out for you. But on the other side of this, though, despite losing that map, you guys were very big fans of Suvov coming into this. The player that had to replace Trex, of all people. And Hypok, the Brimmy debut, you want to see it again on this guy?
Absolutely, yeah, for sure. I mean, again, it's similar to what I kind of said leading into that which is, again, even in a loss here, Suvov just looks fantastic.
Yeah,
there's no other way to kind of paint that.
It's a little bit worrying though when it's like the rookie player that's coming into the quote super team is the only real saving grace right now. He's having to put up numbers and they're still not winning. The rest of the team needs to be looking at him and being like, well, what are we doing wrong? Because
they do call him Zywoo. Like, if you have Zywoo on your team, you know, he's probably going to do pretty good.
Yeah. Arguably, probably even bigger shoes to fill actually than Trex, but yeah, we paid that on.
Yeah, and it's not just a Brimmy that he's looked good on. You know, he's come in here, role swap too. It wasn't. He's not a smokes player, but he's come in here, filled this role, and looked very, very consistent.
Yeah, and I think as well, you wouldn't necessarily expect him to come and outperform his. Because on Omen, obviously, you can get away with murder in terms of like outplayability and things like that. But on the Brim to still deliver the same from what we've seen on the Omen, big tick in the box for me.
You a fan?
I'm a fan.
You're a fan?
Sold.
Well, hopefully he can dig them out of a very difficult place that Vitality now find themselves in. Granted, not their map pick. You know, we can give them some slack. FUT looked very prepared. Kind of makes you wonder why they didn't choose Fracture yesterday. But let's not focus on the past. Look to the future.
Yeah.
Let's look to the future because Split is next. And you were both very convinced that this would be the map that gives us a map 3. Tell me why.
I don't think FUT have historically ever looked comfortable on this map. And if they run the chamber, I think that it's not... They've never looked comfortable with the chamber either, so I just don't think it's a map there, you know.
Yeah, so I mean, actually, so they're sitting 0-3. We've seen 3 different compositions, 3 different approaches in terms of the compositions as well. And they've just struggled massively on the attacking side. And it's not even really in situations where you can put it down to being comp diffed. They've just had a lack of ideas of how to approach the attack on Split.
And I do like that we get to see the Yoru over here for Durka on the other side, something he's a little bit more comfortable with, more well-known for. And while we're talking about Durka, I just want to reiterate how impactful he is in situations like this. Even back on Fnatic when they were getting eliminated, which wasn't very often, a few more times on the global stage, Durka was never the issue. He was dropping 60 kills, 64 kills at one point, and they still lost. And they never, ever got 2-0'd. They at least got a map, and they go to map 3, and there's a chance, and he was always leading from the front, fragging out. And I think people always knew him to be that guy, you know, he was never the issue. He could always perform even if his team is staring down the barrel of defeat. So now more than ever, I will ask you this, Mini, because now more than ever, Durka has to step up. He doesn't have a choice anymore.
Yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing on the screen though. That in these situations, like Durka can be quite emotional at times. Like he puts all of that pressure on himself, and that's not always the best way to be in these moments. But right there, he's laughing, having fun. That's the Durka that we need to see, and the kind of attitude he needs to have if he's going to perform in this next map, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think as well, because one of the things we've noted throughout stage 1, start of the stage. You know, it's vocal, they're laughing, joking, and that kind of died a death come week 3 onwards, and that's a real concern, especially again knowing the internals and what sort of a player Durka is. Again, who's lifting the spirits? Because again, you look towards Sevov. Sevov seems to be like sometimes the most vocal as well on the reactions and things like that. So big concern, but when you're asking a player to dig deep and kind of undo a few weeks worth of a slump, call it a slump,
Vitality make changes
I'm telling you,
if they lose here.
This is it. He's dropping 30. But on the
With
other
how
side of
EMEA
this,
has been
though,
going,
you talk
probably.
about vibes and someone that picks him up. Yutajay has never run out of his voice. His voice is just so consistently at an obscene decibel.
Get him in the caster desk. he's got some pipes on him.
Roaring.
Yeah.
But I do like that he's like this, you know? He's never, ever faltering. And
See
this is an
the
incredible
post-match
chance
conference
for
of
FUT
Alex?
to
Yeah, someone
turn
linked me.
their,
That was pretty cool.
playoffs around.
Yeah, I think actually just to come back to that as well, to have somebody so vocal, kind of.
Yeah,
you know,
I like how he
almost
worded everything, to be honest,
vocally
as well.
muscling the stage. It's tough to sit there and have to dig deep and then win a response map back.
Sometimes all you need is a bit of belief.
Eliminations on the line.
Yeah, I love it from Yutajay. If I was in the coach booth, though, I'd probably turn him down just a little bit.
Apparently, they all turn him down.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They have him a little bit lower.
We don't get that option. What's going on there?
That's crazy.
Mitch will be the first one. I think all of us. Can we get Mute Man back, please? But yeah, this is going to be very good for FUT, considering they had a great chance yesterday to move through
Vitality?
the upper
Mate,
bracket.
Vitality
But if they're
spent
able to
money, dude. Look at
2-0
their
here
roster.
against Vitality,
Don't
they're
tell me
probably
they
going
didn't
to be
spend
the
money.
team that makes yeah, they're going to make a lower bracket run, surely.
Yeah, I think that their
They got
run,
darker,
Fnatic
they
against
got
Vitality, like we were
darker,
saying earlier,
less
that's a
and
tough
safe.
run. So if they're able to do something
tell me they
today,
didn't
like a
spend much
2-0
money.
clean, like that's a very good sign going
Oh
forward.
my God! Safe is on the Yoru.
Safe Yoru.
Durka has moved to the race.
Double Jaws.
We have seen this on every iteration of rosters that Safe has been on. This is
Honestly, the
just
double Jaws probably suits him a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, pull all the stops out, right?
Like
right? Right?
Yeah, and for FUT, it looks like, do we get a fourth?
Yeah, Mini's not
comp
happy because
coming
his infinite
out of
comp's
them?
like good.
Into this? I don't
It
think
has a
we
good
do. I
A
think
hit.
I
It
messed
doesn't
up.
have the
They
best
played
B
Dust
yet.
this last time they switched away from the chamber. Yeah, the Vitality side, the last time I think Safe was doing this, he switched away from the ISO to the Jet. And
The
Haven,
FUT comp, I
and
mean,
it
the FUT
wasn't
comp's a
great
little
look,
bit
so
of a bit standard.
he's got a lot to do this series.
So
He
that
didn't have a
pressure over
great
towards B main.
map
I
one.
mean, a
He
lot of this
wasn't
is about B
shooting
main,
at
you would
all in map
imagine.
one, so he's gonna have to
Puzzled
turn that
Bananas,
completely
thanks so
around
much for
in
the
this map.
prime.
And
Thank
if
you
it
for that.
helps,
Thank you,
he has
thank you.
never played Yoru
Interesting,
before.
they don't
This
have
is his
the
debut
breach.
here
They
in
go
the
for
lower
the
bracket
fade.
for
But
elimination.
this should still
Mitch
work.
and Tom, have fun with this one.
Kind of similar-ish.
Well, I think I have to align with Hypok here, Tom. I'm a little worried.
You mean the concerned dads?
Yeah.
Oh no. Like super excited, and then the dad's in the corner like, no, I don't like it. I'm nervous. I'm excited.
Well, listen, it's certainly an exciting time to see what they can do, but momentum in FUT's favor, and now Vitality, as Sue said, pull out all the stops. Safe for the first time, debuting a Yoru in an official, not just down on that stage. That's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He had a stinker of a first map, but that's exactly why we wanted to see a swap up to a duelist, just maybe not this one.
If it fails, they're out. That's literally the point that we're at. If this fails, they are out of the tournament. They have to get ready for stage 2.
Okay.
Like that
Yeah,
is
dude,
the
that is
spot
mental
they have
though.
decided to pick this
Vitality,
off. And there you go.
one map away
Is
from
what I
getting
was
some
mentioning is
faith.
that since the start partnership,
And
FUT has always
FUT,
made that second master of
one
each
map
year
for
since
staying
they've been
in.
in. So
Chat, so
this is
who
a
would FUT
squad
play?
that is
They play
looking
the
to make
loser
that
of
lower
Heritage
bracket
BBL,
run, is
right?
looking to have made improvements since
Or,
adding
I
in
guess
Zeus.
whoever
And you
wins
know
it.
what? They are looking to get straight off to the races. Safe will do a lot of early damage, but he's also taken a lot of early damage.
Tianajay with the opening pressure on him, though.
Yeah,
Durka
and like we said,
quick
this
to
comes
trade down.
very
The
good at
site
A hits.
Seems to be theirs. They still have to cross through those. Zeus dealt with, and that'll at
So you
least
might see
get
him
a punt out
spam
of
a
this
lot of A
situation.
until they kind of get
3
stomped.
versus 4. Vitality of so many players inches away from death.
Both comps are kind of reversed. Vitality's comps insane at A hits,
Definitely
but comps insane at B hits.
Best looking to try and get back around, but it's already Durka within that site. Managing to get it to half. They've got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah,
Spam's
this smoke
coming
gets
through. They're gonna
scary.
try and body block
Oh
this and
boy.
stick it, but
Just.
there comes the double. Oh, from behind, Krax has managed to find some though. That time is ticking away. Less is going to be revealed. He knows roughly where he is. Needs to land the shot.
No way.
Bullets. Less to get a freebie.
Dude, he tried to kill him with just 3 instead of reloading.
That's tough. One more bullet there, and maybe he would have had him. A few shot into the abyss, 1-0 for Vitality, and a much-needed pistol round to set them on course. They need to bounce back on Split and take us to Ascent, where they will then fight to continue this lower bracket run. As you said, Tom, elimination on the line, and this is the map that could send them home. Big risks, the composition they've brought to bear, and all eyes are going to be on Safe. How this Yoru is going to be put to play.
Okay, 2-1 on the
by
pistols.
Vitality, and how he can perform now that he's on that duel list.
Yeah,
already
Safe gets to go at it.
Mr. falling down, and almost a second.
But that has been, I think, part of the downfall of his individual ability, has been playing roles where he's less about I'm the tip of the spear, I'm the aggro, I'm the first guy taking the fight. So I think putting him back into this position, it gives a lot of opportunities. Calling from the front rather than from the lineups or the setups, which has been on the
As
tail.
the compensating A hits, it's more just down to the actual fade itself. No good fade eyes that kind of clear all of this, so you kind of have safe pathing, whereas like the fade eye at the top of here is like insane.
Almost manages to get the job done, but
So like you can double entry as a fade, hits here, you got 2 options of where you want to TP, and then the Raze can just send it in. Like the only place this fade eye doesn't clear is like this corner. That's it.
As they come up.
You got 2 corners, and with that as well, the Prowler clears the first one. So it's more just about initiating. And then you look over at the FUT comp, this initiator, right, goes back aside so you can TP back aside safe.
Some of that supportive utility has been fantastic. Seavoff, we've
Just,
already seen an
it's just the
early round
initiator
lurks
death,
on the
basically.
Omen, being able to take a lot of that later space as your opponents, at least in their mind, hopefully overreact to the direct
Yeah,
play
try and
in an
get
early
that
round.
ult early for Durka. Might work out.
Like Haven comp work initially was, okay, we're just gonna take, say,
Lovely.
one of the best duelists in the
Durka
world
one
last
away,
year, or at least
and
in
definitely
the
snowball
EMEA,
this.
and then we're gonna take Durka and put him on a duelist, probably the best duelist in the EMEA last year. So it's like, it feels like a band-aid fix, but one that could very much work for them.
Especially if you're not ready for it. And then look, if they came in today on FUT thinking, yeah, Safe might pick up the Yoru here on Split, then someone needs a raise. Maybe everyone does.
Good.
I reckon guys somehow saw it coming.
Nice.
Ninja, what are you
It was
typing
going to
in?
happen someday, but did he know it would be today? 2-0, and FUT pulling out the rifles.
I
Vitality
don't
are in a
look over and
very
see that.
healthy position.
Come
This
on.
is effectively a full buy with Seavoff picking up the
I've seen his
mantle
movement though,
of
so
that
maybe.
Marshal. But now there's a rifle on the floor. Zeus winning the battle of the Yorus when it comes to the full buys, setting them up with a man advantage early.
But yeah, that is the difference though, is that I think we can expect that Safe is going to be hard to play against, but Zeus at times is the hardest player in the league to play against. Individually, whether things have gone well or bad for FUT, it seems like a lot of the time he has been there.
Okay,
And
well
you
they
think
didn't
even back
actually
to
create pressure
their
over
defeat-
towards mid.
Oh, just
And
yesterday.
they're about to
He
insta
still
clear
had
over
some
towards
flashes in
B.
the pan, even when they
So
weren't able to take that victory
pressure,
over Fnatic.
pressure. Prowler goes out. Oh, this is nice.
careful. A
The
man
Prowler
down
does create
already,
pressure over
3
towards here though,
rifles
but
in
with the
hand.
re-clear over towards B and getting early info, they should
was
stick 3 over towards A, especially as
on
this
the A
Prowler
side.
hits.
I think
Where are you going?
a little
Gets
bit of
you.
extra information might just pull one back.
We've got deep information as you're highlighting towards B. Passive Heaven control on B as well. In fact, just passive control across the board. Really
Yeah, here
respect
comes
some
the
of that
fade eye.
early dueling ability that Vitality have. Holding on the site. That nade, though, is going to force cracks into the open. A battle Dirk is happy to take. Site now under pressure. Zeus comes in to fill the gap.
Got 15 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Zeus just wins this round,
They
right?
need to make a move. Although now he's been spotted. No more element of
why did I
surprise.
talk,
Big swing
bro?
from Seavoff. They found their pick, but they need the plant. 6 seconds on the clock and out of ammo.
Oh god,
Yellow
everything's
goes
ugly,
down,
man.
But they've managed to get that plant in. Seavoff 1v2.
Oh,
he
boy.
needed that onto
Okay,
Captain
so
immediately.
good.
But he's
Jesus.
picked off, and the round goes to FUT. A narrow margin in it, though.
If they'd lost another round to running out of ammo, I would have lost my mind.
Oh,
That would have been a rough one, but no, a good resurgence in the end. And clearly Vitality very happy to leave it late. Maybe having that
Sonya, what do you
expectation,
mean?
okay, someone's going to overpeak.
It should have happened like that.
Thinking back to Fracture, that was happening every single round. Like they were taking those fights, but it was calm and methodical in the end. And that'll be enough, but of course, still going to be a repurchase here. Now, Dirk has got off to a decent start. Showstopper already online, something he can look to implement in
All
the
right,
early rounds.
this is the round. They did enough damage to mean that we got 1, 2, 3. They can't buy next. Obviously, if they lose, we got 1, 2. They can't buy next. So Darker needs to be using his ult into this round. The thing that didn't really happen at middle was like a confirmed question mark from them. This one, however, that'll do it. Block vision, actually get into vents. Fade Eye didn't get broken in reaction to losing middle. Insta drone over towards B. They got early info, early info.
Got some map control to bounce off of the springboard into. Trying to make up for what they've lost.
That is not the best TP. Especially if they lose Heaven. Like this double push though.
I don't know that they're going to stop.
It's going to come down to how much can Zeus do. In fact, it's nothing.
Yeah, I like that he takes the TP early here. Definitely the best thing to do with what was going on.
Doesn't have a lot of support, and the timing here for Safe is everything. If he can find cracks, it could be huge, but instead, he's also just ducked back.
If Cracks gets the
site
kill, he has fade ult.
Flank coming. The longer Vitality take, the more.
Dude, look at the double push from B right now. They're going to be very fast behind.
Showstopper is still available for the entry.
They heard
Yeah,
that
he had the TP. We didn't break it on site.
Potentially going to TP onto the site.
Dude, he didn't break it on site.
He
just let him take the TP. That's funny.
Gets the element of surprise up top, pounces for a double, but that's all he'll get. Seavoff in a familiar position, but the spike not planted this time.
Okay, shout out to FUT though. FUT were incredibly proactive. Lose middle, insta push over towards B. No one over towards B. Double push all the way through. Got that info early. 3-person stack. Saw the TP, had the TP.
And this has been the most patient and calm FUT I've ever seen in my life. Really slowly taking B main control.
George, thank you so much. Thank you with the 12 months.
Then you have the initial aggression that comes out from Zeus.
Thanks so much for the 12 months, mate.
I don't fancy taking this fight. I will fade away. The guy that was running it down A main every round on the defensive side has gone.
Vitality here. Yeah, another rough round. I agree with you. Okay, big change up. Insta A hit again. The comp's pretty good at over.
He's back to his old tricks. Knowing he's up against the low buy, all right, I'm going to brawl.
And last round as well, just to say, the fact that Cracks gets pressured by your
Do we not know in our fast A that the smoke is Heaven and not here?
When that gate crash that he's been warning about for 30 seconds now, when that comes in, Zeus will be the one to take that player down. He emerges from the smoke just in time while Cracks is covering the main walkout. A beautiful trade-off of responsibilities, and that just comes with trust and playing with each other a lot. You can see now FUT 2-2, man advantage, and passive plays up against these weaker weapons. The danger is Mr. Fallen. For a second there, they could have pushed up as a unit, 3 players blitzing into him, but he's again created that extra little bit of space.
Stun to slow them down. Passive fallback.
Another insta push over towards B, and they might do this every single time. Looks like they got a really good read on him.
To the party. Mr. Fallen's goal once again is just to try and slow them down
mate,
as much as
you're in
possible.
trouble, bro.
Under some serious pressure.
Dude, where is everyone?
Smoke will be
Let's
there
go onto the site.
Still just surviving within this smoke, even potentially going to go through it. That's the spike on the ground. Another coming up without a captain, finally making that long rotation through. Well, only one standing. Seavoff in these same positions again and again and again.
Bacon, are you still here? Bacon, give me a 1 out of 10 for what you think of this round.
Even the smoke going down from
10's a masterpiece. 1 is you never want to watch it again.
Space, allowing for this player on site, Mr. Fallen, to
gave it a 0. Yeah, pretty solid.
While he completes the wraparound through middle, knowing even if they were in mid, they would, which they were not long ago when he pushed B main, they were. But that they would have to go towards the site. Maxi's dealing
I'm in
with
trouble.
One player
I'm in
with a
trouble.
weapon. And in fact, he was dealing with none.
I'm in trouble. You watch that round, you say I'm in trouble.
With Mr. Fallen, beautiful play, and 3-2 as a result. The lead is now there for FUT.
We're not looking at. We're missing something here, Des.
Angle slightly off, I suppose.
The interesting thing with this is that Vitality have basically, other than Astra for
Ashmi,
they've taken the Fnatic
modified footage
from yesterday that beat FUT, like using the exact same composition. The thing is, I think Fnatic are always very good at those very late-round executions. Whereas so far for Vitality, it has just
been is it the one on Reddit, the train one?
I've seen that. In that regard. And although, sure, FUT haven't had a mass amount of time to
it's a classic.
From yesterday, you've kind of given them an
my girlfriend watched
to
it
learn
earlier.
From the mistakes.
Exactly. You think they've come in here with no idea what went wrong yesterday? It's going to be most of what
He
they
had no
talked
idea
about.
what was going on.
The reality is, we'll see that in the second half. If I remember correctly, the Fnatic game, it was FUT struggling on the attack. I think 4 rounds in the first half. So we'll see if they maybe need a really big margin coming out of this one. I don't know where the expectations are to be set, but again, with the learning from the previous day,
that's what I'm talking about, Yumpy.
Not just in that second half, but in this round as well. With Kicks and Durka down,
Yumpy, you're feeling great for tomorrow after that as well.
The passive hold that FUT have shown in almost every round towards this A site so far. They are playing back, allowing Vitality to take the space, confident on their crunches after. With cracks down, there's still more players than they should have.
Dude, this guy's aim sometimes is the sickest thing to watch. Oh, bro. Oh god, that's so nice, dude. That's so nice.
4-2 on the board with money.
That second kill is sick.
Attacking side.
All I'm gonna say is Sevov's clutch statistics are getting blitzed in this map. He's been in what, like 3-4 already. 1v3 scenarios at the end of rounds.
1v3 and now this.
This one was actually tougher because you had those early fights into middle. It was something we mentioned that the defensive side were leaving pressure around that part of the map, and they get 2 openings. The second that happens, it almost looks like it's done. And well, Vitality are going to take themselves a pause.
Yeah, dude, you guys need a timeout. You can't be showing me this on your map pick.
For that defense, and a lot of them have looked incredibly comfortable for FUT.
I have one real question, and that's: do you think that Yedishe gets that loud in scrims as well? There's no way, right? No man's throat can withstand that amount of screaming.
No. Maybe when they're trying to replicate match days.
I'm gonna bring this up again. Do you remember the last time we casted Ascent?
I do, yeah.
Was he chill? It was chill for 48 rounds.
We went into round 45. It was still the same level.
Probably longer than most of his scrims.
That's practice. That's practice. And the most impressive thing is there's never a voice crack. There's never a break. Push him to the limits.
I don't know. I think he's got a place in a rock band after this.
Oh yeah. Oh no, it's heavy metal. He's got some screaming ahead of him on the mic. That's for sure. Not just on the server. 4-2. It is a bit of a screamer for FUT. They're looking good, they're feeling good, and the advantages keep on stacking with ults now in play. Vitality on a weaker buy as well.
Don't be tight. Don't be doing that when he's about to come 7th to 8th.
Grand final. Center of the regular season, looking to try and lead the charge with the Bucky.
Great. It's a great money.
Fortunately, he's already been somewhat denied. Now, Zeus has been switching up his position almost every single round. I think Les managed to get quite a bit of ground.
Okay, a bit of a change up from Vitality. Looks like they actually might be pressuring over towards B main as well. It should be helping them. Because the push behind in reaction to losing middle has been... It's been a nightmare.
Could have been nice, but I think the screen unfortunately fading. And once again, you've got almost full A ramp control, full B control, mid currently open, but they are well aware of it on the FUT side. Where is the opening for Vitality? Because they haven't found it yet.
Yeah, this late stage play again, gate crash back to A site, but normally they haven't been keeping as aggressive control of Heaven. It could be their downfall against this weaker play. The fact that you've got Yedishe holding on to that control to play up from vents, they can put pressure on from every side. That's what Vitality tried to do. Try and fail. As those players in vent fall, as this round seems to come crumbling down. 20 seconds again, feeling the pressure of that clock as we get deep into the round. 14 seconds. They need to get a move on. And we know that this site is stacked
I feel like I've watched.
every time. Salvo's
I feel like I've seen
already
this
done.
round
There is
3
no
times
way for that
already.
plan to come through, but
15
they can
seconds,
cause
3 over
damage.
towards Heaven.
They can bleed the credits, maybe not dry, but a little bit lower.
It ends the same.
Fortunately, Zeus with a 3-piece. That's 5-2 on the board.
He used his dimensional drift just for safety, just to make sure that they had the right read, which they did. But I like this setup. You've had that sort of crossfire in towards the vents. It's been a position that Vitality have been consistently...
Zeus hits a 3k? Yeah, no, we've actually seen this round 3 times.
Well, so far that double duelist, like the whole
okay,
point
so
of
they had a timeout.
Sort of raise Yoro is it's meant to throw your opponents into disarray.
Let's just
Find
hit
me
A.
a moment where
Let's just hit A as the timeout goal. It's time for something different. Let's just hit A. He's got a Yoro ult though, so it should be easy.
Looking to pick up the pace a little
Again,
bit,
this comp is good at going A, but they need to just site commit instead of going Heaven so much.
to use the Nightfall just to try and get him out of there, and Safe has done well, but Yedeje has done even better.
Jesus.
It's 2 kills already.
Yeah, the Viper
from
utils
this
was too
aggressive
good.
position. Safe managed to get past, but nobody else even made it into sight.
Dude, what happened to Duck here? You just double satchel over towards Default and go wrecked.
Where you're pushing through a smoke, running into open territory where you've got no idea what lurks around any of those corners. And this is a position where, hell, looking at the economy, you could see a save at this point. But normally there'd be a lot less time on the clock. A 1:15 save would be a new thing to see. I think they're resetting to try to hit the other side of the map.
You can't write, oh, this ruined another team. As hilarious as it is.
Viper's Pit, this is still winnable.
You can't be typing that.
Very much an uphill battle. At least they still have that, I suppose not second smoker, I suppose less is more the second smoker. But with the wall down, Seavoff being alive is essential to get them onto B site.
Yeah. The worry is most of the time when you avoid the A site, you won't be running into Zeus. But they are running into Zeus. Homed in on the angle. Nice shot on the first.
Hold up.
And a captain is there, but I don't think he wants to overface this one. Viper's Pit might be utilized.
That's
And a
it.
captain does want to do
Yeah,
that.
TP out. Time's a little low on this. He's got a flash as well. Got a little smoke to isolate the guy at the back.
They've only got 10 seconds to try and get this in. Paranoia being sent through.
All that.
TP behind.
Honestly, all that.
Oh, that's a nasty surprise. Seavoff. And another
Yeah, I
one.
like that version. That was cool.
Hasn't gone well.
Yeah, and even if Mr. Fallen loses that fight, second player won't be able to trade him out from behind that wood. A very nice play.
Because we have a Fatal, so I know we got a great plan with this Fatal. So I'm ready to see
We
it.
talked about the ultimates, the Viper's Pit being one of the main things that could have given them something. That's nasty. Could have given them something to play
Yeah,
with.
I mean,
the reality
the Viper
is now
utility was sick
stacked
though.
up on the
Yedeje
other
did
side,
great.
Very impactful once Yedeje has the pit. Mr. Fallen. Armageddon online. Nice, lad. For Vitality, well, they'll have to pray for something to go differently. This
Need
is
to get an Artist like GL in here. Dude, I know you're kind of being sarcastic, but I'm telling you, Artist is actually really good at mid-rounding.
Since then, it is a sea of cyan with 6-2 on the board. FUT, they're taking everything except for prisoners.
Flash. Oh, actually, Duck has managed to correct his aim. That's a surprise. He gets away with that one. Tries to survive the second
get a
one.
little bit of info on this one. No.
It's the first time we've really
Duelist
seen
for a
a
duelist.
proper battle for B main. Oh, Viper's Pit. Spam almost gets rid of Yedeje. You could see he's maybe a little bit nervous, but just wanted to make sure that, okay, when we haven't been able to capture B main as we have in every other round, I'll capture mid instead.
That early pick was nice, but Durka going down. Viper's Pit locking off
Okay,
mid.
drone to clear over towards B once again. Sets one up.
The one thing is, Krax has
1-1-2.
just sent the Prowler through on A. He sees nothing with it and gets quite a bit of info, quite a bit of distance rather on that Prowler. Which might make them think about
Double
stacking
Omen
up heavier
smoke.
towards that B side with the one
We
extra
got a
man
strong
they have
sight
plus
here,
the
right
Prowler,
here.
But he's still in position. The
But of
hunt
course
goes
we're gonna
through.
go
The
heaven.
information now there. And never mind,
Use
Mr.
one
Fallen
smoke,
leaving
heaven,
for the other
Prowler
side of
goes
the map.
out.
In fact, they've
What we
even
thinking?
let the
Another
Viper's
20
Pit
seconds,
fall
no,
without a
15
captain
seconds.
covering that.
Get over
They
towards
are
sight.
so certain this will be an A play, and they couldn't be more
Yeah,
right
15
about
seconds. Okay,
20
now we
seconds.
hit the
Yeah,
site.
it's such a huge error. No one shot the horn. They were too busy thinking about,
Ult's
okay,
pretty
who's
good.
going to shoot it,
They
so we
got to
don't
commit
give
over
the full
towards
game
site.
away.
That'll speed him up.
And now they've got to try and run into a stack site. It's a bit of a whiff from Mr. Fallen, but the time is ticking once again. They managed to clear at least one of them.
Yeah, they got the time on this
Leads it
though.
down to the remaining two. One of the best scenarios we've seen for Vitality so far. Mistakes were definitely made, but they could look to rectify. Patience stuff. The trade back and out of captain finds
I
him
mean,
through the smoke.
it was a better look, but I'm not enjoying the 15-second sight hit over towards heaven. Doesn't feel great.
Wrong.
I get that they got over towards
Flex
sight, but
right at the end of the round, out of captain. You have earned it. 7-2.
It's all about FUT right now. 7-2. Opening pick even went against FUT. And they're able to recover. It was out of captain to pick up the first piece and the last. That one,
that's painful.
That's caused issues. Even still, Mr. Fallen was still in position. They had that read. If it was shot, you still know there's players there.
I think Yedeje does leave his Viper's Pit. That was the difference, is that you had an early rotation from Mr. Fallen anyway because of B main and because of mid, but he just leaves the Viper's Pit because why wouldn't you?
Yeah, there's a chance he would have done that anyways just off it being broken, but without a captain covering it. but it certainly pulled the trigger for them.
Norman Flash.
Big mistake.
Norman Flash
big
for Norman
cost
Flash.
paid.
Devin
And
a blind
captain
duel.
was blind, and he
Whoa,
still
bro, he hated it. I expect the TP, or
takes the
almost.
TP out, and it
I saw
almost
safe turn
works.
away, almost.
The picks go back the other way, though, for
That was
Vitality.
a sick idea,
a
though.
3 versus 3 they've ended up in. A real chance.
Yeah, you
for
got
the
Salvos
attackers to
coming
pick
back
up a
soon.
round.
Okay, this is their better go, right?
Sure if Safe actually
Looking like
stuck
their
the
best
TP or
rounds.
faked it. Viper's Pit.
I like
still
this though.
available,
Good amount of delay from FUT at the
for a while
moment. These
for
two need
less.
to make a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
think
sound to make
definitely
sure
a
that they
time to
don't start
try and
conceding
invest
cracks
in
on the flank.
The battle of Cracks versus Sevov could end up being incredibly important. It's such an unorthodox position, and Sevov with another triple kill. We've seen so many in that first map. Yedeje looking to try and push through and clear him, and actually lets us go down. He's been taken out by the Salvos.
Double Salvos back aside? No way.
This was looking like, again, a great opportunity.
They double swing, who's going wide?
He needs to ace. He needs to find it all for them to be able to win this. Already looking to try and tag that to half, and his head has been spotted over the top of the box. It will be the defusal coming in for FUT, and I don't know how they've won that one.
Man, my heart goes out to Sevov. That's the 6th clutch he's been in on this map so far.
He got 3 kills
Every
in that
single
round.
one, and he needed an ace to win this one. Trying to carry them kicking and screaming through this round, but just too much asked. And a captain getting that double, phenomenal. But they recover from it. Not only finding the picks to level up the scoreboard.
Mate, come on.
Oh, there was nowhere to go.
But then the pit going down, Safe not being able to take Yedeje, who was caught looking the other way. And you can see Sevov being left last alive 6 times and feeling those rounds slip out of his grasp, feeling the gap extend in FUT's favor. That's got to be tough.
You mentioned that they struggled to get rounds on the attack. Right now, it's not looking like they'll need too many rounds. Maybe even a pistol will do the job.
Hell, the 4-8 will get them an OT.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Well,
it doesn't look like they're slowing down much.
Well, this is really where Faded needs to...
Like they're slowing down much.
Well, this is really where Faded needs to earn that paycheck, because we are currently sat with the team that won kickoff. And we haven't seen that before. The kickoff fall-off. I think it was what, KC last year. Not being able to sort of replicate the same sort of success, but it's not the same team. We're talking about a safe, less squad. And don't get me wrong, like, Kicks and Sevov are no slouches. It's just the other 3 have quite a lot of caliber to their name.
That stat hasn't held up here.
Fancy, don't ask that.
They also haven't had many openers.
I think you know what the
They've been
answer
kind
is.
of slammed in a lot of scenarios. Zeus is running it down again. Back to his old tricks. Paranoia even sent through. They're just trying to get rid of less.
It seems to be the case that every time they've had that opening, it's traded back almost immediately.
Oh, don't you dare.
Yeah, no, you've got to
Dude,
back
look at
off
what's
on
going
that one.
on.
Destroying the gate crash as well. Less pressure put into the backside. Here comes
Surely.
the showstopper.
Easy
Weaker
rounds.
weapons in play.
Easy rounds.
Unsafe,
Nice
but that
Yuto from the
rocket
fade.
will make up for it. Mr. Fallen down and out. And this is the best chance they've had so far. 5v4 conversion is high.
Guys, please.
This was a 5v3, but we're back to equal footing. Safe trying to pull it back, but he's dropped by Zeus.
Just delay
Again, the pressure put on as the flanker's down. It's all onto Kicks. This looked like a shoe-in, a 3rd round at last. But instead, it's another clutch for Vitality. Not Sevov this time, but still an impossible task with Zeus putting up the quad kill for 9 rounds.
How is my guy jumping out of heaven here, getting this kill and there's no trade?
Came back from that. Like, you lose the double opener straight into the site. Player goes in with a showstopper to clear out the back.
It looks good.
The first one is just madness, like full 180 from
Who's
Anacaptain.
Pillar?
But from here on out, it's the Zeus show. Just thriving with all of these fights, reading every position, by the way. The spin around to catch the player from behind, and well, the screams are going to echo all the way back to the coaches, because the fact is, the call was right, the play was right, the decision was right.
Everything was perfect.
They still don't manage to win the round. Multiple retakes that should have gone in their favor.
Do we not have after plant positions?
Oh, you can
I'm
see
so
the confidence
confused.
has only been growing. FUT, they started so passive, but they're getting more and more aggressive as the game goes by, because I'm not going to lie, Vitality look dead.
They do. They do. Dead in the water. You really have to look at that initial plan. That's really where the preparation comes in, right? That's the first 30 seconds, the first minute, the first
Don't lose a 5v3 is not a call from the coach.
No, exactly. And those 5v3s, those 5v4s, the fact that we just flew a stat that shows they're one of the best teams. Might have even said the best, but certainly way above the average when it comes to 5v4
Everyone but
conversions.
Atta gets hit by util.
Lost. Recovering here with a third round would be nice.
No.
The captain stayed in the corner.
They have to check it. He's done stuff like this so many times as well, just with these bait TPs. Krax is already in to support, though, hiding within, and they don't expect him. I think he even got tagged by a vulnerable from Yedeje from above, and a captain is still somehow here eventually again.
Man, my poor guy is trying his best. My guy is trying his best, dude. Come on, boys.
Scenario. I'm seeing
just a round.
9-round streak. Does it finally end at the end of the half?
Once it's not Vitality in the clutches. It's been tough so far. I like this, though. Stacked up on the backside of Firing Squad. An impossible task for Yedeje. He swings in, and he's out of the round.
8 HP.
Vitality, 3 rounds on the board at the half. But like we said, for FUT, even that 4-8 we called a weakness, well, here it would be enough to take them across the line.
Yeah, it has looked like some severe problems for the side of Vitality. They need to dig deep, otherwise they are out.
Is it doable with a pistol? I mean, it's always doable with a pistol, mate. I'm just worried their defense is going to look like their attack. It could always look worse. That's that mindset. That's that positive mindset. That was a rough one though, chat. There's no putting a good spin on that. That was really rough. Really, really rough.
The kickoff curse against the 9-3 curse. It's time to see which one will prevail. FUT versus Vitality. A map 3 on the cards, but for Vitality, that seems a long way away. 6 just to equalize. A long road back into this game, Tom.
Like
and
a
for
roller coaster?
FUT, it's all about momentum.
This wasn't much fun.
Disrupted in the very last round, but I don't think they're going to let that get to them.
No, I think they are thriving. We've seen top performances from pretty much every single player within the server. The only stat that really goes in that other favor is the fact that, well, that one's more about Vitality, but the fact that the attack sides of the
honestly, to be the
stat
stat guy must be kind of fun.
A 4-8 attack, a 3-7 attack, and a 1-11 attack for the side of FUT. So they definitely do struggle. And also the fact that they get
empty
to win
sight,
this
Vitality all together.
Be the first, maybe when they need it most.
Slard with the smoke.
The round, but it is
Okay, this is nice though.
We're back in a 5v4.
Pistol
Yeah, together.
For Vitality. Nice. And Durka's already grabbed himself a double kicks, steps up to the plate for more. It's Cracks isolated.
Yeah, I mean, this was actually nice. It was like 3 people all together. Second swing came in a little bit late, but other than that, it was not too bad.
Still so much more to do.
It's a very weird scoreboard to see a team win both pistol rounds and only have 4 rounds. Like that is not something you're going to see too often. So there's definitely a very, very long way to go. The Snade to kick things off.
Enemy remaining.
Durka.
Let's go, guys. Guys, good job, Durka. Good job on B.
looking to get them back into this one. Still feeling
Yeah,
like there is
trying
an
to get
opportunity. Look back to them versus
the motivation,
Fnatic,
the vibes
an
up.
8-4 defensive half in
And
that
do it all.
18-16 victory. We know that they can play the long game. We know that they can dig deep into this one, but when you look at the individuals, when you look at the players who have been performing throughout this series so far, they are definitely on FUT side. There really isn't an argument to be had there.
Even in a round like this, I'm nervous. Nice conversion, nice pick on Captain lurking out on B. The opening pick going to FUT made me a little bit scared, especially with the stat we just saw. But I imagine that's hampered a little bit when your opponents are on classics. Range,
Yeah, some nice shots on this.
Vitality's favor, and it's kicks to pretty much secure
They
this
got an
one.
orb and a plant. I can't feel too bad about it for
It's not
FUT.
like he's got a Bucky.
Vitality
It's just a
wanting
classic
to
to play
keep
with on backside.
every gun into
There's
this,
no Bucky
so
or his
no more
ultimate.
deaths.
Those two
Maybe
things
they can lose
might
to
be
Marshall.
able to
It's
save
about
him, and well, they now know exactly where he is.
Hey, and they get that
Kicks as
fade.
well, farming
Fade
up
out really
those
close, one
additional
away.
ultimate orbs towards that nightfall. Definitely going to be important. And that's the thing. I look at this Vitality squad heading onto the defense. They need to get that momentum, and I think that's exactly what they've done here.
Yeah, the rest of the shots were
Adderall,
nice.
thanks
That
so much for
one
the
was
2 months, man.
looking,
Appreciate you. Thank you for the
but
prime.
We'll give it to him anyways. This is what we want, and we already saw in the pistol rounds.
Does the train end in Toronto or Paris? Dude, I don't know, man. This is the only stop I
when you're in
planned.
this stage of the game. If this was a group stage matchup, if this was week 2, maybe you'd come in and go, okay, they're going to write it off.
It's,
you might see less
it's up to them.
energy behind that. It's only natural. But
We've
here,
got no
this is your
breaks,
last
so
chance in stage 1.
NRG.
Depends on what speed we got.
Sorry, FNS.
Anonymous, thanks so much for the gifted, bro. Thank you, thank you.
Already.
Okay, let's check out this first big buy round. There's definitely a world where Vitality have like a nice defense, and they can
fading away from it.
restore the belief.
Invested quite heavily into the rifles in the last round, so this buy definitely has some bite. Now, FUT themselves have the guns in hand. Zeus already just a few away from having that dimensional drift, and Durka, he's looking to try and catch a timing. He has to be careful of the flash, and in fact they both get caught. The 1-2 punch of Zeus and Cracks, and this round is already in turmoil.
Save goes down.
Okay,
Not an easy
next
position
round,
to connect from.
there's always a round
Marshall in
that
the
can
open
make
on
us
A,
stop believing
mid-rotate
again.
as he's picked off, and now the A site.
It's all about
very
it's
much
all
taken.
about the next
In fact,
round.
they're even gonna. They have so much time, and they go for an orb, and then the plant. So Zeus will have ultimate online, not expecting to have any battles to fight. And indeed, he won't.
this guy's done 3 fake TPs in the last 5 rounds.
Times in this game, just teleport into the same position and go, there's no way anybody's going to expect that.
Yeah. Well, he can't keep getting away with this.
If at first you don't succeed, try. Funnily enough, he did succeed quite a few times.
Exactly.
It's now just the mind games. It's like if I now go the other way, they're going to expect that. So I've got to now not go the other way because I didn't go the other way last time.
Condition them by never doing it.
Exactly.
You think you're going to do it eventually.
Yeah, they're like,
Certainly
there's
he
no
won't
way
do it
he's
again.
still doing that.
But he does.
For FUT. 10 rounds guaranteed already. And as I said, there was some bite to that round. There was a decent amount of rifles invested into for Vitality. Still though, Kicks with ultimate ready for the next, and they will still be able to purchase quite comfortably. In fact, I'm wondering if Safe may even be looking to get an operator in here.
Well, I'm seeing what's on the server.
Why the slow-mo, man?
This is going to be it all put in 10 to 5.
They're already dead, bro. Don't give me the slow-mo on that.
The life of stage 1 on the line. They'll put the credits up to match it. Operator for Safe. Early pick towards the B site, perhaps, but take a look at where FUT are.
Okay,
all 5 players.
Op is here. Fade up for the retake. Prowler goes out, insta ult over towards site.
One spotted. What's Zeus's idea?
Okay, we're playing solo against the Yoru.
Decoy sent and a great flash. That is beautiful from Captain. The paranoia lands, and with it the opening pick and the A site falling. Durka, the last bastion of defense.
Come on, Darko.
Trying to sneak
Give me
forward
something.
and get some space. In fact, he's not cleared his corner.
Yeah, why would he expect Captain to just be sat there watching another obscure angle and what?
Save already?
Yeah, I don't think there's much more they can do. That execution was wonderful, by the way.
Sometimes
They
you
put
just
the
gotta
salvos
laugh.
in.
Sometimes you
It's
just
a
gotta laugh
teleport
through the
into
pain.
salvos,
That's
but
like the
also
best
you
way
know
to
that,
do
okay,
it.
now if I paranoia, he can't go back up against the wall and
Sometimes
get
it's
away from it.
unlucky.
There's no way for him to go. Like, it really is just picture perfect from the side of FUT of how they got into that site. And once you get the opener and Durka gets caught, we talked about, I don't think we saw their 4v5 conversion was awful.
Yeah.
I don't think their 3v5 is going to be any better.
With an op on the retake, yeah, I can see why they're not feeling that. And I think the only damage done to FUT in that round was salvos onto Zeus as he came out of his ultimate.
Yeah. So from his teammate, is what I'm trying to say.
So it's not exactly an inspiring position. Yeah, look at that. It was literally the only
it's a nice exec.
We
It
end
is a
up
nice
11
exec.
rounds on the board for FUT. The most important thing is they've lost the pistol in the follow-up in both halves.
Okay, another big buy rounds. Let's check it out from Vitality. They're playing against a comp where you have to pretty much have B main control. Surely they go B main control in this one. Don't want to give them this map control. You don't want them to use their util here. You kind of want to get the salvos
Is
out.
there one opportunity? Operator still in play. Rifles across the board. If you lose this one, your chances of pushing to OT, not just with the amount of rounds you need, but where your economy is going to be at. Let's just say Vitality
They realize there's fake pressure over towards middle, and they've done a prowler to see if anyone's pushing over towards A. It's not too bad. They're going to stack 3 over towards B because the hit over towards B is too strong. Yeah, I like this. They're going to start going active over towards B.
Vitality's favor to send them into the lower bracket is looking like a completely
just let them have side mates,
story
okay.
this time around, but Durka is there to find the start. He's definitely been like one of the few
doubling up.
beacons of hope in this map.
Wait, they're playing good
least.
this round.
Looking better on the raise, but what it's done to the rest might not have been worth
Okay,
it.
the methodical retake.
post
What do we
bomb
got?
once again.
Fade-Eye, Prowler,
All they have to
Flash.
do is convert that
One
advantage.
satchel to send it.
Durka, nice blast pack. They still win the duels though.
Please use some util, man. Please, guys. Just use a little bit of util. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of util.
The operator, he's picked off a key player, the one that was on site. Now the pressure on, but it's on to Safe instead. 45 HP and a one-way smoke blocking him out from any real hope of taking this round across the line. The defuse no longer possible, saving the op, an equally difficult task. He's boxed in. The spike set to explode, the flash good, but out of captain's there. Nothing for Vitality in the next round.
I mean, it is nicely done from FUT for having 3 there. They probably know that they like to retake over towards ramp fast.
Throughout the performances of this stage, I think this has to be the peak for a captain. Like,
Dude, you got an old flash.
Insane, all the way through.
Where's my fade
Zeus,
util?
Obviously, the man is inevitable, it seems. But from that position, like, you have to look at that. That's another scenario where it's a 4v5. The statistic looking like it's being obliterated by FUT in this matchup alone.
7 chances.
And with 7 in a row needed for Vitality to survive in stage 1, it is looking like FUT will be the ones to continue forward in this tournament. Look to
Nice
make
start to the round.
that
Little dink.
3 streak of matches to take themselves to Toronto. We said it. They don't miss out on both Masters. That's not a common thing since partnership began. FUT have always been there.
You know it's messed up when even Yetajay, even Yetajay's laughing instead of shouting.
Off trying to put the pressure on, but he gets forced back off the angle because Ada Captain was watching and waiting. They send Safe in now. Operator in hand, flash used. There's players here. Yetajay's going to peek, but the shot isn't landed. This was a big opportunity. The man advantage
no
potentially, but now
TP.
Sevov is
We're going into the corner and we have no
Safe stuck up
TP.
close. He's not caught by the ult. One player is, that might sell out the fake. They might not expect him to still be so close, and he'll get his reward, but Yetajay pulls it back into their favor. Now the op stuck behind a smoke. They need another hero. Showstopper fired in for another.
Okay, good info on the 2.
With a real opportunity. Both players spotted.
Okay, nice.
In on the seas.
Together.
Mr. Fallen
Lovely double swing.
survives,
Hey, that was
dear
nice.
life, but Safe
All right.
sends him
Apart from the omen over towards B
the
main,
beginning of a monstrous
too bad.
comeback, at least. Vitality have to hope it is.
Yeah, I think they use both pauses in the second, so it is literally down to, or sorry, in the first half. It is down to them at this stage. No call-ins, no check-ins, unless Geist decides to give them one. Which, I'll be honest, I think for a few rounds he's not going to be doing so. No. You've already seen your opponents utilize pretty much everything in terms of ultimates.
oh man, I feel bad, dude. It's the first time I felt bad on a coach cam.
On that
I normally love reactions like that. I actually feel bad.
Stepping up though, well, it's necessary.
Absolutely.
Oh god, I mean there's a fade eye there though.
in such a crucial time for Vitality. Pulling out a play like that. The pit now blocking off so much of the pathway they'd like to use to get back in. The plant secured and an operator through a pit. Oh, this is disastrous.
Yeah, and as they take site, they can just push over towards heaven.
Out of the round, but his mark on this round is clear.
Playing time. They have the ultimate ready.
It's
Salvos,
actually done.
In a matter of seconds.
You guys need to be
clock
tapping the
might be
spike
enough
10
for them to
seconds
win
ago.
this, and they still have a couple of other snakes within the grass. They also have to try and deal with every other piece of utility in play. Ada Captain puts one more on the body pile as Vitality look like they might be going out with a whimper Seavolf, unless all that stands in the way of FUT, and they will not.
Okay, I mean, nicely done for FUT.
Send Vitality
I didn't think it was going to look that bad from Vitality though.
of kickoff eliminated by the Turkish squad, looking to battle through that lower bracket. And I'll be honest, that was a very clean victory for them.
Well, the kickoff curse proves to be too powerful. Vitality falling as FUT come in, a team that not long ago put up one hell of a long series. This time it's a speed run, 13-7, and the second more dominant than the first, with a 13-6 on their opponent's map pick. This squad is looking strong, on form for that lower bracket run, and a team to look out for sure. There's never been a second Masters that they missed since partnership began. They don't look to start that here.
Yeah, for the side of Vitality, obviously it's a brutal one. The high highs of kickoff have ended in low lows, as they are the first out.
Yeah, you would hope this is the floor.
This is a first time for everything, not making it to that grand final. For the team,
it's a first time for a lot of these players. Like, this definitely has to be the lowest low of
Zeus showing that he is definitely one of the best duelists in the
least
league. And
3 out of the 5.
This is the squad that we want to see. When FUT play like this, it truly feels like they can beat anyone. I wouldn't like to be the next team to match up against them in that lower bracket, because I fear that this might just be the start of the journey back, rather than just a bump for Vitality.
Yeah, there might have been a few bumps in the road to get here, but in the end, FUT have shown us that they do not take those elimination games lightly. They bounce back in a, I mean, we asked that question to start the day out, could they bounce back? I have to say, I didn't expect it to be quite this dominant. And even in that last round, man, Zeus coming in, spamming straight through to take the headshot through the wall. It's insane to see. 7-1 beginning map number 1, and he comes out of this one top of the scoreboard by quite a bit. In there for the first bloods, more than double what anyone else is putting up. This kid is so much fun
oh
to
god,
watch.
I'm nervous to look at it.
We are going to be heading things off to an interview, and I want to ask, can Ada Captain teleport anywhere than into the same place? That's my question. Sorry, I've stolen one, but can that go through?
I will try and save that for you, Tom, for the next time you're on the desk. You can ask him yourself.
Damn,
but now I'm joined by Ada Captain and Yaman to do some translation. First of all, congratulations on that win. You got your revenge from kickoff. How great does it feel to eliminate a team as strong as Vitality when you couldn't beat them the last time?
Öncelikle tebrik ediyor. İntikamınızı almak nasıl bir histi? İlk kickoff turnuvasına göre neler hissediyorsun?
Bizim için çok keyifli bir maçtı açıkçası. Takım olarak cidden bir iki haftadır tam böyle istediğimiz oyunu oynayamıyorduk, sergileyemiyorduk. Kickoff'un da zaten intikamını almış olduk şu an. Çok güzel bir oyun geçirdik. Rakibin eline sağlık.
We really enjoyed during the game. In the past weeks we couldn't put our full potential into the game, and today we played really well. And this also ended up with taking our revenge from the last tournament.
Yeah, I felt like maybe you had revenge in mind. Now, it's not just about the fact that you showed up today. It's about the fact that you didn't show up yesterday, and 24 hours later, you put out a performance like that. What happened? How did you guys manage to do this today after yesterday?
Bu sadece tüm olarak dahil olmak değildi. Dün performansınızı gösteremediniz. Bugün 24 saat sonra performansı ortaya koyup yendiniz. Bu nasıl bir şey? Bunu ne olarak yorumluyorsun?
Dün maçtan sonra bir takımca konuşma yaptık. Koçlar, patronlar, herkes dahil. Güzel bir konuşma oldu açıkçası. Güzel bir motivasyon konuşması oldu. Bizi birazcık kendimize getirdi. Zaten ya böyle oyun oynamamız lazım. İletişimimizin kuvvetli olması lazım. Son birkaç hafta kopukluk vardı.
The weak link of the team, bro. We don't know unless we're in the team at the moment.
İnşallah böyle devam eder.
There's no
yesterday
plans on.
after the game, we have an extensive meeting with our coach, team owners, and we discussed what were things were missing, and we pointed out that it was missing. Communication was missing in the last couple of weeks, so we talk about it, we managed to solve it, and today we showed it.
Oh, we definitely saw that today. I have to talk about the vetoes. Everybody had an opinion about your map veto yesterday. A lot of people said maybe you trolled giving Fnatic.
Yeah, I think it's more than just that, Chad.
I know it's
It looks like a whole
because Gaius does all
implosion.
of that. But did you feel that way when you saw Fracture, Lotus, and Haven? And is that why today you went for something like Fracture?
Kısacası dün yapılan map veto'da Gaze'in yaptığı map veto'larda sizin bir etkiniz olmamasa da dışarıdan trollendiğiniz olarak yorumlandı. Bugün ne düşünüyorsun yaptığınız map veto hakkında ve dünkü yaptığın seçimler hakkında ne düşünüyorsun?
Koçuma, koç ekibime her zaman güvenim tam, sonsuz. Onlar ne yaparsa her zaman arkasındayım. Her zaman da desteklerim. En iyisini bence onlar bilir. Onun için bir yorum yapamam. Her zaman arkasındayım.
I always trust my coach and our coaching team, so I'm always behind their decision. I can't comment on this, so that's all I can say.
Very diplomatic answer. Thank you for that.
Now, when it
comes to this stage of the tournament, having good energy is so important. And Yetuje never runs out of energy.
Thank you for the raid.
So do you think
appreciate
having
that.
someone like him, it does help?
Sure you enjoyed the games today.
You need a little bit of better.
Why is he written track by track vitality are coming back? Honestly, if this is the train you're believing in, I don't know what to say, man. This can be your train, yeah. Honestly, this can be your train. We did not enjoy this game. I mean, this game was a nightmare.
Ne kadar çok sesi yükseldikçe biz de daha çok hype'lanıyoruz. Biz de ona destek veriyoruz. Hep böyle birbirimizi yükseltiyoruz. Onun enerjisi direkt takıma yayılıyor.
Yetuje is like a very fresh blood young talent, and he is always putting energy to us. Whenever he screams, we get more motivated. He is always positively helping us to perform well.
You're all young. You
would not claim this train. Yeah, this one is.
I think everyone knows Yetuje is the loudest, but who
not
do
in
you
great
think on your
shape.
team is maybe the second loudest, the person that brings the second most energy?
Yetuje'yi sürekli en çok fazla yani sesli konuşacak ve takıma enerji getiren biri, daha doğrusu enerjik biri.
FNS has been benched. I mean, yeah, we watched it earlier.
Çok pozitif anlamda.
Dude, maybe if Vitality give him the right offer. One more go at it. One more year.
Yetuje çok bağırıyor. Bir yandan Zeus'tan ses geliyor, Dodo'dan geliyor ama yani Yetuje'nin yanında bir tık üstü kim olarak diye sorarsanız yok, herkes eşit bağırıyor. Genelde Zeus çok vurduktan sonra anlık bir bağırıyor.
So it's Zeus and Dodo is always speaking after Yetuje shouts. But if you ask me who is the second best after screaming Yetuje, I can't really tell. But all I can say, when Zeus had multiple kills in a round, he is the second one who's talking most.
Oh, that's good to know.
Okay.
And lastly, you play the loser of BBL versus Team Heretics. I'm not saying it's going to be BBL, Forza BBL. I'm not saying it is, but BBL have never made playoffs, so you've never been in a situation where you have to potentially eliminate another Turkish team. If, a big if, it is going to be BBL, how do you feel about this? And does that change anything for you?
Heretics BBL maçının kaybedeniyle oynayacaksınız. Şu an tabii BBL kaybetti demiyorum ama eğer ki BBL kaybederse, çünkü daha önce BBL hiçbir zaman playoff yapmadı. İlk defa bu playofflarda BBL'le karşılaşacaksınız. Bu konuda ne düşünüyorsun?
BBL bu sene cidden çok güçlü. Geçen senelere nazaran çok iyi bir çıkışı var. Takımdaki
Yampi,
zaten
this one's for you, mate.
arkadaşlarla da samimiyim geneliyle. Volkan olsun, Yampi olsun, hepsini severim. Yani Lower'da karşılaşmak açıkçası istemem çünkü ikimizden biri elenmek zorunda. O kötü olur. Ama tabii ki de bizi yendikleri için birazcık daha o maçı daha hırslıyız, daha heyecanlıyız. Bunu diyebilirim.
Compared to last year's, it's obvious that BBL is playing better. And also inside the team, we are also aware that they're playing good. I know the team, BBL players very well, like Yampi, like Volkan, Sociable. I know them well. Also, compared to, I don't want to see them in the lower bracket because we really want to go to Toronto. And if we match on the lower bracket, that means one of our going to be eliminated. So, but it will be also nice to see them having a revenge. So we will be really motivated if that game happens.
Imagine 2 Turkish teams at a global event. That'll be great. That'll be great. But thank you very much, Ada Captain, for joining me. Thank you, Yama, for translating. Congratulations. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Yeah, very nice.
Was all about
Do the winners tomorrow go to Toronto? Yes, they do.
Qualify to Masters Toronto. Make sure you all have a lovely night sleep. Come back.
It's an important day. It is an important day. Vitality? Yeah, Vitality are gone 7th to 8th. Sacho said you did insider trading with PaperX stocks because you had info about Mini helping them out. Man, if I all I'm saying is I'm watching the same game that they're watching. There's not much else I can do about it. If they can't see the changes in real time, that's not my issue. It sounds like a skill issue more than anything else. You feel important about tomorrow? I do. It's an important day, Weber. It's a big day for you. Market manipulation. Yeah, I mean, sometimes sometimes you gotta hold the 1-0, Bacon says. Not what I was gonna go for, but we'll take it. I mean, I was chat. All I'm saying is I was trying to sound the alarms for everyone. If they didn't want to get on board, then it is what it is. We were offering the seats out cheap. Okay, chat. Give me a streamer. Give me a streamer. Who we raiding? We did? Yeah, lovely raid. There we go. Thank you so much to whoever said it. We got a frag movie in real time. Alright, thanks so much everyone, thank you. We have Pacific, continues tomorrow morning, or whatever time that is for you. Pacific into EMEA. Damn, look at this, bro. Dude, who put this together, man? They're having way too much fun. Kind of sick. Okay, thank you, guys. Let's do it. While we're waiting, let me quickly do a little read of the games tomorrow, because we've got some big games. We got RRQ, PaperX, best of 5, giant game. That's for 2nd and 3rd place. And then, honestly, at the moment, the points really matter for those teams as well, so that one really is important. Then we got Team Heretics against BBL, followed by Liquid against Fnatic. Winners of the EMEA games go to Toronto. Right. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Bye, everyone. Bye. Third and 2nd. You guys know what I'm talking about. Right, bye, everyone. YouTube, thanks so much for sticking around as well. Thanks so much for being here, guys. I appreciate you all. And subscribe if you can. It would help me out. And I will see you all soon. Thank you as always. You have a good day.